keeps on numbing me. Just another road. I wanna know that they are old. I go to believe in the sky. Where Some may wonder why, but it's gone, everything you've done. But I mean, serve your queen. Some may wonder why. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone, love is just gone, yeah. But it's gone, everything you've done.
All right. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Happy Monday, or something like that, or something like that. Your boy got a very nice haircut. You know, it's good. You know, I don't have much hair left, but I'm working with what I got. Okay, working with what I got. All right. Yeah, it's good. You got your ears lowered. Yep. It's pretty good. Tell you what, those wall clippers. I haven't paid for a haircut in years. It's pretty sweet. Are you saying your hair is ablative? No. My hair boils off. Yeah, the beard is ablative. My hair boils off. Like, just over time, it just goes away. Copium. I'm here to lay some history down on you and correct a mistake you made last week. Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait. That's what I really enjoy. Are you still running a Black Shark? Yeah, Black Shark V2s though. Wireless. Tap. Is this thing on? What's up, Tech? How you doing? How interesting. You and NASA are working with the same problem. Yeah. It's like the ammonia-based support systems on Soyuz, it'll decompose. It'll just go away after a while. That's what Soyuz like long lead item is when it's on orbit. The control thrusters are using ammonium, and it will decay over time, and it'll go away like my hair. See, it's ablative up front. This grows back. We can refurbish this heat shield. It's just up here though. Your Norfolk is 153 years old. My Norfolk is 341 years old. I don't care. I don't. You're all right. You want to play this game? Fine. You play this game? You play this game. You're looking at the town of Norfolk, Massachusetts. You're looking at the town. You went and did a quick Google search, right? But Norfolk County is way older than that. This is Norfolk County. Way older than that. Pilgrims and stuff, man. Pilgrims and stuff, man. Now you need to grow a skullet. Oh boy. My house is older than your entire country. Get on my level. Hey, just because it's old doesn't mean it's new. You give me crap for being old all the time, Sirius. So guess what? Your country's old. Now how do you feel? You guys want to play this game with me today? You guys want to play this game? You guys want to play this game with me? We don't play this. You want to get crazy with me? Sometimes I just like going Looney Tunes, like right now. Hoo-hoo! Anyway. Geriatric counties, put him in a home. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you guys crapping on the birthplace of freedom? Huh. Yeah, that's weird. You guys don't happen to have a hammer and sickle in your house somewhere, do you? Because, you know, you do all that work with it. You do? Well, then you're from California, so. It makes sense. It just works. Yeah, EJ chose violence today. All right. Anyway, you guys are good sport. You're good sport. Just busting balls. Just busting balls. Anyway. Yeah, Twisted. It makes sense. It makes sense. Let's see. Anything happen over the weekend? We missed much space news? Let's take a look real quick. But before that, we got to... just going to go through here real quick. I think somebody linked me something over the weekend. Okay. All right, let's see. And on that note, I need some Dunkin'. You're breaking my balls. No, not busting pies. You're breaking my balls here, Hans. You're breaking my balls. You're breaking my balls here, Hans. Exclusive. Blue Origin to unveil beefy, reconfigurable, multi-mission 5-year platform called Blue Ring to fly, deploy, refuel, host process data, and provide other services for payloads in Earth orbit, cislunar space, and beyond. Can launch on SpaceX, ULA, or Blue Origin rockets. I'm not mad. You mad? Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Just, you've been gifted Storeworks a couple of years ago and only put a couple hours into it. You messing with me made me interested again. Wow, lots to do. Build a crazy editor. Yeah, it's really good editor, Twisted. Yeah. Did Burger link his story below the original? I shouldn't have clicked on it. Eric actually hasn't been too bad lately. Honestly, like, Yeah, he ain't been too bad. Yeah, that was in January. Some details have emerged about Blue Origin's Blue Ring project. Yep. Blue Ring was originally revealed through some Reddit posts and job postings. Although Blue Ring is not as spectacular as a fully reusable second stage, it could nonetheless be an important component of making New Glenn a viable commercial vehicle, not just for large government satellites, but also smaller satellites. The Blue Ring project combines two basic features, an EELV secondary payload adapter, or ESPA ring, and a space tug. He did write that article busting on Ariane 6. And you know what the messed up part is? Dude, I agreed with him. I agree with that. I actually agree with him on something. We are truly in the end of times. The Patriots are 1-5. The Lions are 5-1. Wars breaking out all over the place. We are in the end of times. Yep. I'm just gonna sit back and just let this happen. And I agreed with him. I agree completely. I really don't like the idea of government subsidizing a launch vehicle for commercial profit. Now, there have been calls for commercial SLS. SLS's primary customer is NASA. There's no market for a vehicle like that unless NASA exists. So if you're going to subsidize a super heavy launch vehicle to try and expand the commercial markets later down the road by, I don't know, making a viable way of infrastructure to the moon, I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is a government subsidizing a launch vehicle for commercial profit. That's it. What does Ariane 6 do? It's a competitor. That and Europe wants to retain domestic launch capability for their Department of Defense payloads, which I get that. I understand that. That's a viable enough reason. But, however, if you look at like Ariane 5, how much of Ariane 5's missions are commercial versus Department of Defense? That's like maybe setting up for like 2 to 3 launches a year. So now you have a rocket that is not competitive in the satellite launch market, that you're using for Department of Defense payloads only because you want to retain domestic capability. If anything, that's going to stagnate the European markets for launch vehicles. Just like, for instance, the space shuttle. The space shuttle did the same thing. It killed every other launch vehicle, and then it stagnated the market. See what I'm saying? I'm not too keen on that. I understand the need to retain your own domestic capability. Like, you should be able to launch your own payloads into space. I totally understand that, and I agree with that part. But if they're going to finance it for commercial stuff, I'm kind of like, it's something that India does too, and the U.S. did it too. I mean, to an extent. I'm not too big of a fan of that, right? Because whoever you choose for these contracts, is really going to have a leg up over everybody else, and it could potentially stagnate the market. Now, with the U.S. like medium to heavy launch vehicle market, the market's pretty damn competitive right now, especially with emerging players like Rocket Lab, Neutron. You have Relativity cooking up something with Terranar. Tim Ellis is doing something. They're cooking up something over there. That's going to be a Falcon 9 competitor. There's also Falcon 9 Vulcan, right? Where's the market for the Ariane 6 going to be? They're going to end up losing tons of money on it for domestic capability, which is, I mean, if that's my money, if that's how you want to spend it. But if I was in Europe, I'd be a little annoyed by that. I mean, SpaceX is perfectly good at putting DoD payloads into space. So is ULA, and they'll do it at a competitive price, and they'll do it at a way more competitive price than Ariane 6. Now, this is the part where I disagreed. The one part that I disagreed with in that entire article is where, should Ariane 6 just not exist? No. Should they just do nothing? Should they just completely rely on SpaceX? No. Should they rely on commercial partners? No. Absolutely not. Build a bigger launch vehicle. You're welcome. Build a bigger launch vehicle. Because if you're going to go for broke like that, build a bigger vehicle. Build something that's competitive with SLS. I know that sounds ridiculous. It sounds crazy, right? That, like, why would you do that? Well, if you're already going to make a rocket that's not competitive, you might as well make something that has the capability that nobody else has. And I wouldn't even mind if they use that for their Department of Defense launches. But also on top of that, now you have something that can actually be useful for expanding markets, potential expanding markets as well. I think it's a very short-sighted thing just building another GTO launch vehicle. But, hey, I'm not them. I don't know. Oh, he's on a rant about big rockets. He should record one and then play it every day as the intro. Okay. All right. I'll just load up Kerbal then. Being competitive is a constraint. If you're going to remove that constraint, might as well use the opportunity. Bingo. You're already not going to be competitive. But I understand they can't just retool and say we're building an SLS competitor overnight. That kind of stuff doesn't happen. Ariane 6 has been planned in the books for a good amount of time. But that begs the question. It's been in the books for a really long time. And they just kind of stayed the course with it? Okay. So, once again, where's your commercial rated spacecraft? If you're going to go and, even if you're going to build just something like Ariane 6, you guys should have an Orion competitor or a Dragon competitor at the very least. Because then that opens up a potential new market for your rocket. It's just so ridiculously short-sighted. And once again, the constraints in the political environment of the EU is not exactly like the US. I get it. I get it. It's just, I'm getting really tired of status quo stuff with rockets. It's really, really annoying. Even though I like SLS a lot, it's just, okay. Where's the staff behind you? Well, they're working. They're working at their desk. Oh no, wait, no, it's lunchtime. They're on lunch break. Well, we were gonna have crew with Ariane 5 twice, and Kness killed those plans. Yeah, Thomas, that's very short-sighted. Very short-sighted. Now, trying to get roulette on this, but doesn't Europe kind of stagnate itself with the limitation it has for companies to invest in commercial space launch capabilities? They're changing the framework for that, Dead Crew. There are European competitors like PLD. PLD launching that suborbital rocket the other day. And that mission controller sounding, like cheering so ridiculously enthusiastic, he sounded like he was being stabbed. And then there's Rocket Factory Augsburg. There are emerging commercial rockets in space. And then there's always the tried and tested Copenhagen suborbitals. Those guys are cool. They do some good work for just building a rocket in a freaking tent somewhere. You know, Europe refuses to put the resources necessary for any sort of super heavy vehicle. They won't even finish a simple, relatively speaking, low Earth orbit capsule. That's what I'm saying, Hellfish. Doing that is going to stagnate themselves into irrelevancy. Which is ironic because Ariane 5 stagnated the US market into irrelevancy, which is hilarious to me. Serious. Ariane 5 was a champion commercial launch vehicle. It was one of the cheapest ways to get into space before Falcon 9 came around. Way more competitive price point than Atlas or Delta. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Funny. And then Europe buying and operating Soyuz on top of that. Dude, they cornered the market on commercial launches basically when I was in high school, all the way until like right around when Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy started stealing the lunch about 6-7 years ago, something like that. Totally different topic. Did you see that flag football was just added as an Olympic sport? Flag football? The big problem with the EU space program is that most of the aerospace talent is in the UK and... Oops. They didn't launch Soyuz capsules, Twisted. They Soyuz rockets. They used the Soyuz 21A. And they built a European-operated Soyuz launch pad and bought Soyuz rockets from the Russians. Now, that program ceased to exist on February 22nd, 2022. For some reason, I don't know why they stopped doing that. Yeah, I couldn't tell you why. I have no idea. I know nothing. I know nothing. But yeah, if you go down to Kourou, over here, so there's Ariane 5 Vega's pad right there. There's Ariane 6's pad where you go all the way up here. Soyuz pad. Yep. See? Yeah, that program ceased to exist. That pad's abandoned. Yeah, it's been abandoned for a little while. That is one old reference. I know nothing. I see nothing. I know nothing. It's a good show, man. It's a nice Soyuz pad, too. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's particularly crew rated, to be honest. It's just a cargo Soyuz pad. But Soyuz with 21A has a pretty big fairing for what it is, but not anymore, it doesn't. All right. Let's roll. Where's the sound? There it is. All right, so we basically ironed out everything that we need for we ironed out everything that we need to build the subscale demonstrator, but we did run into some weird spatial issues with fuel tank configuration. It's going to require some creative solutions here. If you look at this, I know it doesn't look like much, but I basically made a workspace and have a isometric, basically made my own isometric image here of using struts as rulers to create the edges for the subscale demonstrator. You can see these are all labeled different things for an isometric diagram. Basically did the equivalent of importing a 2D image into KSP. Yeah, that took a lot of math and a lot of number crunching, and that's an engine prototype. We don't need that. I love when I get back to work and management is yelling at me. 30 minutes coming in after my vacation. Did you show up on time? If you showed up on time, then you're good. That's it. Show up on time. That's all. You know what? Let's go down here. How about we get here? There we go. All right, so in case, just like every other stream when we start up KSP, let me introduce everybody to the project. So we are working on building a subscale demo of a vertical takeoff, vertical launch vehicle for KSP that's based off of Chrysler SERV, single stage Earth orbital reusable vehicle. Chrysler SERV was MERP. Chrysler's SERV was a proposal from Chrysler, who was a defense contractor. Chrysler's aerospace division. Yes, the car company, which I still think is really freaking cool. And it's Stellantis. Gross. We're not making SERV exactly, Raja. But if you look, the U.S. aerospace industry post-Apollo was pretty damn bold. These are some pretty nutty ideas. These are all different proposals for the space shuttle, right? You have Star Clipper right there. There's a Boeing TSTO solution right there. Something kind of like XS-1. And then this thing, which would basically morph into the Rockwell Space Shuttle proposal. That's Chrysler's SERV right there. Yeah, see that? See the ball? Yeah. That thing does everything that these things do. SERV is kind of like some crazy concept from the future. If you look at it, it basically is a capsule-shaped spacecraft. It was supposed to be fully reusable. That, at least in the proposal, it was fully reusable. And there's no doubt in my mind that it could have been. But there are some really weird things with SERV. Considering how Rockwell's proposal evolved, don't be afraid to evolve Chrysler's. Hellfish, I will do it as I see fit. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm open to change some things. I mean, that's why we went with the Stoke option, but bear with me here. So it's basically a cylindric payload bay inside of a capsule, and the capsule has fuel tanks around the outside. The fuel tanks are shaped like a donut if you looked at it from the top, right? It's using hydrolox, so you have a hydrogen tank, liquid oxygen tank, and then you have deorbit LH2 supply tanks. But here's the crazy thing. So because it's capsule shaped, there's some weird things. SERV was supposed to have a bunch of trapdoors sitting around the outside of the vehicle. The trapdoors would open and close, and during liftoff, the trapdoors would be wide open. And there's a bunch of rocket engines around a center heat shield. The heat shield would have been metallic reusable, right? And it would have been right in the center here. And the rocket engines are kind of in a ring around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. And those trapdoors would open up. And when SCRV was going up into space, it would basically turn into a gigantic aerospike, which is great for single stage to orbit applications. Aren't the tanks more like Saturn 1B? We never got a fully fleshed out design, Tessa, but as far as I can tell, they're toroidal shaped. It's a toroidal tank, from what I can see. So this tank is that shape, extruded 360 degrees. And then the LOX tank is the same. It's, once again, pretty nuts. But it could work. I don't see why it couldn't work. I'd be worried about this part right here of the hydrogen tank. That sharp edge on the tank will give you uneven pressure when the tanks are up to pressurization. I don't like that. I would, you'd have to curve that edge out a little bit more. But once again, we don't do with fuel tank design here, because it's curvable, right? But I digress. So the thing would fly up into space like an aerospike. It would have an internal payload bay and could carry a MERP on the top. MERP is basically a dream chaser. In these original drawings from the 1960s and the early 1970s, they even have something that looks like Dream Chaser. So the cool thing about SERV is that it could launch with the MERP on the top. MERP, right? You could launch with the MERP, and yes, that's what it's called. It's called MERP. And that picture is caca. Right? It's called MERP. And manned reusable orbital vehicle or something. They had an acronym for it. MERP is what they called it. That is what they... Here, take a look. Yeah, see? Manned upper stage reusable payload. MERP. So, you could launch with that in a payload adapter, or you could launch with a nose cone, right? Inside, below the MERP in an interstage adapter here, you have a gigantic payload bay. The payload bay actually ended up, from what I can tell from the technical drawings, it would have been bigger than the space shuttle. And it would have had 50 tons to low Earth orbit payload capacity. Double the space shuttle. Now, so why wouldn't you use this? Well, the going up part is very, very nice. Very good. Really good. It's the coming down part that probably spooked NASA a little bit at the time. So, SERV, when it comes back down, they would close the trap doors. So the trap doors would all close. And it would re-enter. It's capsule shaped. You could have down mass capability by putting payload inside of the payload bay. Pretty straightforward stuff. Nice. Actually really cool. Now, here's the weird part. It would basically steer like a capsule down. Actually, that's not the weird part. That's pretty straightforward, right? Basically steer like a capsule all the way down. And for landing, it wouldn't parachute like a regular capsule. For landing, they chose 24 jet engines, shoehorned in between the rocket engines around the rim of the heat shield. And the trap doors would open up on the bottom, but there's also lift engine intake doors on the top of the sides of the capsule. And this thing would have propulsively landed using jet engines. That's... Ship 25 lift is underway. Cool, cool, cool. That's probably the part where NASA said, oh, no, no, yeah, no, yeah, no, let's not do that. That's asking for people to get hurt. But then again, people wouldn't be landing in this. This would basically be like the equivalent of getting your external tank back with the shuttle. And boosters. It's all one vehicle. So it would propulsively come back down and land on jet engines. That's probably the part where Chrysler said, "Nah, that's not happening." So they ended up choosing the space shuttle instead. Amongst other things, right? They had all the A's in NASA until the guys got to the jet engine landing part. So I agree. Trying to land a capsule with jet engines is a little strange, especially since the capsule is going downwards and the jet engines are facing upwards. Aerodynamically, jet engines don't like being asphyxiated. That's pretty bad, and that's pretty much what would happen. I'm pretty sure that would have needed to have been fleshed out a little bit more. So they shelved that idea. Now, there's a company called Stoke Space. And Stoke, I refuse to believe that Stoke didn't look at SERV and say that's a good idea. Because what Stoke Space has is a suborbital hopper that does basically the same thing at this point. Check it out. So, Stoke has a vehicle that's supposed to be the second stage for what we now know as their Nova rocket. Okay, NSF is online. Yep, I was just told that a second ago in chat. Yep. So, take a look. Stoke has a toroidal engine configuration that's sitting around a heat shield. And I've shown this footage a couple of times, right? But take a look. They successfully completed a test within the last month here of their suborbital hopper using the toroidal, that kind of semi-toroidal aerospike configuration. Now, interesting thing here. Do you see any gimbal on that? Stoke is kind of taking SERV's concept to the next level. I mean, one, they're making it a second stage for their Nova rocket instead of an SSTO. But two, instead of jet engines, Stoke is pioneering a single rocket engine. That's one rocket engine doing that, by the way. One rocket engine. A single rocket engine using modulating thrust nozzles. So it's not the first time we've seen a rocket engine with one what's called power pack. So fuel pumps, right? Turbo pumps, turbine machinery, things to get the fuel to the rocket engines. One power pack with multiple nozzles. The RD-170 has been doing it since the 80s, basically. And then the RD-180 on Atlas V is a single power pack with two nozzles. Both very good engines in their own regards. Stoke has 15 nozzles. There's 15 nozzles connected to one power pack. They're all a bunch of tiny little rocket engines. They're maybe this big, maybe about the size of a beer bottle, right? And what they're doing is they're modulating thrust between each one of these to get thrust vector control. So you lower the thrust on one of them, it can go one way. You lower the thrust on the other, it goes the other way. Left, right, forward, back, etc., and also be used for propulsive landing. I think that solution is enough to warrant trying to figure out if we can make an SSTO in Kerbal that uses all the coolest components from SERV and the landing components from Stoke. So that's the current project that I'm working on right now. I'm working on a single stage to orbit, vertical takeoff, vertical landing, subscale demonstrator right now. That's half Stoke. Actually, it's probably like maybe a third Stoke and 2/3 Chrysler SERV. So that's what I'm working on right now. The reason why I do these explanations at the beginning of the stream, guys, is for the VOD viewers. Hi, VOD viewers, just in case people were wondering what the heck I'm working on. Hello from the past. Go see if I'm streaming. I'm probably streaming right now. You should go check it out. I mean, I might be. If not, and you're getting caught up, I cool. I understand. I cool. I very cool. I understand. Cool. Sweet. Hopefully you enjoy the project, and thank you for watching. All right, so that's what I'm working on right now. And we spent the last stream on Friday getting a bunch of subscale numbers. I have the numbers for the scaled to KSP, the 1-to-1 scale to KSP, and the subscale numbers, which is what all these lines are. That's what all these struts are. They're basically a workspace. It's rulers putting this whole thing together. It's rulers to mark out how we're going to put this whole thing together. So like I have one that's marking the outer diameter of the payload bay. I have one that's marking the bottom of the payload bay. So if you take this line and this line, you basically get where your usable volume is. The interesting thing is that the heat shield, the bottom of the heat shield is the top of the heat shield is basically the bottom of the payload bay. The outer diameter for the heat shield is there. Your 25 degree outer wall is there. 45 degree outer wall is there. D is the outer diameter right there, and then this one and this one are marking the overall length of the vehicle. That one is marking this one right here is marking the outer sides of the vehicle. So I basically have a blueprint for exactly what we need to set up here. Where we last left off on Friday, it was me basically running into some fuel problems. We're running into fuel density problems again. You run into this anytime you're going to make an SSTO in KSP that's based off of real life. One, because, well, actually not one. This is the first and foremost reason. The liquid fuel and the oxidizer in this game have different densities. This is more in line with the density of methylox or maybe even hypergols, like monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. And the real SSTO is obviously using hydrogen. So when you run into differential fuel densities like this, yeah, copying the fuel tanks one for one is not really going to work. We're going to have to come up with some creative solutions. The other thing is that trying to get the engines to jive well with a weird fuel tank configuration to get the performance that you need is also going to warrant some overclocking here and there. But we'll work on that momentarily. Chances are that I am indeed streaming. Yep. So there's that, but also, quick detour, real fast. NSF is covering them, SpaceX doing a Ship 25 lift for stacking super heavy real quick. So let me see what my boys are up to here.
All go for dinner. That's what I say. I just want to thank some people, by the way.
There's that Yorkshire accent from Chris B.
Before we even went live, just from SBL. And I want to thank those people because they're in the queue, and why not? Branson Stanford did 5 Red Team memberships. Jim Caver, every single...
So you can see that Ship 25 right there is indeed off of its adapter, transport adapter. And they're going to lift this thing up and put it on top of Booster 9 here. To be honest, the proportions being closer to DCX than SERV makes me think SSTO is on the internal roadmap at Stoke. Yeah, I did talk about that, Hellfish. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, there it goes.
Do you think they are doing more testing?
Hey, rockets. More rockets. I agree.
Had the license come soon. Going up. We'll come back to you, Micha. We're going up. So that's now starting. I'm going to do a quick tweet, maybe. 1 second. Let's see what we've done. I might have some backup.
There we go.
That's the Twitter live stream.
That is fast, Animal. Yeah. I want to remind everybody, you know, it's not only is this probably one of the quickest integrations of any rocket ever, it's done remotely. There's no people at the pad here. Compare it to that, like other rockets that are inside an integration building that have a bunch, like 100 people around, and you know they're picking stuff up and everybody's working on the rocket. This thing, they just lift it up and put it on there. Yeah. What do you think? This time, 30 minutes? Probably less than that, Hellfish. It really depends if they do stops. They do momentary stops for load analysis. So like they'll lift it up a little bit and just check everything, make sure that nothing is breaking, lift it up even more, check again, lifting up even more, check again, etc., etc. Because, and I know you know this, but just in case anybody else doesn't, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're lifting up something this big, it's going to stretch a little bit, picking it up. Yeah, it's going to stretch just a smidge. Even though it's made out of metal, and metal is apparently really strong, the vehicle could still bend and flex a little bit. So it depends if they're stopping and checking. I think they've integrated 25 enough where this is probably going to be quicker rather than slower. I mean, now the whole vehicle is under tension right now because gravity is trying to pull. They're picking it up from the top, and gravity is trying to pull the bottom of the vehicle down. So it stretches 25 a little bit. So they stop and they check the stretch. Usually. They might not this time. So they basically check to see if it has a weird flex. But it could be okay. Yes, precisely. Give it a good old stretch. Stretch out. Stretch out with ship 25. Let's go. Give it a good stretch. How much would an oops cost in this case? I mean, more it would be expensive to you and me. I don't think it would matter with SpaceX too much. They have another Starship ready to go down the road. Not even kidding. Ship 29 is at Massey's right now, which is their testing. It's a test site down the street from the launch pad. It's that way. And they have another booster and another ship ready to go. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it wouldn't be expensive to you and me. But comparatively to the overall investment of the project, Mort, I don't think it's that too big of a deal. SpaceX clearly had no problem expending Ship 24 and Booster 7. So, I mean, obviously, dropping the damn thing right now would probably not be good for the program. But, yeah, I honestly think the material cost is not that big of a deal if something like this fell, right? I think why it fell is probably way more important, and that's probably what would hold you back the most, right? Because you don't like, if the thing did fail, right? If it fell and crashed and, smashed into a million pieces on the ground down there, right? As an I'm not an aerospace engineer, but if I was an aerospace engineer, my first and foremost, like, you'd have to go into what's called fault tree analysis. You'd have to figure out why it did that. Why did it do it? Did whoever's remotely operating this thing, did they screw up? Is it a hardware problem? Is the software that governs, like, lifting the vehicle up and putting it on the pad, is it remote controlled? Is it software governed? If it's software governed, is there a problem with the software? Like, what caused this problem? This shouldn't have happened, right? You got to figure it out. I think that would end up probably costing way more time than just replacing the whole launch vehicle. Because if this thing fell off this, right? If it did, I mean, we wouldn't want that. I don't want that, right? But if it did, I think why it did would be the more expensive solution than just getting another ship, right? That would be the one that rustles my jimmies here. Is it being lifted purely from the winglets? No, below the winglets there's like Rojo, there's basically a pin. There's two pins that go into the side. They're just behind the wings. The reason why they're just behind the forward flaperons, right, is because, like, when Starship is going through re-entry, they don't want those things getting destroyed by re-entry heating, right? So the idea is that putting them just behind the wings can pick the whole vehicle up, and it won't get messed up during re-entry. They also, yeah, Thomas, I think that's important to note. They also, the primary lift pins. Who's this? Who took this picture first of all? Oh, okay, Boca Chica girl. So Mary took this one. Okay, cool. So if we go down here, see the lift pin right there? It's basically like just a cylinder, and the arms have two, like, metal rods that stick into each side, and it lifts it up like Frankenstein, right? Like, it's two rods in the side. Actually, it's not Frankenstein. Frankenstein's the name of the doctor. But I digress. Cinematography technicalities. Anyway, so that's the primary lifting pin, and then there's a stabilizer pin down there too. That's to make sure that the vehicle doesn't twist. You basically want it to stay nice and straight because it could twist. Because when you have something under tension and it's under a lot of tension, it'll want it's now you're getting subject to what's called a torsional force. It'll want to bend because it'll try to maybe it'll like want to go to one side like this, right? Maybe it's heavier on one side because there's components over there. It'll want to twist. So they have a stabilizer pin to make sure the whole thing doesn't twist. But that's the primary loading point right there. See the stabilizer pin? It's right there. The pins, Rojo? Baseball sized, from what I can tell. Like somewhere around a baseball or a softball. So, like, I don't know. 10 centimeter? 10 to 15 centimeter? They're pretty big. Wisdom is knowing Dr. Frankenstein was the true monster all along. I mean, he is trying to necro people. That's pretty messed up. It's pretty deranged. But then again, that was the message of the movie. I only asked because this seems to be the riskiest movement apart from takeoff. Takeoff, well, I would say that static firing the thing, firing it when they fire it and they don't release it, they don't let it go, is probably a little more risky than this. Integration is relatively low risk in the scheme of things with what Starship is doing. Oh, it started to move. It started to rotate. Mm-hmm. Some speculated that that SpaceX removed a booster grid fin actuator during the night before HSR restack. Can't find the source. Yeah. If it's speculation, I don't do speculation unless it's my own speculation. If it doesn't have a concrete source, I'm not really interested, Erudite. Yeah, there we go. This is going pretty quick. So, if you want some reference for how big this vehicle is, that right there is about 150 feet tall. It's a little more than 150 feet. So Starship is as big as a 15-story building, right? It's about 50 meters for the metric folks. It's a 9-meter core diameter, also for the metric folks. In feet, that's about 30 feet. So this is 150 by 30 or 50 meter by about 9. It's big. That is a gigantic freaking vehicle. It's by far and away, if this thing actually gets up into space, that will be by far and away the biggest thing that's ever been put into space. Surpassing Skylab. Skylab was the single biggest payload mass, like singular payload mass ever launched into space. The only thing that would supersede Skylab's mass would be a Saturn V third stage, the lander, and the CSM going out to the moon. Because technically Saturn V put the third stage in space and they went from there, right? In terms of like single mass contiguous vehicle, this is the biggest one. Skylab, this would be the biggest one. Skylab is the biggest one. The crazy part about it, Skylab can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. It can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Skylab, the biggest payload ever launched into space. It can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Starship is way bigger than Skylab. I mean, I know people look at this and they're like, yeah, that's cool. But I think it's important to understand how crazy this whole project actually is. You know, we're working on like SERV, right? We're working on SERV. And I can't help but think that, you know, in another timeline, right? People are, you know, where SpaceX like doesn't exist or something, you know, crazy happened, right? People would look at Starship as one of those crazy concepts that's relegated to like NASA technical reports and say like, no, this would never get made. This is entirely impossible to get made. Like, it's one of those crazy concepts from the past that we read about and we build in KSP, but it actually exists. That's the crazy part to me. Like, this thing is on another level of scope. It's bananas. I just saw Skylab at the Smithsonian, and it's massive. It is, yeah, Corsi, you saw, so Skylab 2, you saw the Skylab backup. That whole thing, the whole contiguous dry workshop of the S4B, that can fit inside of the payload bay. Actually, you want to hear another crazy one? You know, we were talking about Skylab, we're talking about SERV, right? Or we were talking about Skylab. We were talking about S4Bs, not SCRVs. So that's Skylab right there. Once again, the single biggest payload anybody has ever put into space. Like when I say we've ever put into space, I mean humanity. And Skylab was gigantic. It was freaking huge. Like you can. There's a lot of usable space inside of this, so much that like astronauts were doing gymnastics inside of it because it's such a big open space, right? So like that's the video right there. Here, take a look. You want to see it? I'll show you real quick. This is what I like showing people. Like I said, gymnastics inside. Okay, I just want to point out that the Skylab 2 mission had Al Bean, Owen Garriott, and Jack Lousma. Owen Garriott is Richard Garriott's dad. Lord British, so if you like Ultima, yeah. Richard Garriott's dad is an astronaut, which is pretty freaking cool. So, Skylab, not small. Skylab fits inside of Starship's payload bay. You would have to get rid of the Apollo telescope mount, right? And maybe you might be able to fit the multiple docking adapter, but basically from this checkerboard design back that way, it'll fit. Yeah, absolutely. Now, once again, speaking of S4Bs, this is where I was going with this. Skylab is a converted Saturn V third stage, an S4B. The other day, we went to the Wikipedia page, and I'm not going to say, oh, we did the calculations. We went to the Wikipedia page and just checked. Now, Starship can supposedly, like that's what SpaceX is aiming for with Starship, is being able to put 150 tons into space and bringing that back down. So what we went and looked is, I looked at the S4B and I looked at, well, I know from talking about Skylab, right, in terms of biggest payload into space, right, that can fit. This whole thing with its engine can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. In fact, Starship's payload bay is like as wide as this building. Maybe a little bit smaller. Starship's payload bay is probably from the gantries. If you look at the gantry where the railing stops, right there and right there, that's how big Starship's payload bay is in terms of width. It's ridiculous. This thing is 20-foot wide stage, give or take, 6.6 meters, right? So not only can that fit physically inside of Starship's payload bay, but its propellant mass coupled with the stage dry mass, which means how much mass is it with no fuel in it, and how much mass is the fuel. The gross mass right here, what's called initial mass or wet mass, is 123 metric tons. Not only could Starship physically fit this inside of its payload bay, you could fill it up with hydrogen and launch it into space. Starship could do it. And then it could bring it back down after you're done doing S4B things. That's the scope of this project that and the reason why I say this is because the scope of this project is absurd. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. We're talking a insane step, like, in terms of, like, what we're capable of putting into space here. Starship could launch a fully fueled S4B. Now, I don't think I need to say this, but the S4Bs fully fueled can get a lander and a capsule out to the moon, no problem. We know because it did it a bunch of times, actually. Yeah. Apollo 10, 11, 12, 13, asterisks, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Yeah, it did it a bunch of times. Which is kind of absurd when you think about it. And that ship that has this insane volume is going to launch multiple times a day. Yeah, Blue Flare, even if SpaceX doesn't, for whatever reason, doesn't get it down to a daily launch, even a Starship launching on Falcon 9's cadence right now, so like average 4 times every 4 days, or 1 time every 4 days, that's still ridiculous. That is enough to sustain a lunar colony easily. Like, it's not even close. You could use Google Street View to walk through the ISS for comparison. Yep. So how big of an inflatable space station could you fit in a Skylab-sized space? BA 330. The BA 330 is a defunct project from Bigelow, but I believe SNC picked up the work from that. So the B330 was an inflatable habitat privately developed by Bigelow from 2010 to 2020. COVID unfortunately killed Bigelow Aerospace. They were working on expandable activity modules, right? I'm trying to see if we can get some scale for how big a BA330 is comparatively. Bigelow did take some pictures of a mock-up BA330 in like a long time ago. That's not it right there. That's it right there. There you go. Yeah, that's a mock-up of how big that module actually would be. I would say that. Like, it is an absurd amount of usable space. 70 launches would be 10,500 tons to Leo. Yeah, here. There it is comparatively to a Corvette. That's what we're talking about here. This is, frankly, an absurd... Like, that... Even a BA 330, or even later, Bigelow would have moved to the BA 2100. Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, once again, proposed mass was 70 tons. I mean, that could easily fit in Starship's payload. You probably launch 2 of them when they're clasped down, like, next to each other. No problem. Like, it's... Once again, that's the capability we're talking here with this thing. Yeah, Jonas, it's no joke, man. It's no joke. Okay, Starship is now rotating into position here. It's... Like I said, this is absurd. This is like something that you dream about, man. And, I mean, you know, there's a lot of SpaceX fanboys out there. There's a lot of people who are really enthusiastic about Starship. Guess what? There's really good reason for that. Really good reason. This is live. They are stacking Ship 25 on Booster 9 right now. This is our buddies over at NSF doing coverage. I'll post the link if you don't want to hear my crappy commentary and hear their much better, frankly, much better than mine commentary over. I do work with NSF. I'm a contributor and a commentator for them. So, yeah, we have permission to watch it here. Yeah, do go over there and support them. Supporting them actually supports me, too. So, do it. Make it happen. Go over there, buy a mug or something. Their metal prints are pretty cool. And they're the wrong size. Yep. See, you can see Starship with its 6 engines right there. There hasn't been a 6-engine upper stage since the original Saturn 1 S4. The S4B is a variant of the Saturn 1's second stage and the Saturn 5's third stage. Yeah. A lot of people don't know there's an S4B and then there's the S4. The S4 is a smaller diameter stage, hydrolock stage, that's powered by 6 RL-10s. To my knowledge, I don't think there's any other 6-engine upper stages. I mean, the most I can think of is the Space Shuttle, which has 3 engines in the upper stage. Or the Saturn V second stage, which has 5. There's only one other vehicle that's ever had 6 engines in the upper stage. Also, fun fact, original S4, yeah, Starship could launch 2 of those into space. Fully fueled in the payload bay. Just in case you were wondering. Here, I'll show you. Learn to type, EJ. So that's the S4. It's got 6 RL-10A3s in it, using a common bulkhead hydrolocks design. It was designed for the Saturn 1, and then they introduced NASA introduced the Saturn 1B, which has a the S4, the S4B that we were talking about. Yeah, that's the only other rocket I know that has 6 engines in the upper stage. Is this going to go, or is it a pad test? They're just stacking right now, Mayor. Supposedly, the hot staging plan was always what they were going to do, and the flip stage was simply something they wanted to try. Can we watch your reaction to Starship fully stacked launch? Pop, I was talking with one of my buddies about this the other day. I've watched a lot of launches, dude. You know that. I know that. Everybody here knows that. I've watched a lot of these things, dude. Here, hold on. I got to switch this to Sign Tech here for a moment. Actually, no. We'll go back to Kerbal when it's stacked. It's almost done. I've watched a lot of these. It's very rare that a rocket launch will just take my breath away completely. Like, you know, there's like regular EJ commentary, and then there's hyped up EJ commentary, and then there's Falcon Heavy EJ commentary. Starship is up here somewhere. When the first Starship IFT went off, I was actually dumbfounded. I was just like, okay. Take my breath away. Yeah, right? Like, I didn't have anything to say. I didn't think it warranted commentary. I'm like, because the only thing I would have been able to say is like, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing here? Like, your boy, Mr. Strimmerman, went full tilt. I'm just like, okay. It's... What is difficult to comprehend is the scale of that thing. Well, all systems, you came in kind of on the tail end of this conversation, but that's what I'm talking about, man. Starship, 9 meter by 50. The booster's 9 meter by 70. 30 feet wide. 30 feet wide, 150 feet tall. And the booster's 30 feet wide and 220 feet tall. Like, what? This is a pipe dream, dude. It seems like this should be something that we should be reading about on, like, relegated to NASA technical reports for being too ridiculously complicated. Like one of those projects that, like, oh, it was the grand vision, but it never happened. Like, it seems like this should be like Epcot, like, right? Like, oh man, Starship would have been such a cool idea. It seems like something I should be talking about, like how I talk about Epcot, like, you know, when we talk about city design and planning. Also, Cities comes out in 9 days. Cities 2. Yes, I'm playing it. We're going to go on a binge. I'm sorry. Is that just discoloring? Why don't those plates look flush? Because they're not. The vehicle could be stretching a little bit, Sue. So, yeah. But stuff like this is generally not what you want with the tiles. However, with that being said, when the ship goes through thermals, like when the ship goes through re-entry, these tiles actually, well, the tiles absorb a ton of heat, and they actually expand and they seal up. So some gap isn't that bad, but see, here's the thing. If they're off center like that, and they try to seal, they'll end up popping off like a pog. Pog? They'll end up popping off if they're not completely flush because they have to butt up against each other perfectly, right? During entry, descent, and landing, right? During EDL, those tiles are shimmed like this, so when they heat up, they seal, right? And if they're crooked, they'll try to seal over one another and they'll just pop each other off. SpaceX, I don't necessarily think is prioritizing thermal protection systems, particularly right now. I think SpaceX's primary focus is getting something into space. Hey, Cybertruck metal print. That's by my buddy Sean. My buddy Sean took that. How big and heavy is the Washington Monument? About the same? Washington Monument's definitely heavier than Starship because it's made out of rocks. A little bit of a denser material. But I'm pretty sure that Starship stacked is taller than that. Yeah, like way taller. I can't wait for that Cities 2 content. Yeah, we will be binging that probably like we ended up binging Starfield. Fun Rule 8 news. A train with a group of members of the European Parliament was deferred to Disneyland Paris. Alright. 3D rendering of Skylab I did. Skylab compared to Starship. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Thank you, Luntod. This is great. Yep, there you go. Get out of here. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's what we're talking about here. Did you hear or see about this? See, when I say the Apollo telescope mount won't fit, I mean it won't fit. This is basically the S4B portion. The docking adapter would barely fit, but it would do it. But you wouldn't have the Apollo telescope mount, or you couldn't. But it'll be, dude, it definitely could. Also, Lunprod, thank you for putting shuttle style payload bay doors in, because yeah, that's absolutely how I think Starship's payload bay is going to end up like that. Shuttle payload bay doors are the best design. No, you're not changing my mind. No, I will not take questions on this. Washington Monument is taller. How tall is the Washington Monument? I'd have to go look. The Washington Monument is okay. It's shorter. The Starship is shorter. The Washington Monument is as tall as the tower. Yeah, it's as tall as this tower next to it. Actually, it's a little bit taller than the tower. So yeah, the Washington Monument would probably be at the top of the antenna right here. But it's almost as big, which is pretty crazy. The big stone dick. It's an obelisk. Okay. It won't fit. Remember, the header tanks come to the middle of the front flaps. I think the habitable volume would still fit, but not the docking adapter. But either way, whatever. Just put the docking adapter on the side. But still, oh man, that means a fully fueled S4 would fit, but you'd need the engine. But either way, still crazy. What do you mean subscale? How much bigger is it going to be? Well, in terms of Kerbal, a subscale one would be a way to just kind of figure out where I want to put everything, Sig, and then we can just make a bigger version of it. But the subscale one is not going to be incredibly large. Kerbal, you really need... I find that when you make gigantic vehicles in KSP, like what we've done with Star Raker, and what we did with the, the X-33, K-33 Jebstar project, the shuttle project, when you make larger vehicles, it sometimes helps to make smaller versions first. So you can kind of figure out how the parts kind of jive together in the configuration that you're using. And then Kerbal doesn't mind scaling up. It doesn't mind it as much as you might think. But yeah, we'll get back to our Stoke SERV here in a moment. I just want to see Ship 25 get stacked, and then we'll jump back to it. Here.
Sitting above a booster, getting ready to get set down.
We are getting close, yes. So we're keeping one eye on this stack being completed. We know it does take a while for them to ease it down to connect it onto the hot staging ring. But we are very close. And I think that's gone quite fast, unless it's just been me, but it has gone quite fast. Wardy, greetings from God's own country, Yorkshire. Well done. You got the right county there, Wardy. Thank you very much. Steve McCarry, always crazy. Red Team member. Vigilante, lift it, swing it, bop it, twist it. You try to do some song lyrics there, Travis. This lift seems to be going so
nice,
quicker than the ones they started. Thank you. Yes, you've got it. And by the way, look at that. Cybertruck has just, with a Ravak on the end, has just sold. So
nice.
So there we go. Thank you for that support.
That is a freaking gigantic vehicle.
Supporting us, because obviously it's merchandise. You also supporting a photographer.
Panta, I remember reading some crazy thread somewhere on the internet about how that structure is actually below the Washington Monument. It's still there, but the reason why it's up on a mound is because that structure's underneath it. I thought that was really funny because people don't understand how civil engineering works. Yeah. Good thread, though.
A little bit helps.
I like going and reading what the crazies have to say. It makes me happy.
Because you get an absolutely cool thing on your wall. And trust me, I didn't know about metal prints until we started doing them in our store. And I've got a wall full of metal prints now. And it's the best decision I've ever made for my wall. There we go. Right. Out of this world. Thank you, the whole team for bringing history to our lives. This is great. So much hard work.
They've stacked and destacked a bunch of times, bro, Hendy. Yeah. If they're doing some work with on the top of the booster, this crane over here has taken the hot staging ring off and put it back on a couple of times. I'm not sure why. They're probably... They probably put this thing on here and let it sit and then figured out, oh crap, maybe we should do this. Or maybe they figured out a better way structurally to make this thing. Or maybe they're doing work on super heavy. Could be any one of those things. I don't know.
He says thanks for the NSF for the code.
How do the arms rotate horizontally? Ghoulies, if they give me a zoomed out view, I can show you. So basically, the chopsticks, each arm is on a pivot like this. So the arm can do this, right? And then they can spread out or they can close. So think of it like a pair of scissors almost, the two arms. So they're on one kingpin, so they're on one pivot. So they can do this, they can close and open, they can move back and forth. The kingpin is gigantic, dude. It's like, I don't know. If I had to guess, probably like 45 centimeter. So about 16 inches, give or take. It's big. See, you could kind of see the kingpin right there. It's right in front of the side of the tower. Yeah, they give me a zoomed out view, which is good, but yeah. The hexagonal plating looks cool. Yeah, Bing, those are the thermal protection tiles. Those tiles are a unifibrous composite, and they're basically like a Mark II version of the space shuttle's tiles. Why would you use tiles for re-entry? Well, tiles are really good at absorbing heat. They can absorb an insane amount of heat before they start to break. I mean, think about it. Gluing a bunch of rocks to the bottom of your spacecraft is not the worst idea. Because when you think about it, what can absorb more heat than anything else? Rocks. Look at a volcano. Look at how much energy you need to take rocks and melt them. Like that's what lava is. It's just melted rocks. But you need... Anybody that lives near a volcano knows that, yeah, you need an insane amount of energy to do that. So taking a bunch of really, really porous rock and gluing it to the bottom of a spacecraft is not the worst idea in the world. It sounds ridiculous, but it's actually not. Now... Once again, these are the Mark II. These are like Mark II versions of these tiles. They're unifibrous composite. They're called Tough Rock for short, which is toughened unifibrous composite oxidation corrosion resistant tiles. Tough Rock for short. They're more of like... Think about like if you took fiberglass and instead of like strands of glass, you have strands of carbon. So like carbon fiber... But carbon fiber that's melded together like fiberglass. Yeah, that's basically what they are. Because carbon is very good at absorbing a lot of heat. Yeah, very good. Like think charcoal. They're almost like that. It's almost like it's almost like charcoal. Close, but it doesn't burn like charcoal. It's designed not to burn. Yeah, carbon fiberglass, easy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no problem, right? Yeah, we can make this, no problem. Yeah, that actually came... Tough Rock came around basically at the very end of the shuttle program. Not in time for them to actually put any useful Tough Rock tiles on the shuttle, which sucks because Tough Rock is very, very good. It's very good. It can absorb more heat than the original silicate-based tiles that are on the space shuttle. Yeah, the space shuttle is the one that I'm referring to when I say they glued a bunch of rocks to the bottom of a spacecraft. Silicate is a rock. It's rocks. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. I thought they would use aerogel right by now. There's reasons why nobody uses aerogel, Sig, and I don't remember what it is. I've been out of the loop. Any ETA on the next Starship launch attempt? What are we waiting on? For reasons that are unbeknownst to me, Spoon, the FAA decided that the Fish and Wildlife Service also needed to do a programmatic assessment based off of findings from the IFT-1 mission. So that whole, consolidating all launch stuff under one agency, that doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. I don't know. The Department of Fish and Wildlife seems to want to do their own programmatic assessment, which... I'm not really sure where that came from, to be honest with you. I figured they would use ceramic, but I guess there are way better materials now. Yeah, Tough Rock is very, very good. There's other vehicles that use unifibrous composite tiles. The X-37B which is the Air Force's Rapid Response Super Secret Squirrel shuttle that we really don't know what it does. I mean, like, we've heard about some of the missions. Some of the missions that this thing has done is public knowledge, but like they tell us about, the USAF and the Space Force tell us about it after the fact. But you can clearly see that the X-37 was inspired by the space shuttle. It uses the same Nomex fire blankets on it. It has the same LRSI components as the space shuttle, but it's using unifibrous composite tiles. Now check this out. You look at the X-37B compared to the space shuttle, right? Now the shuttle has those silicate tiles on it. There's a beautiful picture of Columbia. Oh yeah, baby. I miss that thing so much. Now, the shuttle had different types of thermal protection system. The thermal protection system was made out of actually 4 different types of components. 3 principal ones, but there were 4. There's the regular skin of the shuttle, which you can kind of see there, and then there's Nomex fire blankets, which are on the sides right here. It's Nomex. It's a fire blanket for the low heating parts of the shuttle. So like on the top, they have white fire blankets. You can see, so you have just kind of the outer skin, right? I forget what the outer skin is called. Then you have the Nomex fire blankets. And then you have what's called LRSI tiles, which are basically silicate tiles that are light duty tiles, and then heavy duty tiles. So they're called LRSI and HRSI, right? So I wouldn't really call the outer skin a part of the thermal protection system. So the Nomex, white tiles, black tiles, and then up at the front, you have the nose cone. The nose cone, believe it or not, is made out of carbon-carbon, which is like, carbon-carbon is, it's like if, I'm not really 100% sure about how they go about manufacturing this thing. It's basically like if you took carbon fiber and baked it into a cake, almost. But the point is that the reinforced carbon-carbon is what the space shuttle needed on the hottest parts of the vehicle, right? Now, the X-37, a little bit smaller, but the wings are definitely the same shape. And the V-stabs on this thing are definitely made out of carbon-carbon. They're definitely made out of the same stuff as the space shuttle's nose cone and the space shuttle's wing leading edges. But if you look at the X-37B up close, it's got tiles on its wing leading edges, and the nose cone is actually made out of tough rock tiles. The silicate tiles would not be able to be put here. They would melt off on the nose cone of the shuttle. The nose cone of the shuttle is the key to the entire thermal protection system working. Actually, the nose cone and the wing leading edges. You lose parts of those, you're not coming back, which, unfortunately, that's what happened, and it sucks, but you don't have that with tough rock tiles. With tough rock, the tiles can withstand it. They can withstand the extra heat, which is insane to me. Because the X-37 has a very similar shaped nose cone to the space shuttle. It's very similar, but it's made out of tiles. It's not made out of what's called RCC. So you see the Nomex blankets here. X-37 doesn't actually have any light duty tiles. It's just Nomex and tough rock with RCC on the V-stabs, which is really, like I said, a lot of the Mark II shuttle stuff, a lot of components that came out of the shuttle program, they said, hey, we can make that better. It found their way into the X-37B. But also, the tile design and the tile composition found its way onto Starship, which is cool. Very cool. F1 brakes are carbon-carbon as well. Yeah, Harry, F1 took that from the aerospace industry, believe it or not. Yep. Do you think that the X-37 might have some kind of defense mechanism on it once on orbit? No. No, I do not. That's the defense mechanism. That's your defense in space. Throttle, your defense is your thrusters, so you can move away from something. There's no place to hide if you're going to try and get near an object in space. You could see it coming. So just the thrusters are move out of the way. Thing goes by, move back into place. Did you see the story that Elon asked the U.S. government for $100 million to upgrade Starlink for cell phone data service? No, Tigris, I haven't read anything about that. Yeah, Starship is being restacked, and then we're going to get back to KSP here in a moment. The nose cone on the X-37B almost looks flat. It might be the angle that the picture is taken. Well, okay, so it does. It's very they're blunt nose. They're very blunt nose. there's a reason for that. It has to do with hypersonic aerodynamics. Space Shuttle's nose cone is actually pretty blunt as well. It's the key to the entire design. I can get into details and I can say, like, I can get into details and I can say, like, oh, what the nose cone does. Or I could just show you a picture that visualizes it better than I could ever say. There's a shuttle wind tunnel test that NASA worked on at the beginning of the shuttle program. Here, take a look. See what the nose cone's doing? The nose cone deflects the plasma away. That's why it's blunt. Because hypersonics, with hypersonics, you have to worry about heating because you're going so damn fast in the atmosphere, right? Air gets compressed up against the vehicle, right? And that compressed air basically heats up so much that because the vehicle's going so fast and its air molecules are hitting the vehicle going so ridiculously fast that the air gets compressed, and basically the vehicle's going so fast it rips the air molecules apart. They get so tightly compressed that they actually start ionizing. They start just ripping apart. And that ionization generates plasma. And the thing about reentry heating is that the plasma stays there because it's just the compressed air that's stuck. So plasma kind of accumulates on the front of the vehicle and just sits there. It's really freaking annoying for reentering because if you don't get rid of it, the front of your vehicle melts. It'll end up ablating off, right? So the shuttle's nose cone, right? If you look, you could see your hypersonic shock right here. That's what that's called, right? And you can see that blunt nose cone actually gives that compressed air a place to go. It forces it this way or it forces it underneath the shuttle. A blunt body for reentry is actually more aerodynamic. It's better for when you're going fast. You don't want a sharp point because if you have a sharp point, all right, the sharp point will pierce through the air, right? And the shock will actually be super close. See how the blunt nose pushes the shock up and away from the shuttle? And then on the underside, it pushes it down underneath the shuttle. The hottest components during reentry are where that shock is the closest. So if you have like a super pointy vehicle like Concorde, that shock is right next to the dang nose cone because it pierces through it like popping a balloon. The shock is super close. And the closer the shock is, the more plasma builds up there and the more heating you have. That's why that blunt body design is really, really smart. The shuttle is not the only one to take advantage of this. Here, let's pop back over. Did they stack it? Oh, it's not crowned just yet, but it's close. So if you look at here, there are very early what's called Schlieren imagery. Schlieren imagery is basically doing hypersonic wind tunnel and supersonic aerodynamic tests. I mean, you could use Schlieren imagery for whatever, but this was taken in a wind tunnel, and they imaged this thing in a way where you can see the turbulent air. These are reentry vehicles. I'm just reading from right there. They're reentry vehicle concepts that are visualized in using Schlieren images, right? So check it out. Take a look. See what I'm talking about with the point? See the shock? It's really, really close. So the point of this thing is going to get tons of heating. That thing is going to be super hot to the point where there's no material that we have that would be able to withstand that heat, right? This will work. You can go this fast. You can go hypersonic with a pointed nose, but whatever you put up there is going to have to be able to absorb and flux a lot of heat really, really fast. There's not really many materials that can do that very well. Now, you go down to like this inverted biconic reentry vehicle. You see, that's kind of the idea. Flat surface with some stabilization behind it from these ramp pieces right here. But still, look, you get one of the shocks that's super freaking close. So NASA actually went and looked at, okay, what happens if we make just a perfect sphere? Well, the hemisphere gives you the best hypersonic aerodynamics, I guess, for reentry applications, right? Keep in mind, the context of this conversation is entry, descent, and landing. So coming back down. When you come back down, you don't want to introduce too much heat into the vehicle too fast because then it melts. Yeah, I know. Weird, right? So the blunt body concept, and look, NACA did this. This is pre-NASA. This is from like 1953, right? That blunt body concept keeps the shock away. It gives that air that gets compressed up against the front, the plasma, it gives it a chance to get out and away from it, which is kind of cool. You can actually see these little tiny shocks right there? Those little tiny shocks are exactly what I'm describing. It's, you know, a lot of the air gets compressed here, but it keeps the shock away from the vehicle, and then this is giving the air a place to go, basically. It's pushing it out to the side. That's what all those infinite shocks are right there. And then this is just the low pressure turbulent air that comes from air not being able to turn and fill this gap in. Now, if you look at the manned capsule concept, which is what we ended up using, that looks a lot like a Mercury capsule, right? It's kind of halfway between this and halfway between this. You didn't want a perfect sphere because that'd be hard to steer during reentry. What's stopping the thing from just tumbling, right? So you need some stabilization. So that's why they came up with the cone design. The cone design with the sphere thing going on here is enough to keep it away, but it also gives the air a place to go that's not near the spacecraft. See what I'm talking about? See that shock right there? That's pushing, the reentry heating kind of gets pushed out to the sides with this design. It's still going to get insanely hot right there, and that's why you need a heat shield. But blunt noses and blunt objects, like flat surfaces, dude, are the best for a reentry vehicle. Yeah, anyway. So, there we go. Now NSF is going through a recap here. Look at that, huh? Yeah, you've seen these before? Cool. I always try to bring it up, dude, in case we're talking about it, even if, like, that's cool that you know it, but Bing Bong, you basically gave me the excuse to talk about it. And I'm sure there's somebody out here watching the stream that just learned something. At least I hope. Yeah. So the crazy thing is that if you look at Starship is, and this is my water bottle, right? Starship is basically cylindric, right? So Starship's not going to re-enter with the pointed nose going this way. Starship's going to re-enter this way. It's going to re-enter where the tiles are, right? Starship's going to be going this way, and then the flaperons be going that way, right? So if you look at Starship and you look at, if the reentry heating is going this way, if we rotated that image this way, look what shape it is. See what I mean? There's your flaps. There's your flaperons right there. That's where the flappers would be attached. It's the blunt body concept that's 70 years old. Pretty cool, huh? Old tricks are the best tricks. Hellbound, you learned stuff? Good. That's what I want to see. That's why meteorites that survive going through the Earth's atmosphere are also shaped very similar. Oh yeah, look at that. I didn't know that. I learned something, Mycon. That's cool. Look at that. It ablated into a capsule shape. It ablated right into this shape. That's really funny. I did not know that. That's weird. Yep. Sometimes nature gives you the best shape that you need. It's had a lot of time to think about this. A lot compared to us, that's for sure. Physics be physics. Yep. Not saying it was aliens. But it was aliens. Little update from the Edison scene. Topsy has its first payload. Topsy was hauling the DeBoss tank? No way. Hold on real quick. Oh, yep, we're bringing it down. Dude, that's a YouTuber's vehicle. Yeah, there it is. She's stacked. There we go. King me. Actually, no, there's a little bit. They're moving very slow. Meteoroids are nature's re-entry capsules. Yep. Cool. Is this from Edison Motors here? Yeah, that's the DeBoss tank. That's a YouTuber. A YouTuber built that. Actually, he didn't build it. He bought it from somebody and fixed it. Yeah, see? The boss tank. The Shermanator. You watched the boss work on that trailer. Oh, that's the one he restored. Ah. Oh, yeah, it is. Look at that. That trailer was in pretty damn rough shape. The Shermanator. So, interesting thing. All systems. This vehicle is very, very strange. The reason why it's very strange is because if you're looking at that, that is a Chevy K30 body sitting on a tank chassis. But it's not a tank chassis. But it kind of is, but it's kind of not. Any tank fans here will instantly recognize the Sherman tank's gearbox right there. It's absolutely a gearbox and drive system from a Sherman. Post-World War II, there was a lot of extra tank parts in the United States. We made a lot of tanks. They weren't the best tanks, but we made a lot of them. They were pretty damn good. The later versions were good. The first versions, right? So they had a lot of extra parts. So what the military began doing is selling these things to companies, and companies would make them into agricultural vehicles instead. So they made a custom chassis, mounted a Sherman tank's drive on there, and used it for agricultural work. Some guy in the 70s didn't like the story is from DeBoss. The guy who owned this before him didn't like the ride that this thing gave, and he wanted a more comfortable ride, so he had a pickup truck that was junk, and he put the pickup truck on top of the tank chassis so he could ride around in style while he plowed the fields. Yep. Yes, so that's not exactly a Sherman tank. It's a Sherman gearbox with a Sherman drive system, Sherman tracks, and Sherman suspension, but it's on a custom chassis. It's not actually a Sherman tank, but it's close. Something you would do. I would enjoy that if I could get my hands on a tank gearbox for reasonable money. Sure, absolutely. Oh, still got a little bit of margin there. I like the F3 Kitty project he did. Basically, he put a Cat 3406 into an F350. Yeah, that Tigris, that thing is hooked up, dude. It's got PTO, it's got onboard air. That is one of the cooler YouTube projects that I've seen. Yeah, most of the stuff that Rich does is really good, but that one takes the cake for me. That is the perfect truck doesn't exist. Oh yes, it does. That one's pretty good, man. Do we think this is the final fit for launch? I think this would be sooner rather than later, Tessa. Yeah, I think if they do take it off again, it's not going to be many more times, dude. Farmers have lots of time in the winter. Yeah. I forget what motor Rich put in that thing, All Systems. He put in a much stronger engine. So, like, that engine that's in there is way stronger than the original Sherman tank's engine. So this thing that thing goes actually faster than a Sherman tank. It literally just chews through terrain, which is pretty cool. Think we'll see a launch before Halloween? No. Also, quick note, you can see a dot next to the right grid fin, which is connected to a line into the top of the bulkhead. There are 4 of them in total. That thing? That's a dream truck, to be honest, yeah. What do we think that is, Thomas?
Let's see HLS demo 2 years from now. That would be amazing.
That's my boy Jack right there.
Red team member. Thank you for the support on the water. Ethan, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, I'm sitting at my desk at RIT doing coding assignment, and I just ordered the Tesla Cybertruck metal print for my dorm wall. Awesome. Like I said, Sean appreciates every print sold, and I mean, hey, it's such a cool print. What an image. So, thanks for that. Dave Kana, thank you for the 29 months of Capcom membership. They say thank you for all of the continued and excellent coverage you have provided for the past few years.
I gotta
I can't
sneeze.
wait to see what the next few years. Yes.
Turbo.
That
Oh,
is the
man.
exciting thing. As cool
It's
as all the stuff
turbocharged.
we're getting to see today is, it
This
all
is the
leads
blow-off.
to much cooler stuff, hopefully in the near future.
Gesundheit.
Richard
Danke.
Palmer, thank you for the support.
That scared you? Sorry, Big Mom.
Capcom milestone, amazing.
How many PSI? That was at least that
Andrew
was
Heath,
at least
thank
5
you for the support.
PSI
They say
blow
thanks
off
from
right there.
Warwickshire. Tiles okay? Who wants to talk about the tiles?
I wish I was doing this cast. I just got through talking about the tiles.
I'm not entirely sure what they're referring to. Probably some of them appearing not 100% aligned or whatever, and that's fairly standard for now. And we saw on the first flight that despite some similar looking tiles, the vast majority of them stayed on. That said, of course, they don't have any data on if during re-entry they will, those slight variations will be allowed and acceptable. So I think that's something that SpaceX is asking as well. However, on future shifts, we have seen a little bit cleaner of tile installation.
Yeah, it's one of those things, one of the many things with the building of all of these vehicles that SpaceX has done. They've learned a lot each time, and the subsequent vehicles all look better than the ones before them. And the, like 28 and 29 have such good looking heat shields, just compared to 25.
All right, we're pretty much stacked, drummer. I'm gonna get us back to working in KSP. That was quick, man. It was real quick. It didn't really warrant switching completely. Also, Shermanator. So let's bounce back over and we'll get her done. That's ship being stacked. I'm gonna go over to that side of the screen. Let's get the music back going. And I already gave a quick synopsis of to what we're working on here, so we'll start getting into fuel tank configurations and go from there. Hang on. There we go. That should be good. I'm just trying to mix the music in right. There we go. All right, so let's go. So I started by making like trying to do fuel tank configurations, but the more I think about it, the more fuel tank config probably isn't exactly what we want. I think we should build out the hull of the vehicle and kind of see where we're going from there, so we can better visualize what we have. So let's think about this for a second. We have the payload bay. So the payload bay would pretty much be easy to do, and because I'm gonna have some of the fairing base plate take up where the payload bay is, that should be pretty straightforward. So the payload bay will look something like this. Once again, I'm using the struts as rulers here. Left alt, left mouse button, terminated. There we go. All right, so there's our payload bay fairing, because it has an internal payload bay here. Now, what's the next thing we need the heat shield for? Or what's the next thing we need to build? There's the heat shield, which we decided we're gonna try a metallic heat shield fairing, see if that actually gets us where we need. So I'm gonna copy this fairing. And the next thing we need is the body of the vehicle, the outer aero shell of the vehicle. Hey Jenya, what's up, dude? We might need a bigger fairing plate. I think we said we needed the fuselage to be made out of 375. Hey, there's a resub right there from Jenye. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so we have that. And that's going to be the outer skin of the vehicle here. Now, how do we make the ramp for the shield? So the heat shield is supposed to start. This is that area right there. That box is basically where the engines are going to end up. Do I dare ask? I only see the final score. Zizep, they played better. They played better. Just made a couple of mistakes here and there. I'm not going to lie to you. They played a lot better. They were not nearly as bad as they've been previously. So they're making progress, but I don't think it's enough to save the season. 5 losses, you're not going to get anywhere with 5 losses. But they did play better, and we would have won if Devontae Parker decided to catch the ball for a change. Mac Jones threw a 60-yard 50-60-yard pass or something. It was something ridiculous, and he threw it right into the guy's hands, and he just, oops, I dropped it. Other than that, yeah, I don't think they played too incredibly bad. I mean, Mac only had 1 pick. He passed for 200 yards. Like, that's pretty good. It's not Tom Brady good, but it's decent. Yeah, we almost won. It was very close. But yeah, we're making progress, but our O-line, our offensive line's killing us, dude. It's killing us. The O-line sucks. We have too many injuries. If we had an O-line and we gave Mac the chance to do what he needed to do, I think this would be a very different game, very different season, but it's just the offensive line's hurt, man. Is it time for Bill to hit the road? No. Nah, I don't think so. I think he'll be all right. All right, so there's our metallic heat shield. Let's see what this gets us. See, the problem with this design here is that most of the payload bay ends up getting sacked because this fairing needs to be so big. What's up, the music today? You dig it? It's the summer car soundtrack, dude. It's not letting me make it. Oof. What's up with that? Boring? Just other games to play, dude. I'm playing a lot of other games. See, like I said, I have all my rulers and stuff here to fit everything basically where it needs to go. I'm wondering if... That's more in line with what I'm looking for here, and that doesn't impede on the payload bay too much. Alright, let's check something. Summer. Mine, summer. Seeing if we could... I was trying to use a fairing shape to bridge that gap, but panels would not be the worst solution here. We can use this to bridge this shape. So once again, I built out a bunch of rulers last week. Build out a bunch of lines to basically get us the shape of this vehicle. It's not bad. We can make this work. How's everything been going, Super? Just fine, dude. We can almost get it right. Did you figure out which motor would work best for the project? No. What I'm going to do is build out the hull of the vehicle, all systems, because regardless of what we put in there, the hull of the vehicle is going to stay the same. I'm not going to change the hull just for a fuel tank configuration, and even if I do, it would be a minute difference. So I was thinking about this over the weekend. It'd probably be better to do this. By chance, you see that video I posted in media and vids of the F-16? No, I haven't. I've kind of been using the weekends to get away from the computer, dude. Okay. Hang on. I think using these panels might be the right move. We might be able to get away with it. Let's see. These are my favorite panels anyway. So let's just do the same thing. Very good. There's like just a teeny tiny bit of overlap, but it looks real good otherwise. Is this the My Summer Car OST? One of my favorite games, Sean. Yeah, it is, dude. This is the dance music, the music at the dance, where you gotta fight that guy for his watch. Just out of curiosity, let's see. Yeah, okay. That looks good. It's really good. And it's not a lot of parts. It's three fairings and 24 panels. So yeah, that's not a lot for the outer hull of the vehicle. That's really good. I didn't think that would be... See, like, this is what I was getting at. Like, I estimated like 10 tons of extra stuff and 10 tons of payload when we were doing our fuel calculations. And that, like, this 10 tons over here, these tanks, when we were doing out some Delta V formulas were... Or when we weren't even doing out the formulas. We never do that anymore because the game does it for you if you know what you're doing, right? What I was doing is no fairing stage. I was figuring 10 tons, and I think that may have been a little bit of an overestimation on my part. But we'll see. Cool. Doesn't look too bad. But that's because we took our time to make all of the stuff right, you know? Like, here, look at it from this angle and then compare it to not an S4, not a BA330. Yeah. Not bad. There it is. How much bigger will the final version be? This is 50% scale in Taris. So yeah, it'll be a little bit taller than this. And then this kind of gap piece right here is where the engines are going to end up. And then this open area here is fuel tanks, and then this internal volume right here is the payload bay. So like we're just going to stack engines around it here. And the cool part about this, right, like, is if I want to take the rulers away, all I got to do is select the payload bay fairing, right, and that's the master part, and then everything else goes with it. So now we can just look at the vehicle by itself. Cool, huh? Now, there are other problems, like, not problems, there are other things that we gotta figure out. How the heck are we gonna, like, make landing legs and stuff for this thing, but that's in good time. I think what we need to do is come up with the fuel tank ideas, right? And then we gotta start doing, that's when we'll design landing gear and stuff. We'll start doing hops with this thing. So we need to design asymmetry into this, which, that one's, I'm not 100% sure how we're gonna do that. It needs to be ballasted on one side so we can steer it during re-entry. I'm just looking at different designs. Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, I like four-sided fairings. Now, keep in mind, these fairings are the fuselage of the craft. It's not part of it. It's not deployable, excuse me. It's part of the craft. They're integral. Yeah, I need one side to be slightly weighted. We might have to, like, O-Force, I'm not really sure how we're gonna do it with an asymmetric fuel tank configuration, right? Like, but we'll figure it out. It can't be a landing and fuel tank Aqualex. We figured that out with the subscale one. It was better to put your fuel tanks in symmetry, so when your center of mass, the center of mass will inevitably drift, right? If your fuel tanks are more along the central axis of the vehicle, and maybe there might be a happy medium here. If they're more along the central axis of the vehicle, our RCS modulation, so like we're putting RCS in the engine, that can compensate for it more than enough, like when it's hovering around. I mean, we could put the ascent fuel tanks in an asymmetric configuration, or a slightly asymmetric configuration, but the landing fuel I would want to be in a symmetric configuration, right? Like, I think that makes sense. I think it would be better to use the dry mass asymmetrical, because fuel tank drain will really move around if you use the landing tanks for your ballast. I think I said that right. So now that we have this, funny enough, this was easier to do when computers were heavier, right? Yeah, right. Okay, cool. Alright, so this is the spot for our engines, and we got to figure out exactly what we want. And now I got to figure out, like, how to mount the engines. The 5-head solution would be to mount the engines to the panels here, but if you mount them to panels don't flow fuel. They have no fuel crossfeed, so you can't use them as an engine mount. So, we could do an engine plate solution. That could work, but I think in the meantime, just while we're figuring out engines, it really depends what the engine mount's gonna, like, it depends on what we're building for the engine mounts, so let's go from there. That, I that doesn't look bad, man. It's pretty good. Because it, aerospike, that does fit in with the uses of the project. That would be the coolest spot, but might have to have the edge sticking out just a little bit, just so we don't screw up the thrust transform. because the where the arrow spike, where the game tells the arrow spike to produce thrust is actually like right here inside of the cone. So you got to be careful. And I also don't want to see fairing inside of the front of the toroidal. I'd prefer that. That's pretty good. Man, this thing is gonna be very, very. This song's weird, man. This thing is gonna be pretty unorthodox for what we've made in the past, dudes. This is a very weird project. I'm thinking. This is, yeah, I mean, it's such a strange design, dude. Where my mind just went is, how the heck am I going to put this on a launch pad? How do we put it on a launch pad and send it? Integrating payload's actually not going to be the hard part. That's going to be pretty straightforward. All right, well, the other thing that we got to look at is the Twitch engines. We had an engine. Now we got to look at the ratio of RCS to the thrust of the engine to get the similar results that we have to our subscale demonstrator. I made one that's basically just designed to fly up and go down. It's very simple, like what Stokes Hopper is. Very, very simple to that, or similar to that. So, and it's a very simple design. Now, we're using Twitch engines in the original design. I can't do this. I can't focus with that music. Put Gran Turismo on. There we go. We were using a Twitch engine in that design, and then I believe my final implementation of that had a vernier engine that was at half thrust. So that means we have a vernier engine that's making 6 kilonewtons of thrust comparatively to a Twitch engine that's making 15. So we need, for our RCS to stabilize this correctly, we would need 1/3 the thrust of an aerospike. And I'm not sure if that math is really going to work correctly, but I mean, might as well use similar correlations to what I already know. So the aerospike makes 153 kilonewtons of thrust. So we're going to need a cluster of vernier engines that make 50. So what's 12 divided by 50? That's not whole, right? Or no, 50 divided by 12. Can I use a calculator, or is it Monday? Did I just get a case of the dumb? 4.16. That should work. 4, it's closer to 4 than anything. So let's do that. Let's see what happens. Trying to think how I want to set this up. Let's try. All right, can we get these things to be any closer? Nope. We could probably make that work. All right, so save. Take this piece. I'll put the original right there, and then we'll copy it a bunch of times, and then let's put that cluster of 4 in 6x symmetry. Hey, Dak, what's going on, man? We have to angle that out. We got to take into account that that's angled now, because we're gonna taking into account cosine loss. Because basically, if the thruster isn't pointed completely straight down, it's not all of that thrust is being used to push against the force of gravity, so you're going to take a loss of thrust there, but you'll get stability back instead. We can try with the outward pointed thrusters, that's fine. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There we go. Is this a capsule? It's a deck. It's a stage that's shaped like a capsule. Yep. So it's an SSDO project that, you know, like it takes off. It's shaped like a capsule. So on the way up, you got this, right? Pretty aerodynamic. You have engines all the way around, placed in a ring shape around a heat shield. So when the thing flips over, comes back down, you get heat shield things. You can do supersonic retro propulsion with it. And then when it comes down to land, it uses the reaction control system for translating and for pitch and yaw, basically, so you can do a precise landing. That's the idea. Yeah, and then the payload bay is an internal volume in here. Yeah, it's based off... This is a combination of 2 spacecraft concepts from the past, and believe it or not, actually one from the present. Principal design is based off of a project from Chrysler Aerospace in the 60s. Chrysler, the car company. Yeah, they had something called the single stage Earth Orbit Reusable Vehicle, or SERV for short. It's exactly what we're talking about here. SERV was actually Chrysler's proposal for the space shuttle. Yeah, it was their proposal for the shuttle program. It's actually not a bad idea when you think about it, making a stage that's shaped like a, you know, an SSDO that's shaped like a capsule, because when it comes back down, you got your heat shield, you're good to go, right? You know, Chrysler actually put provisions in to launch the this thing called a MERP, which is basically I forget what the acronym is for. I always forget the MERP. I was explaining this before and I forgot. Manned Upper Stage Reusable Payload is what MERP stands for. So basically you could put a stage on top of it, right? Or a crew vehicle, right? And then you could go up, come back down, right? And then there'd be an interstage adapter, and then you have the payload below it. So just like the space shuttle, you could launch crew or cargo. But SCRV, you could launch just cargo or just crew. You know, unlike the shuttle, right? You could do either one. Actually, Chrysler had provisions to put a nuclear third stage up here, which is why they call MERP the manned, you know, upper reusable stage, right? Upper reusable payload, right? There was actually calls in some of the design proposals that we've seen to put either the MERP up there or a reusable third stage, or, well, not a reusable third stage, a nuclear third stage, etc., etc. Yeah, you could, like, Chrysler was offering crazy configurability here. The vehicle in the original baseline had about 50 tons to low Earth orbit, which is bananas when you think about it. That's way more than the space shuttle. But with a MERP On the top, it's probably less. I like this idea. I think this idea is cool. And I'm almost like, oh, dude, they should have done this. However, when you look at SERV coming back down, it gets a little bananas. It's supposed to come down and land using 24 jet engines shoehorned around the rim of the capsule. So that would be like me taking a bunch of these guys and doing that. And that's how it was supposed to land. It was supposed to land on jet motors. I think that's probably the reason why NASA said, no, we're not doing that. No, that's not a good idea. Other than that, the thing's really good. Now, in terms of the upgoing part, that's what I want to do. The downgoing part is where this changes a little bit. There's a company called Stoke Aerospace that they're working on a rocket called Nova. That's Nova. What can you tell me about it? Well, the first stage looks pretty straightforward, right? Now, this rocket is still very much in concept right now. Look at the second stage. That second stage looks awfully familiar. Stoke is working on a project that basically overcomes the technical complexity of having 24 jet engines on board. So, once again, and I'm not just saying this to jerk Stoke's chain because this is really freaking cool, but Stoke's engine, their rocket motors, there's 15 nozzles for one rocket engine. The reason why, Stoke's design is an expander cycle, like an RL-10, but it's like an RL-10 and it has 15 nozzles instead of just one. Rocket engines having a single power pack and multiple nozzles is not anything new. Soyuz has been doing that since 1966, and Vostok before that, Voskhod before that, Semyorka before that. You know, the RD-170 has been doing that for a while. RD-180 does that as well. So Stoke has one power pack feeding 15 engines. But the thing is, this thing is an expander cycle hydrolox engine, like an RL-10. An RL-10 basically takes liquid hydrogen and puts it through the nozzle, and that liquid hydrogen getting heated up because the rocket engine nozzle is hot because it's a rocket engine nozzle, is basically, that's the driving mechanism. That hydrogen hitting the nozzle, absorbing the heat, turning to gas, and expanding drives the turbine, which drives the pumps. That's what that is right there. But I know what you're thinking. If you know a little bit about rocket engine, you don't know much about this. Well, okay, how are they doing that with 15 individual nozzles? Well, they're not. The expander cycle goes through the heat shield. The heat shield. Take a look at this picture from a hop test that Stoke did a little while back. Could they shut off certain nozzles at will? They can modulate the thrust on the nozzles, Dark. Yes, they can, actually. Look at the heat shield. Heat shield's got ice on it. This thing uses the heat shield as the expander. That's the expander cycle. So the hydrogen comes from the fuel tank, all right, goes through a fluid impeller, the pump. It pumps it into the heat shield, and then from there it exchanges the heat. It taps off some of this hydrogen. That goes to turn the turbine, and the rest of it goes out to a manifold and splits 15 ways for 15 rocket engines. They're scalable up to 30 for what they said they could do 30 nozzles. Now, on top of that, there's a control system in this thing that allows them to modulate thrust. These little tiny nozzles are super throttleable because Stoke is run by, frankly, wizards. It's super throttleable. So I did show this a little bit earlier on stream, but I'll show it again. Watch this. Now, I like SERV. I've always wanted to make SERV, but having the jet engines would make it really difficult in Kerbal to try and land something. Don't get me wrong, I could do it. Or, we were talking about this. I was talking about this with viewers in a Space News like a couple weeks ago. And I was like, this would be a great combination to use with SCRV. That would be really cool. And basically chat said do it. And I'm like, all right. So check this out. Watch this. The heat shield is lopsided, Goforce, yep. Look at that hop. That thing just performed basically a stable hover. It performed a stable hover, translated to left to right, and then landed. Do you see any gimbal here? There's no gimbal. There's no thrust vector control. It's thrust modulation for attitude control, which is very different idea. No gimbal, no nothing. Does that look, dude, that's crazy. Are you going to angle your heat shield? We could. Pretty nutty, right? Now you want to hear something even crazier? It's hydrolock system. It's hydrolock, so it's all the challenges of using hydrogen and oxygen in an expander bleed cycle heat shield heat exchanger multi-nozzle variable thrust modulation control system. No, I did not just string a bunch of words that I made up together. It's that complicated, but really freaking cool. So I was like, oh man, there's your SCRV landing solution right there. So I'm taking SCRV in Kerbal, I'm taking all the cool parts of SCRV and I'm taking the landing and control mechanisms from Stoke, and I'm going to combine them into one vehicle to see if we can make another. This is basically another one of EJ's crazy SSTO projects, but it's a good one, right? ELI 5, does the rocket turn down certain engines to balance it? Yes, Rom. Yep, that's exactly what it does. Yep, that's called thrust modulation. Yeah. So each one of those individual nozzles has a control system in it that's basically all working off of the flight computer, and the flight computer says, oh, we're moving that way, shut that engine off or throttle it down, and that allows it to be nice and stable. It's really, really smart, man. Like, that's some pretty advanced control systems for a rocket. I wonder why they didn't just have 2 or 4 of those motors at slight opposing roll angles to be able to control roll too. RCS, J-Speed? RCS and capsule stability during re-entry is why. It's the Russian N1 rocket steering system. Starship is just much bigger. Yeah, Asmalock, actually, if you want to look at it like that, you're not wrong. Crazy, right? Here. We probably shouldn't mount the motors on these cubic octags, but until I find a more permanent solution, we'll just leave them like that. Now, if we wanted to bend our heat shield for stability, we could get away with doing that. First large streamer who's smart, that doesn't make me feel dumb for asking questions. Ramponu, I'm a STEM streamer, dude. I teach people about aerospace engineering using Kerbal, or I teach about like civil engineering using city skylines or whatever. You know, so we sit here and play video games, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff I do here. If you have questions, just ask me, dude. I kind of don't just want people to sit here just watching going, ask away, man. Tag at EJ, I'll answer. I can pretty much handle answering questions in a chat basically up to like 1,000 viewers, which has happened many times. That's when I start to go, like, run out of breath because I can't talk that fast. Yeah, I like doing these crazy projects, Rom. Like, here, let me show you some of the other stuff we've worked on. I like finding crazy ideas from, like, space program history and try to make them. You know, Basically try to take the real aerospace engineering concepts, put them into Kerbal, adapt the idea for KSP to get it to work correctly in KSP, and go from there. I've made all kinds of stuff, like this one. This is my all-time favorite. Take a look at this thing. Oh yeah, baby. Have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? Nope, can't say that I have. This is my favorite, dude. This is all stock, except for the flag pack that I'm using, but it's all stock parts. Just custom flag textures. Shuttles are really difficult to make work correctly, dude. Yeah, very tough to get right. Yes, the arm works. Just in case people were wondering. Yes, the antennas work. Everything works. Everything works exactly like the space shuttle. The RCS is in as close of a location to the real thing as I possibly could get. It flies like the shuttle. It handles like the shuttle, meaning that once you get below the speed of sound, it handles like absolute trash. That's on purpose. Even the heating works like the real shuttle. I use tons of panels stringed together to work like tiles. Yep. They work like tiles. They'll absorb the heat. One tile by itself won't do very well, but you get a string of them, it turns the entire bottom of the orbiter into a giant heat sink, which is basically what the tiles are. Yep. And I used equilateral triangles to make complex geometric shapes to make it look exactly like the shuttle. It was not easy to do. That took me a lot. Well, that was the culmination of a lot of work. Let me put it that way. Actually making the prototype didn't really... I did that actually relatively fast. I played Stormworks Space last week, dude. Yeah, fun. Fun game. The only thing that I fudged with this shuttle that you wouldn't be able to do in the stock game, and don't get me wrong, like if you have a PC you can just change it, is in the craft file, I set my Clydesdale boosters to have 8 degrees of gimbal. See how my gimbal limit is set to 800, which is not in the stock game. Like if I put down another big Clydesdale booster, right? It only goes to 100. The reason why I set the SRBs to 8 degrees of gimbal is because the real ones have 8 degrees of gimbal. They have a hydraulic actuated nozzle and a thrust vector control system on the boosters that allow the nozzle to vector 8 degrees in either direction. That's the reason why the boosters have this aft skirt inside of it, because it's housing the actuators to move that nozzle around. I wanted this shuttle to be as close to the real one as I possibly could. That was the way to do it. There's no getting. If I wanted to use SRBs, I wouldn't have been able to do. We wouldn't have been able to. They don't have enough thrust vector. But yeah, that's the only real modification that we did. Everything here is stock parts. And, you know, like I have flags, but I have a custom flag texture. The SRB separation systems, mathematically those thrusters are in the exact same spots that they are on the actual shuttle. And if you look at the separation motors on the nose cones, they're asymmetric. One thing that I really, really didn't like learning about the space shuttle is that the boosters separate asymmetrically. That's really annoying. Yeah. Yeah, the SRBs separate asymmetrically because they were worried about them circling around and hitting each other. So one actually kind of goes up and to the right, and the other one goes sideways. They don't separate like this. They separate, one goes up this way and one goes back to the side. Yeah, go watch shuttle footage again. You'll look at it and you'll be like, oh no, right? Yeah, they didn't want them hitting each other. Because, like, if you have them separate symmetrically, they'll flip around and they have the potential to flip over 180 degrees and hit. We read that in a NASA technical document. NASICL document. We read that in a NASA technical document. Yeah. So they're asymmetric. They're in the exact spots proportionally to the real ones with the exact amount of thrust. It's the separation sequence on this it looks exactly like the real one. Kerbal was able to replicate it really freaking well. Booster separates like this, not like this, like this. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a tough project. That's just one of many, dude. We've done a lot of work on these things. A lot of work on all these different projects. I like doing them, though. I like the challenge. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. Those are those purpose-driven engineering solutions are cool. We've done anything and everything in here, from making, you know, stuff like the shuttle to going to projects that should have existed but ended up not, like Venture Star. Once again, all stock parts. Why do the Soyuz boosters not risk hitting each other? Or how? The Soyuz boosters have an initial triggering separation para that actually pushes them out. They push them out, right? And it causes them to kind of, like, the front of the booster is still attached, right? So Soyuz has an explosive separation charge that's on the center of mass of those side boosters. So when they boost out, they do this. Like if the top of the vehicle's that way, they do that. And then, so this initial separation charge pushes them out. And then when they pivot a little bit, this top hinge here is like a brake hinge. And when it gets to a certain point, it snaps the front of the, it literally snapped the front of the booster off. And it vents the liquid oxygen tank. That's what that white kind of plume that comes from the top of them as they separate, right? So it goes out, right? And then they pop out like this. That initial separation charge pushes them out and away from each other. So if you look at a Soyuz separation, they'll go out and then they'll start spinning. But they'll have that outward translational force that actually pushes them away. They won't come back and hit each other because they're going further away from each other from that initial explosive charge. Smart, man. Korolev designed that. Sergei Korolev is very, very smart. That's a really, really, really smart solution to that problem. It's called the Korolev Cross, believe it or not. So if you take a look, watch. So it'll fire an initial separation charge, pushing the thing out, right? And then basically there's a hinge here, and when the hinge pivots to a certain angle, it snaps the top of the booster off. If you look, the back of the booster is already separated, right? But when that hinge pops off, you'll see the LOX tank start to vent. Yeah, it went out of shot, but see the white clouds? The liquid oxygen tank, the residual pressure inside of the oxidizer tank is what gives it the rotation, right? But the initial separation charge right there pushes them out and away from each other. So they're always going to be falling away from each other. They won't circle back and hit. See, you can't really tell from this picture, but you can see in that picture the LOX clouds. See what I mean? And you could see so when the thing pivots back in and it meets the rocket plume from the second stage right here, the rocket exhaust is actually combining. Some of it is combining with the liquid oxygen or the gaseous oxygen that's coming out of there and creating a little fiery event going on there. It's not a big deal, but yeah, see? And there's the LOX cloud. Once it gets out of the plume of the vehicle, it just goes back to being LOX. Doesn't explode anymore, but when it rotates again, watch, it'll probably catch on fire again here. Nope, that rotation was out of the plume. Yeah, it's way out of the plume, see? Pretty cool, huh? Smart. See, that is a very smart separation system, even by modern standards. It's very simple. All you have is just an explosive charge that pops off, and then mechanically the rest of the separation system is triggered, right? That's really smart because, well, to be honest with you, Sergei Korolev invented that when there was no established rocket meta in the late 50s when they were designing that thing. There's no established meta. He just needed a mechanical solution to get the boosters away from the center core. That's what he came up with. And I'll say that even nowadays, that's That's a pretty smart little separation system. It's very simple, very easy. All you got to do is just send a charge to 4 explosives. Bye-bye. That's it. Easy peasy. It'll separate. The rest of it will get it away from the vehicle. It'll crack the LOX tank off the top like an egg. Really smart. Right? That's a very ingenious solution even by today's standards. And that is, he came up with that with just kind of on his own, which is pretty freaking cool, dude. He's a really good rocket designer. It kind of sucks that he was in the Soviet Union, you know, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, see, here's other projects that we're working on. But we'll go back to working on the capsule here. Do they intentionally do that last little boost right after separation to get away? The explosive, what's that last little boost? What you're probably looking at, that little pop that comes out, is the engine shutting off. Yeah, it's the engine shutting off, I'm pretty sure. Where are you? I mean, he's no rocket scientist. No, he's not a rocket scientist. He's a rocket designer. Chief designer. I think 5 degrees on our heat shield tilt is a little too much. But then again, Kerbal really likes the over-exaggeration. So, back to what we were working on here. An MLB pitcher just announced his retirement on Twitch. Interesting. Actually, 5 degrees is not too bad. That'd actually work. Will KSP recognize that offset? Of course it will. Oh yeah, yes it will. I'm just wondering if that's too much. And I'm also kind of wondering if SERV is going to understand. This might be, it might be too much. Well, with the aero spikes, it's still up in the air. Not literally, or not actually though. It's, yeah, still up in the air.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Worst. That's a 14-month resub. What's going on? Nothing. What's going on with you, man? Trying to see exactly where the thrust transform comes out of the spike. Might be able to get away with it. The fairing shape might get in the way, though. That might be what we need to do. Ah, that's annoying. See, we're making flying saucers now. Shh. Quiet, you. But yes. That's ahead of the thrust transform, I think. Yep. That one should be well in the clear. Excellent. And it's ahead of the RCS, too. Nice. Impressive. Very nice. See Paul Allen's card. This thing is gonna be a vibe, dude. When we finish it, when we get this thing working, it's definitely gonna be something. That's definitely gonna be a vibe. That's it. I like the way this propulsion system is set up. It looks really cool. Can we get away with doing...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yo, dim dim doo. How's it going? It's going all right, man. How about you? How's your Monday? Nah, the straight on looks, I think, looks better. It starts looking like a dodo bird. Let's test it. I don't have any fuel tanks, Firework. Not yet, at least. Those are just mass simulators. It's going? Yeah, I hear you. Pick of a Kuiper satellite adapter. Appears the satellite sits on top of the white box. How about some roll control? I'm getting to it. Yep, those are the separators. There's the separator springs. You can see them right there. It looks like a valve spring on a car. Yeah, that's how they separate spacecraft, guys. They just have a bolt with a spring on it, and then the satellite has a hole in a plate on a flange, and that slots into the bolt, and they bolt it down, and the nut that they use to bolt the thing is just cracks. Like there's a separation charge inside of it, and it just pops. The nut pops, and the spring decompresses and pushes the satellite away. Yep, like valve springs, quite literally. Just valve springs. That's how they separate spacecraft. Pop the nut, Spring decompresses, satellite goes away. That's a dispenser. It's not the actual satellite. Hey AJ, what are those questions you wanted to ask you? Just shoot them my way and I'll answer them when I'm available. Yeah, okay, Chuck. I don't want to talk about it on stream, but yeah. Time got away from me this weekend, dude. That and I'm really not near my computer during the weekends. I try to detox from the internet and everything on the weekends. At least that's what I've been trying to do. But yeah, I'll shoot you a message. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I suspected, hence the secrecy. I am plotting and scheming. Actually, here, I'll, one second. There you go, Chuck. Shh. Don't tell anybody. We got lip reading. Anybody good at lip reading? I don't know. You tell me. Very interesting question. Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. For 42. Yeah, 42, exactly. I'm not sure I like those round nose cones there. Let's... Ah, yeah. Very skedded. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. Wonder if the straight nose cone would be more what we're looking for. Nah, that doesn't look right. That one's pretty much the right color and everything, so we'll use that. But anyway, Chuck, yeah, thanks for reaching out, dude. I appreciate it. Hey, shh. Quiet. Shit. You made me drop my water bottle cap. Look at you. It's in the abyss. Never finding that. Oh, I see it. I see it. Gotta reach for it. Come on. I got it. Got it. Got him. Got him good. Don't pull a hammy. No, I'm good. I'm good. I think. Am I good? Good enough. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nova Raptor gifted Chuck a sub. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, Chuck, we can talk about that later, dude. All right. Okay. So now, fuel tank configurations. So, I'm going to take 5 tons of mass off of here, off of my mass simulator for my delta V calculation. So, I'm thinking 10 tons of payload, and there might be 5 tons of auxiliary systems and anything else that we need. We also do need roll control as well. That's the spare. I can make that again very easily, so we can just get rid of it. Nope, that's the heat shield. Don't place stuff on the heat shield. Use the payload adapter. Or the payload. That's the center spine of the vehicle. Red leather spine. You're writing a replay with some info. Got it. Thanks, man. All right, cool. Here's how we need to make this. I need to take these, move them up. 1, 2. And move them in like that. And then take this. There we go. There's our roll control. I'll set these verniers here to make sure they are only used for that. Cool. Hey, Chief. What's going on, buddy? Cool. All right. So we have all of our control systems. Now we just got to figure out how we're going to place fuel tanks in this thing. And we have our offset heat shield. I'm actually really curious to what that offset heat shield is going to do. That aerodynamically might give us the asymmetry that we're looking for, which would eliminate a lot of complication to the control system. It would make it a lot easier to make this thing. But I think that mass ballast down here might not be the worst idea as well. Just came home from work, having dinner, and watching the stream. How's it going? It's going? It's going, man. Working on our prototype here. So now fuel tank config. How the heck are we going to do this? My running idea was this. That. How much delta V does that give us? That gives us the right thrust to weight ratio, but we're going to have to overclock the aero spikes anyway if we want this thing to work correctly. I think we were using this, if I'm remembering right. We were using this configuration. And I believe what we talked about before was just get the delta V right, and we can change the TWR later. So now I'm wondering if this is even going to jive well. Like, does this fit? Does that even get anywhere near close to fitting inside of this? No, not even. Well, kind of close, actually. Not bad. Except for the top. That gives us 32. Now I'm wondering, why are the tanks sticking out on one side and not the other? Oh, well, it's the heat shield. Got it. Okay. So we should be able to solve that problem by just doing that, having a little bit of overlap on the tanks. That's, guys, see, this is a problem. That's still not getting me anywhere near close. I'll take a partnership that I didn't see coming for 500. UC Berkeley announces partnership with NASA to build the Berkeley Space Center, a 36-acre site in Silicon Valley that will house companies, labs, and students working to generate futuristic innovations in aviation and science exploration. Cool. Neat. Is that heat shield tilted on purpose? Yeah, it's tilted for aero stabilization. Tars, look at Stokes' hopper. Weird, right? Yeah, it's very strange. Will the final version be manned or payload only? So in Tari's, the original design called for a crew vehicle to go on the top of this. So it could launch crew and cargo down in the cargo hold, or you could just launch cargo by just putting a nose cone up here and a cargo hold. Or they even had the SERV concept called for a second stage, delivering a second stage as payload, a nuclear S4B on top, which I'm particularly fond of that one. That's
Discovery,
a good idea.
go and throttle up.
They should do that. That's a good call. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool idea. That clips into the payload bay. No good. could also have done that with Apollo applications. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, if it's putting a new, you could put an S4B on top of this thing, yeah, absolutely. Heck, you could do a stoke. Can you imagine an S1C? An S1C first stage, SERV second stage, totally reusable second stage. Like basically what Stoke is doing, but mixed with the Saturn V. That's another cool concept that we should probably do. we should try that. That's a good call. Let's see if we can get this thing working first. But also, I don't hate it. I don't hate that idea. It's not a bad idea. I don't hate it. Do you think it would have used the M1 SERV? No. SERV had... Actually, I don't know what they were calling for the engines. I don't think they, yeah. SERV-esque service vehicle on top of SLS. I don't hate it. Yeah, it'd be really good, Hellfish, because it could be a lander, a reusable second stage, lunar lander. Yeah. Orbital tug. We don't dream big enough, man. Damn. No, what you just said for the reusable S1C. M1 is a Hydrolox motor. The S1C uses Carolox. We are currently trying to solve our fuel problem here. I'll try to bump this up to 8x symmetry on the tanks and see what happens. See if we can fit it. That actually fits. Ah. That is 3,300. That's 3,600. We're getting there. I'm aiming for, I would really ideally want like 4,000 altitude, because 4,000 at altitude would be like way higher. Like we're at 3,300 altitude, 3,800 at vacuum. This thing could get up there. It'll get up there. But we can't just figure in ascent. We have to figure in deorbit, descent, and landing. The landing, that's the hard part. That's the part that we're really going to have to worry about. So this thing ends up needing way more delta V than what you'd just need just trying to get up into space. Propulsive landing. That's the idea. Oh. We just got to figure out a good combination here. Nope. I don't know what I just did, but I definitely clicked on something that's not that fuel tank and reattached it. I gotta reload. We didn't lose much though. Yeah, no, everything is still there. You're a fuel tank. No. Still think one of the quicker ways to space is to buy and operate a Falcon 9 first stage instead of building their own from scratch. I'll bet you somebody's tried to do that. I'm pretty sure SpaceX said nah. Like, think about it, dude. Why would they say anything else? Why would you do that? You have a monopoly on the market. There's no point in doing that. But yeah, maybe. I mean, who knows? Man, this design is going to be very tight. Very tight like a tiger. Yeah, I can tell from your tight bench. There is no pleasing you. There's always the undo button, Kappa. Yeah, the undo button. Please. Spare me. Feel is quite tight, too. Yes, very tight. Yes, very tight. Why won't it let me attach this? I did it again. Did that same exact thing. That's not cool. Not very cash money. Factual. Like, does something like this want to do it? That gives me 35. Like, okay, let's just figure out what delta V are we talking about here? Like, what more do we need? Is that gonna get us where? Oh boy. That is basically what we need. How much fuel? 720, 880. What has something that's similar to that? 810, 990. On a scale from 1 to Bing chilling, how relaxed are you feeling? Bing chilling, die sure. Very Bing chilling. See, here's my problem. I don't really want to clip tanks. I usually don't like doing that. However, the tanks that SCRV has set up, the way they design the fuel tanks, it's basically conformal to the outer edges of the craft. I obviously can't do that. So what we might end up having to do is just clip some fuel tanks into each other. And if we do this right, like here, I'll show you. Let me zoom in here. Let me select the outer shell, right? The arrow shell. Right? We can zoom in here. There's tons of extra space. See all this extra space? I don't want to sit here and just fill these small areas with fuel tanks. Because I want to be able to reuse this vehicle. And if I want to be able to reuse the vehicle, that means we got to refuel it on the ground. Right? I don't want a bunch of small fuel tanks down here that I have to transfer just a smidge of fuel here, a smidge of fuel here, a smidge of fuel. That's a pain in the butt for re-entry. So what I'm thinking is we take a fuel tank like this, and even though it's kind of cheesy, right? Just clip it in to another fuel tank like that. And I'm pretty dang sure that the volume of this fuel tank should take up pretty much the volume of the open space right here where there would be fuel tank in the actual design anyway. I think. Enjoy the short book. Let me see. That is a book. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep. All right. I'll read the rest of that later. Just an inquiry. Yep. Okay. All right. No, I'd appreciate a more candid response with some detail layered into it, Chuck. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Share with the class. No, I don't want to. Piss off. Damn. Yup, take your time. Yeah. It's gonna take. Yeah. All right. That's gonna take some time to get through. So, honestly, I really don't mind just doing this. This will give us enough. It'll give us enough to get there, but I'm not entirely sure that this volume of 8 of these tanks is necessarily the open volume in here. It might be. Does ULA allow SpaceX engineers inside of Slick 41? They're not on Slick 41. They're at the ITL. Yeah, they can sit there. But yes, that's also... That video from Haley Esparza is amazing. If you guys haven't seen it. I've watched this video before. It's pretty rad. Watch this.
We're about to watch Starlink.
Watch this.
22. This is actually our second launch of the day because we watched Psyche Falcon Heavy launch earlier today. It's kind of historic.
Headphone users, this gets loud. This gets very loud.
Historic moment for us.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's awesome. That is really close. Really close to Pad 40. Yeah. That's really close. Dude, if I could, I would watch every single rocket launch from this close, man. That's freaking sweet, dude. I'm super jelly. Haley works, she works for SpaceX. She's actually the pad ninja. She's one of the pad ninjas. So, yeah. That's one of the perks, I guess, of working there. You can watch the launches from super close. That is not very far away, guys. Less than a mile away. I'd say, I don't know. Here, let me take a look. Considering I've stood right there. I've stood exactly where they're standing. So, here, let me see. Is that a flying nuke? No, it's a Falcon 9 Starlink launch from the other day. They are right here for the most part. Actually, they're a little closer to the VIF. It's right here. They're right at the split into the VIF, looking at that launch pad. Now let's see what's distance. They're a mile away. Just a mile away. Wow. I thought they would be closer. But yeah, it's, that's really freaking close. A mile out for the Cape is really close. I can't believe they, like, let them get that close. That's cool. But then again, they're employees, so screw it. But yeah, awesome video. If it was me, Hellfish, I'd go closer than that. I'd be like half mile away. As close as I could without getting hearing damage, you know? So that's giving me the Delta V that I want. We don't necessarily have the TWR there, but that is giving me the Delta V. Just check something. Gotta go digging around in here. Alien stock has kind of calmed down now. Yeah, Emery, because it's almost like people are full of crap. I'm telling you, man, you don't listen to me. I'm telling you, dude. I told you, bro. Told you about the moon. Don't listen. You take that back. No, you take that back. No, you take that take back. Man. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. 45 to 38. That actually might get us where we want. But see, once again, this is... Ah! All right. I take it back. I'll take those, though. I'll take those subs. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. We'll. Yeah. All right. That is a pretty fair compromise, no? I think that's actually a pretty damn good compromise, Ricky.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks for the $5, man. I appreciate it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Goats and throttle ups. Maybe we can do something that's a little less clippy. 360. But then again, this is starting to get to be a bunch of fuel tanks that's getting to be really pain in the butt to clip all together. No, you know what? I've executive decision. I'll allow the fuel tanks to be clipped into each other. It should pretty much, taking these and moving them in and then clipping into the other tank should pretty much give me exactly, yeah, that's pretty much taking up. I need fuel in these, like that conic area, but we don't have a fuel tank like that. I think that might be a little too much. Well, Hellfish, I could sit here just weaseling a bunch, like every single small fuel tank in, dude, but you gotta remember, from a reusability standpoint, remember how much of a pain in the butt it was to fill all those stupid tanks in the SSTO, how long it took to actually fuel it? Fueling it took longer than launching the damn thing. So, kind of like, you know. Use negative throttle engine. I don't want to do that way, dude. I mean, that would work, but I don't want to reuse that way. Or change the shape of the craft slightly. I only really want to do that if I absolutely have to. It's the same as refueling SRBs. You don't see me doing that much either. Yeah, Jonas, I never had problems shoehorning tanks inside of another one, as long as the total volume of the vehicle, like, I have empty space here now, and that empty space I'm not going to do anything with, because that's theoretically where the clipped fuel should end up, right? Like, see this area right here, that area right there, that area right there, and then this whole conic area, I think, should amount to the amount of volume that's clipped into the tanks. I'm pretty dang sure that should equate out. It looks to be about right. Maybe a little bit less. I mean, I'm just eyeballing volumes here, but I don't. You know what? Let's just roll with it. Let's roll with that. I'm not really happy about how much that tank is clipping, but now I know exactly that if I select all these tanks here, and then all these tanks here, that we should be good. And that's giving me 3851 on the way up, and that's with 10 tons of payload. I'm almost thinking maybe make the subscale 5 tons, dude. Let's see, where did those numbers get me? Gives me what I want. Here, let's toy with this. If we switch this to just 10 tons of dry mass or payload, so that would be 5 tons of dry mass, 5 tons of payload. You know what? I think I might be able to just eliminate that dry mass altogether. So let's just say that's 10 tons of payload. Where do these numbers get us? 3271. Now let's do this. 35. Okay. Is there even a booster in the game the size of that capsule? Which capsule, Jens? This thing? No, there isn't. This is the booster. The booster and the capsule are one in this design. Pretty neat, huh? This is getting to the point where it's like, you know, we're filling up a bunch of freaking fuel tanks. Oh, so it's not meant to be a capsule. The stage is the capsule, Jens, in this design. This is a single stage to orbit. So it's capsule shaped for when it comes back down. It'll re-enter just like a regular capsule and then propulsively land. That's what I'm trying to do. How much Delta V do you need an LKO to land back at KSC? That's the real kind of, I don't know, man. I have no idea. For a deorbit burn landing, The propulsive landing is definitely going to... It's definitely going to be something that we really have to understand. I mean, it might be better to do with our subscale demo. It might be better to do a test flight and then have it come back down 95 from re-entry, but give it parachutes just this time around, like one time around, to see what our peak slowdown is. Like, get all the way through and get to like 5,000, right? And see what our kind of terminal velocity is. And then we could probably extrapolate how much delta V we would need from there. I'm not worried about drag slowing us down. It'll definitely slow us down. This thing is going to make a ton of drag, which is what we want this time around because it's a re-entry vehicle. Just got to be careful on the way up. But in order to do that kind of subscale test that I'm talking about, we need to get our fuel and everything dialed in. This all needs to be figured out. That's a slight bit of clipping, but that clipping is more in line with the volume that we need, that we're looking for. We do that on top of that. Where does that get us? Oh, just clipping a little bit. They caught me clipping. Just tilt them in. Just tilt it in. Just tilt it in. Give it a little tilty. Tilt-a-roo. That's 37. 37 atmospheric, 4,400. I think that's good enough to get started. This is with 10 tons of payload, keep in mind. I do need to do the other engine mounts. I figured, and actually that's 1.17. And I have 12 aero spikes. Oh, 1.0. Yeah, 1.0 off the cuff. We need a slight overclock with 12 engines. Not bad. Not bad. Actually, really not bad. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Chuck. I'd have to, maybe I could, yeah, we'll talk more about that later, dude. Okay, dump those. We're in 8x. Damn. Hey, Z Gregan. What's up, buddy?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Hey, Jasper. 45-month resub. Thank you, sir. All right. Well, there it is. 0.99 GWR. That's with 10 tons of payload. That's actually really good. That's not bad. I mean,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
what happens if it's 5 tons of payload? 5 tons of payload is spot on. That's exactly what we need. We just need a slight overclock to the engines. That's what we're looking for in terms of Delta V. 4,000 atmospheric or 3,900 atmospheric will definitely get us where we need to go. Which, yeah, it's not bad. Hey, Jensen, 81-month resub on a tier 2. Tier 2 sub. Thanks, man. Congratulations. 5 and 1. That's freaking cool, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's too much clipping for my taste. Hey, YouTuber. Okay. Okay. Fine. You too. 80 months, tier 2. Oh, he's got you by a month. That's funny. Actually, just do a single clip back like that. That should be pretty much taking up the space that we need. Hey, Jim, what's going on? I was watching longer than that. I just didn't sub. Okay. It's honestly weird to be in a timeline where the Lions are 5 and 1 and the Patriots aren't. Serious. Not only are the Lions 5 and 1, the Patriots are 1 and 5. If we just get glassed in a nuclear blast like in the coming months, I'd be like, yep. All right. Yeah. I mean, this makes sense. I mean, the signs were there. We should have listened, you know? We should have listened. We didn't listen. Something is very wrong. Do you need the rulers now? I don't think so. I'll probably make a testing craft file separate from this 195. So I have a file that's just the standalone vehicle. Yeah, Jim, this stuff doesn't... The Patriots record doesn't bother me. It's annoying. It's really hard to watch the football games, man, in that regard, but, yeah. Alright. I was wondering when the other shoe was going to fall, because we all knew that it was, eventually. Right? Like, I'm not too incredibly concerned. So with this thing, does the payload sit on top and stick right out of the SSTO? It's an internal payload bay, Jax, but it could do either. Yeah, you could do either one. That's what's cool about it. You could put payload on top in a nose cone inside of like a fairing, or you could put a crew access vehicle up there, or you could put no nose cone on there. So you could have like payload up here, payload in the cargo bay, a crew vehicle up here, payload in the cargo bay, or you could have like a third stage up or a second stage up here and then payload on top of that. It's really super freaking configurable, which I think Chrysler had the right idea with this. That's really, really good. You could put a crew vehicle up there. You could put a payload fairing up there, you know, and with each one of those configurations, you put cargo down here, or you could put nothing in the cargo hold, have a third stage here, and a vehicle up top. The thing has 50 tons to orbit payload capacity. You could easily put a small, good performing upper stage up here like a Centaur. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, no problem. Centaur in a crew spacecraft to go out to the moon? Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, and it could fit. You could fit a Centaur 3 in here, no problem. Yeah, so you could have the Centaur hanging from the payload adapter, and then you could have your crew vehicle up here, and then separate the dang thing. Just separate the stage, and then the Centaur could send whatever out to the moon. It's actually pretty damn cool. Yeah, it's really... People have tried to make it in KSP before. That's actually right off Reddit. That's pretty cool. Wait, what is that? Hold on. I saw a render in there that... I must be logged in to do that. Oh, screw your forums. What year is it? No. I just open the link. No. Click on the damn picture. This site sucks. It's a drawing of the MERP. It's an engineering drawing. Nope. Nothing. Whatever. I don't need that anyway. It would have been nice to have, but I'm not logging into a forum because it's 2023. And logging into a forum is very cringy behavior. That's cringe, Basil. Cringe. Oh, the bottom of the fuel tank is there. That's why I didn't want that. Okay. Get rid of that. Did we know about this? Yeah, Blue Ring. Yeah, Blue did a lot of posting about that today. Yep. On-orbit tugs. I didn't see this particular post, Jax, but yeah. What's new at Blue? Our version to build a road to space now includes a new multi-orbit space platform called Blue Ring. That looks a lot like SNC's Shooting Star. But yeah, cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See? Jax, this is what I mean. Not gonna lie, it's a pretty nice picture. Yeah, it's great. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Blue has their fingers in all different types of aerospace stuff. It's not just New Glenn and New Shepard, like what people think. It's not. They have so many freaking projects out and about that are really, really cool projects that they just don't like telling people about until it's financially beneficial to them, which, hey, it's their company. Run it the way you want. I personally think if they let everybody in on these freaking projects, I could hype them up and, they could get some good PR for nothing. But, hey, it is what it is. Whenever you get a chance, check out this render that you made. Very pretty. Nice. Yeah, but like, can we see them happen? Yeah, exactly. How far did you get with Star Raker in the end? Pretty damn close to orbit with it, Cats. It's just, yeah, Starfield came out and I kind of found a critical design flaw in the project. Not a design flaw. There's a structural flaw with the back end of the vehicle when I redesigned it for the upgraded motors. There are case circumstances where when you go to punch it, it just blows up. It can't take the force of all those crazy, what did we call the engines? I forget what we called them. It wasn't all that long ago. I shouldn't have forgotten that. But anyway. We called them something ridiculous. There was something funny. I forget. They weren't whiplashes. Shrabic was the acronym. Shrubbery engines. Yes, the shrubber motors. We should use those motors in another project. They're really, really, that's one of the coolest things we've designed in a long time. Hopefully this thing will be up there too. The shrubber engines. Those things are so cool. All right, so I saved the file with all the rulers and everything as an R1, revision 1 craft file. So if we need to make revisions to the project, we'll go do that one. That one also should have all the rulers saved. It should be just a carbon copy of this thing. And it is. All right, cool. So with R1, we'll start working with this, and the demo will be our flight testing file. So let's get in here, close that out, close that out, close the heat shield out, set grandparent strut on the heat shield, and then it would probably be prudent to get the heat shield strutted up as well. Gonna be a little messy in there. Shrubberies are my trade. I buy and sell shrubs for trade. My name is Roger the Shrubber. Okay, so now what we need to do, 1.01 TWR at liftoff. I gotta think about this. couple of other things that we need to take into account. We need landing legs, first of all. I need the overclock. So these things, I think getting them to 120 would be pretty much what we want. So we also need batteries, and we need yeah, a bunch of other stuff. What's the heaviest battery? That's 200 kilos. Yeah, that's that boy. That boy is the biggest one. Okay. By the way, did you catch the wild gimbals? They put those Hall effect thrusters on. They look like stubby robotic arms. I wouldn't be surprised if they had some wild 180 degrees range of motion on those things. I didn't see it, but I know what you're talking about. On Psyche. Yeah. Pretty cool, man. There. That's where that needs to be. Alright, cool. Save that. Now let me think about this. Okay, so we have the batteries. Now we need a probe. We don't need anything fancy. It just needs to have prograde retrograde hold. We do not need SAS in this design at all. So I just want to make it so I could get the cameras into a spot where I can see it, see that probe core just in case. And once again, I wanted the batteries way down here. Okay. Wow, Stormworks. I'm building a nuclear reactor in it just because I can. Stormworks is like playing with the ultimate Lego kit game, Twisted. I wish it would be cool if Kerbal took some cues from them in terms of like microcontrollers and stuff. The microcontroller system and how you can implement code and basic automation into your vehicle. That for Kerbal would be next level. Like that would be amazing. It would be freaking sweet, dude. It's a great game, right? That's why I chose to play it. It's really, really good. Okay. So now we need, let's see, let's take a look. What else? Is there any other like 5-ton payload that we could put in here? No, let's do the overclock before we get any further. We need a Cal controller. Spike OC. We do not need that much thrust. Go into the action groups. Spike overclock. You can get more thrust out of the engines by adding the thrust limiter attribute to a cal controller and then taking the curve and bending the curve up and off the screen. And then if you plus in, see 277, write that, and you have the cal controller run in the editor, and now 276% of thrust. You can overclock, but you have to deal with how much, like, you can't just overclock an engine to 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. You do that, it'll break it. It'll basically structurally start screwing up your vehicle. So you can't get that crazy with it, but if you need to squeeze a little bit more performance out of an engine, yeah, it'll do it. Weird things start happening when you like 1,000% overclock, but it definitely does work. Like, see, 136, that's perfect. Let's copy that and paste that there. Clock both engines. Okay, good. All right, now what I'll do is I'll put some basic landing mechanisms in this thing. And now that 136 should be able to get our TWR high enough. It's just, yeah. The other thing with overclocking motors is that your delta V formulas start getting very strange. So just keep that into account. Take that into account. Keep that in mind. Keep that into account. What the hell's wrong with me, man? I keep doing that. My brain keeps combining words because I'm trying to optimize every sentence. So my brain's just like NASA logics, NASA technical reports, NASA reports. Stop it, brain. You want us to list things, or yeah, never mind. Don't answer that. You know what? Screw that. All right, just leave that like that. It's fine. Okay. So now let's go into the demo. Oh, no. Just keep that. Keep that the way it is. One more thing that I need to do. Take the payload. All right. Well, we took into account five tons. Okay. That's it's probably not a good idea doing that. I was gonna say just leave it out for our testing, but it's probably better to do it with, just in case, so we have extra landing fuel, just in case something goes very wrong here. Secure our mass simulator. Flip that sucker over. There we go. Okay, cool. Now, we can just put this as a cap on the very top. And if I just drain the fuel, it's an inconsequential amount of extra mass. Just leave that like that. Hey Ryan, happy Monday. Just, yeah, keep that as just a simulator. Excuse me. Actually, you know what? Just run it open. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, so save that. Let's go back over into the demo file here. This is for flight testing. We'll remove the rulers by getting rid of that piece, and then we got to make the fairing the root part. Get rid of that. Yeah, it was naturally aspirated there for a second. Yeah, it's weird. You totally forgot it was Monday, Taylor? It's Monday. Unfortunately. All right, let's see where this takes us. Bro, what do you mean, unfortunately? You play Kerbal for a living. Oh, I'm not complaining. If I say I like Mondays, everybody's going to say, oh my god, you play Kerbal for a living. Of course you love Mondays. It's one of those damned if I do, damned if I don't, because some edgelord is going to come make some edgy comment in the chat. 95. You know what I'm saying? Weird, huh? Okay, thank you for the update. That was very loud. Well, it looks the part. Matters. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, nodders. Very good. Again. What engines are those? Aerospikes. Okay. Okay. It is supposed to be like that, Flash. That might be an over-exaggeration, but we gotta take this thing up into space, so let's see what happens. So for this test, we're gonna need to change stuff up a little bit. What I'm really looking for here is this. We're gonna have to see if we can pilot and steer this thing down, and this one is gonna go for a dip in the water. Because I need to really see what its terminal velocity is. So we're gonna have to try re-entering and landing. Okay. Here we go. We'll just do a regular kind of launch pad launch, I suppose, here. I still have yet to figure out how to engineer the pad for this thing, but it really, getting that all figured out really depends on the heat shield. Like, what angle is the heat shield going to be at? How's it going to fly, etc., etc. It's very stable, Fawn. Yeah, very stable. In fact, I don't even think we need that many thrusters. I think we can go down to 2 per. Oh my gosh. What is that? I'm thinking the same setup that's on Megan. What? Oh, yeah, maybe that's not a bad idea. Two Vega payloads failed to deploy on that Vega launch over the last weekend. That sucks. Vega moment. Okay. Here we go. It seems like I'm forgetting something, but we'll see. Hold on to your butts. Indeed. Let's see what happens. I wonder how the arrow will affect it. That's really what I'm wondering. I'm like trying to figure out if that tilted heat shield is going to do anything. I think it will. I think it will absolutely mess with it. All right, stand by for loud noises. Subscale test flight. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, liftoff of one of the weirdest vehicles we've ever designed. Vehicle is pitching over. Roll program is complete. The frick? The frick is this thing? Okay, 5 kilometers in altitude. 1 minute into the flight. Everything's looking good here. Okay. Look at this freaking thing. I think we have too much RCS, guys. I think the RCS is sapping up way too much of our fuel. Why does it sound like an angry locomotive? Kerbal sounds, am I right? Jax, from what I was seeing from our VTOL test that we just did, I don't think we even need them near the ground. Pay attention to you. What? Are you hungry? I have warm beef and broccoli. Yes. Yeah, I actually am. Did you wait to cook beef and broccoli when I did my test flight? This is illegal. I don't know what to tell you, man. Obviously, as is tradition. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. It actually works really well. This wasn't even an optimized ascent. This was terrible. This is a terrible ascent. It does not have differential thrust on it just yet, Jax. I'm toying with using... I'm wondering if the heat shield being tilted is going to do what I think it's going to do enough to the point where we don't need to. Does that make sense? Send it. It's so angry. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, stop. Oh my goodness. That was a thing, dude. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What the frick did we make? Why does this work? That's so dumb. That was a terrible ascent and we still made it. And not only did we make it, I have a good amount of fuel left. Probably not enough exactly for re-entry, but... Oh my god. It's an abomination. It so is, dude. It's so ridiculous looking. Why is this... Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, the crappy ascent is gonna kill me here. This is why I put chutes on it, because this will still get us some pretty good data here. Just give it a little boosterino. We're on a shallow ascent. Shallow ascents like this, we're gonna get killed by drag, Star Raker style. Star Raker moment. No SSTO, Star Raker? Ray, I'll get some beef and broccoli when this is done.
Did you say
Oh.
you're good some beef and broccoli?
You brought it to me?
Yeah, that's why I asked if you were hungry and wanted it.
God, I love you. She brought me beef and broccoli. Yay!
I did indeed. Mwah.
Do you think this would work in real life as well? What do you think? How's that, Jens? This was footage from the other day. Thanks for bringing me food, baby.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Wait, that was a shit kiss. There we go.
Don't swear on my stream, not
Sorry.
in front of the children.
Sorry, children.
We need to present a unified front.
Sorry, children.
Jeez, thank you.
Of course.
I love you.
Love you too. The lights might be a little bit tough, but it's normal.
Okay. Thank you. You brought me food. That's pretty awesome. Also, this ridiculous concept. Yeah, SERV, Vulcan. Yeah, this is like a combination of SERV and Stoke. It has Stoke's engine system on SERV. This is a subscale model, though. But yeah, it seems to be doing, man. Which is pretty coggers, if you ask me. It's pretty coggers. This worked. Why did it work? I'm a little annoyed that this thing actually did what I wanted it to do. It's really, really uncool. It's really uncool, dudes. Yeah, see, too much RCS. We don't need that much, bro. That's crazy. That was with 5 tons of fuel, dudes. Oh, so that our fuel is half. We only have 400. 400 fuel left over. What was the payload? Pilch, we had 5 tons of payload, 405 units of fuel. That's the payload, dude. Pretty crazy. That's pretty good considering what this is. I mean, it's not a big launch vehicle. Just upset that that actually did what I wanted. All right, now, where do we deorbit from? I have no freaking clue. the answer to that sentence. So let's just try something that's a little bit of a more energy intense deorbit. And yeah, we'll see where that takes us. Yerp. Oh, by the way, Florida is currently broken. Tomorrow afternoon's launch, it's going to be 69 degrees out. Nice. All right, let's do something. Okay, we're basically over the desert. Just do something like this. I want to make sure this thing goes out in the water. That's fine. Okay, disable the engines. Oh, by the way, I had 6 of my engine clusters, still had 4 on the way up, so that was an ultra inefficient way of doing that. But yeah, it managed to do. Yeah, I don't think we need that much. So I'm gonna use my remaining RCS to see if we can steer this sucker in. The whole point of this test, guys, is to make sure that we can it's to make sure we can, like, I need to see how much delta V I need to land. I'm trying to get the capsule to hit terminal velocity in the lower parts of the atmosphere. So basically, how much can we rely on the atmosphere to slow us down every time? And I have parachutes equipped on this thing to get us near where we need to go. I also want to see aerodynamically what happens here when we go to deorbit. With that heat shield, what is it doing? Isn't this a little too steep? I don't know. How the hell am I supposed to know? It's my first time doing this, so I picked something. So what we really need to watch here, I'm letting the capsule go ballistic. What we really need to watch here is if the capsule wants to... Uh-oh. Not do that. It wants to warhead. That's not good. Yeah, that's not what we want. Not good. It's not good that it wants to do that. The center of mass is not low enough. It's probably because of the payload, if I had to guess. Let's let it ride, see what happens. So no down mass capability then. This one's gonna have some trouble with it, but the payload's mounted high. I didn't mount the thing low. It's like in the it's at the top of the payload bay, dude. The arrow spikes are causing drag. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, we're ballistic completely. Why is the heat shield at an angle? It's long story short, it's offset so I can steer the thing, but I gotta get it to fly in the right direction before that happens. Yeah, the arrow spikes making all this drag is killing me right here. They shouldn't be because they're inside of a fairing, but apparently that's not that a big enough deal. Alright, well, it doesn't... Trajectory doesn't so much matter this time around. It's the parachutes and everything. It did make it. It was fine. It's really okay. Fairings make great heat shields. And it is hot. Fairing is toasty. The heat shield took most of that. But I'm not really happy about this thing flying this way. Can you offset the heat shield internally so it doesn't look visually slanted? No, I don't want to do that. No, I'm not doing that. See, I didn't get good ballistic data because our payload, unfortunately. Oh, wasn't supposed to deploy all those chutes all at once, but that's okay. That does work. $16, yeah. This should just take a dip right here, no problem. My ears hurt.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Beasol. $33-month resub. Thank you. Where did we end up? Oh, we're not that far from KSC. We're only 50 kilometers downrange. That's not bad. Hey, Bastardo. What's up, man? This thing is super buoyant. Huh. Alright, before it blows people's eardrums out. Alright, cool test. So yeah, I'd say we're probably going to need maybe 500 Delta V for landing. We had terminal velocity got down as low as like 150. So you can't just think that that's 150 meters a second delta V, because you got to take into account the RCS firing and kind of precisely landing and whatnot. So can it land on those engines? Yeah, it will.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Does the hole at the top have a lot of drag? Yeah, probably. We'll put a nose cone on the later versions, guys. I mean, I don't think it's probably inconsequential, to be honest with you. It's really probably not too bad. Can you push those main tanks down any further? I'm going to reduce the angle on the heat shield here, but in terms of pushing the tanks down, actually no, don't do that. This is the VAB craft file. I really didn't get good data on whether this thing is going to stabilize, but one thing I can tell you is that we don't need those. We absolutely don't need those. This thing is way stable because the RCS is so far away from our central axis. It's actually really good. One thing that I think we do need more of is actually roll control. I think we need more roll. Thing was not the best at that. Also, the drogues need to be in their own their own stage. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure we're gonna need that. But yeah, guys, offset heat shields aren't anything new. Look, we probably don't need to offset it as much. That was a 5-degree offset. I was trying to see if I could use the heat shield to steer. It being offset is gonna fool Kerbал's aerodynamics into pulling me in one direction or another. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't think we can pull those fuel tanks anymore in, but what I could do is pull this thing in. Also, what was the reason for the panels instead of continuing the fairing heat flux, I'm guessing? No. The fairings would take up the rest of the payload bay. They would clip too far into the payload bay. I would have to start the fairing, Blue. I'd have to start it up here to get it to work right, and half of our payload bay would be gone. So I used panels instead. It works. It's not bad. Yeah, we probably don't need to offset this as much. Maybe like a 1 or 2 degree offset like that. It doesn't need to be that crazy. Actually, probably even less than that. I just want to see if this thing actually does what I think it's going to do. So, all right. Ready? I'm not going to go back and edit the main file. I just want to see if this works. Then we can go do the modifications more precisely later. Let's go again. Rug had a 70-month resub. Thank you very much. Where's the center of mass? Oh. Yeah. Okay, I gotta make some other modifications real quick before we go again. I need to set priority on my tanks to drain the upper tanks first. That's the big one. So, we need you. Fuel priority 5. Drain that first. 4. 3. 2. And then have the payload be priority 1. The lower the number, the more it drains. I think another good thing a couple people in chat asked me, where's the center of mass? So let's see what happens when we drain these fuel tanks. Where does it end up? Oh yeah, way lower. Way lower. Yeah, with our fuel tank drain priority, that should help us a lot. Because before, like, even with the payload up here, it was... Yeah, that's not ideal. Not what we want. Should add a fuel dump for this thing. Yeah, we'll give it a fuel dump. Dude, I can't believe this thing actually does it. It's pretty damn cool. Even with the differential fuel densities, this thing still makes... It still does it pretty damn well. I'm going to add fuel dumping here. A fuel dump system. We'll put it on the RCS. And set it to just drain the part. Yeah, just part. Cool. Perfect. All right. Ready to go again? All right. So this is with our slightly optimized RCS here. This is the Gran Turismo main screen tune. Deep Cormorant. Oh, they found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Run for it, Marty! It was supposed to, Jax, yeah. Good luck. Thanks, man. Give me 1 second. My chat's being a little funky. Okay, we need. Here we go. This is a good tune. All right. Come on, man. I'm trying to go to my other monitor and things like, no, I'm just, you just want to be on this monitor, right? No, I don't. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got a lift off. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Okay, max Q is 13. Gotta kind of chill with that a little bit. Please don't hit F12 if you don't want to know. That's not as bad as you might think. What the hell is that? This thing is stupid. Man, this thing's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Now imagine something like this on top of Sea
Discovery,
Dragon.
go and throttle up.
Okay. Kecksburg UFO, go for launch. Just part with a 46-monther. Thank you. All right. We can throttle it back a little ways here, man. Yeah, look. I flew it on a little bit of a more optimized trajectory. Look at how much fuel we have left. Oops. At this phase in the flight, I know we're not to orbit just yet, but we're close. Hogfoot, what's up, buddy? This is an off axis. This is actually, I yeeted it too hard out of here. Yeah, we don't need no stinking gimbal. That's right. We're losing efficiency with the RCS, but that's okay. This is good, man. Yes, normalno. Yeah, this is looking just fine. 2 kilometers a second. I have the RCS in fine control mode right now, working very well, actually. We have positive perigee. Yeah. A little inefficient on the way up. Again. But, yeah, good amount of fuel left. Not bad. That was 5 tons to 100 by 100 again. But then again, that was a terrible insertion. That was not very good. Hey, Demon. I think closing up the hole in the top will refine how much fuel is used to AP. Eventually, yeah. Kerbal effects. No, that's astronomer's visual, I think, is what that does. Is what does that? Oh, the battery. Battery's sticking through the heat shield. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. You know what? I'm gonna put this on the same deorbit trajectory as the shuttle. I want to see what happens. Okay. Okay, let's hit it. That was awfully fast. All right, sweet. That's way faster than yeah. It's faster. Gary, you're getting a lot faster. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna initiate the fuel dump. Fuel dump complete. We do not have a lot of fuel left. Yeah, the second part of that trajectory I really screwed up. That's okay though. Yeah. No, it's not Dan, it's from the My Summer Car soundtrack.
aidossa Lapin erämaassa.
I just had a dumb idea. What if you could gimbal the heat shield? I don't know. I mean, maybe none of that. Like, I don't see why that wouldn't work. What are you trying to do, though, with that? Steer? It's not a bad idea. Let's see what happens. I mean, the gimbal mechanism would withstand some pretty hellacious force, though. Any more than what you'd see on a rocket motor?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It still wants to fly not very well. Pizza King, 34-month resub. Thanks, buddy. It still wants to come around. Yeah, if I let it go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why does it want to fly like that? Our center of mass is super freaking low. I guess we got to get it lower. It's almost stable. It's very close. Is the top fairing occluded? I don't know. It's hard to say. I can't really see it. Payload fairing is... The payload fairing isn't. Nope. It's applying force from the fairing at root, which is not what we want, dudes. Yeah, we don't want that. And I don't know why the engines are creating so much drag. They really shouldn't be. It's working like a shuttlecock from badminton. No temp warnings? No, it's fine. We're coming down basically on the mountains though because, yeah, it lost ballistic stability. This has to do with the fairing arrow. Okay, let's just deploy those drogues right now. See if we can get this thing to... It's not even enough to overcome the drogues. That's bad. That's not good. That's really not good. That's not what I want at all. The drogues are deployed. They're deployed inside of the payload bay, though. See? The chutes at the front of this thing aren't even enough for it to overcome moment. It won't make it go around. When the chute's deployed, though, now we're good. Jeez. Wow.
Any jet engines? No.
So see, this is a Kerbal arrow problem. Wow, that was graphic. The payload was standing. I need some thinking food here real quick. I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna scarf this real fast. Okay. I ate that way too fast. Oh. I'm gonna pay for that one later. What did you eat? Remo brought me beef and broccoli. Chinese food, man. And I ate it way too fast. I'm gonna be paying for that one later. Oh. I don't think my stomach liked that. Wow. I might need to walk this one off. I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Damn, dude. Damn. That was awful. That didn't feel good. That was terrible. Oh. Your stomach would have been fine if you didn't eat all that air along with your food. Yeah, yeah. Turns out your stomach doesn't like being inflated. Yeah, doesn't. Oh. Yeah. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna walk this off. Just. Oh God. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. This is terrible. Okay, I'll be right back.
sekunnin nopeus. Ja joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla. 1 sekunnin nopeus. Pumpsets ikee topless volleyball. Se ei ole niinkään kyse siitä, että osaa sen jutun, vaan siitä, että hallitsee sen. Ei tarvii olla hyvä, vaan voi olla parempi. Pari maailman ennätystäkin on tullut tehtyä siinä. Ja joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla. 1 sekunnin nopeus. 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 Ja joka viikko treenaa olympiatasolla. 1 sekunnin nopeus.
Can we just pretend like the last 10 minutes didn't happen? Maybe. Did you have more? No. I walked down to the house and yeah, it was not fun. All right, so we got a problem. The arrow is no good with this thing. So, let's try another thing here. We'll still go with the payload up there. Had to waddle back to the house, dude. Told you, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. How about we take these bottom fuel tanks and see if we can move them inwards? Little inverted clippy going on there, little clippy. Did that get us? Oh, not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. That's actually pretty good. Does that fit? Do they clip? Oh, they're still clipping just a little bit. Damn it, Clippy. Alright, let's move them in one more. And let's see where this takes us from here. They are moved down a significant amount. Rotate them. Not bad. Not bad, dude. Not bad. Now we still got the problem with the fairings, though. what we really need to do is during entry, descent, and landing, I need my center of mass to be pretty much below all the fairings. It needs to be down here somewhere. Now, I'm wondering, like, okay, so say we have no payload, right? Go here, then go here like this, and then drain that fuel tank like that, right? Where's our center of mass end up? And then see, now it's just going up from there. Ugh. Oofta. Extendable maneuvering flaps. No, that's not in the scope of the project. I don't want to. What were the tanks on this monster supposed to look like real life? Toroidal. They were toroidal tanks. I'm just messing with stuff here, seeing where it gets us. Arrow applies at fairing bases. Yeah, do you have any force applying near the nose of the thing? You might need some wing pieces to get back the arrow shell to work correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the nose cone, putting the nose cone on could help us. Not for going up, though, but for coming down. Alright. Alright, I got an idea. A nose cone cap like this could do us right. I'm just a little bit worried about on the way up, but we'll see. But then again, I understand what it's doing, Aquix. I know what it does. It doesn't need an explanation. I get it. But yeah, I know. Why did the earlier version work? Because I had the RCS keep it stabilized during re-entry, Cientic. Yeah, it makes, yeah. There we go. How's that, dudes? See if we can. I moved basically the entire fuel system down. We made tons more space, and that actually could potentially give me more fuel. Nice. That's actually pretty cool. All right. So now, where does this get us? Oh. All right, let's toy with this stuff. $72, $90, hike. You just about to unlock trains in Satisfactory, Nick? Cool. Looks like you got a nice prototype going here. How's the progress? Good, good. Happy Monday, dude. I think I might need another cup of coffee, dudes. We gotta clean out what's going on down here. I'm not even kidding. I'm gonna go get another coffee. We gotta flush the system, dudes. We gotta flush the system. I have no coffee left up here. Oh, I have no coffee left. We'll run down to the house later. All right. Well, this is just a developmental vehicle here anyway. So let's see. Let's see what it sounds like a you problem. Did I say it was a you problem? Did I say it was a you problem? You suck. How about that? Now you got a problem. Whoa! Primo, can you bring me a package of K-Cups? Primo, I know you have the stream on. You want to bring me some K-Cups? You want to bring me some K-Cups? Yep. Lawn is mowed or not. Doors in the back are fixed. I put a gutter on the back of the garage. Cleaned out the garage. Put a rear end in the garage. I got to do a little bit more cleaning up in there, but yeah, I've been doing it in the mornings. K-Cup, you need real coffee. I don't drink coffee to enjoy it. I drink it because it wakes me up. So I put the thing out on the pad a second ago and then realized that it's got no fuel in it. It ain't got no gas in it. You built a K-Cup in Kerbal. Yes. You guys ready for loud noises? All right. Modulation control checkout. Cool. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh boy. Okay. Roll program is too much. Too much roll program. Alright, alright, roll less. Roll less. There you go. Clouds. Throttling back into the throttle bucket. I mean, it looks the part, dudes. Just saying, looks the part. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What?
I require shoulder rubs as payment.
You need a shoulder rub as payment.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. Shoulder rub as payment for the dunks. Easy price for coffee. Easy price. How you feeling? Better?
A little, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Cool.
Have fun.
That's my wife. My wife.
My husband.
My wife.
It doesn't work the other way. This can be so.
She is a number 4 software engineer in all of Massachusetts. Very nice. I like.
Do it all.
All right, anyway, back to work. Back to work. Goat at hamster. Up. Fine control is why they're the way that they are. To switch off of that anyway. It's just so I don't use as much RCS on the way up, because this thing needs the RCS to fly. If you hit caps lock, you can get into a fine control system where you can better modulate the thrust on a vehicle. No problem, John. All good. Yeah, hit caps lock, dude. You can find control. Very useful. I didn't put payload in this. It's alright. This is a bad ascent, too. I gotta really dial it in. The best way to do that, I mean, I could sit here, we could try to figure out, like, oh, what's the optimum ascent? Best way to do it in Kerbal is just keep doing it. It is a pretty cool piece of equipment, though, huh? This thing is pretty neat. Builder, it's because a CAL controller isn't able to be controlled by the stability assist. The RCS is a way to basically solve that problem with no problem. So, like, if I had CAL, if I had the CAL controller, like lifting the thing up, right, it wouldn't ever be able to stay perfectly stable, even though the SAS is moving it. SAS inputs controls on it, but it doesn't input controls on CAL, even if they're bound to an axis, which really sucks. I really wish they put that in there. You could do a lot more things with it that way. Hey, Mayan, 58-month resub. What's up, dude? .111 by 103. I swapped out these tanks and didn't set the fuel priority, so it drained them last, so our center of mass is quite high right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one more. We just gotta find it in the freaking. There you are. This is the My Summer Car soundtrack, dudes. Yeah, it's a good song. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. X208 is what we're looking for. There you are. 8. I probably could have just reflown it. Probably should have just reflown it, but it's all right. This is all screwed up. This is exactly what I'm trying to avoid. I'll just reset the fuel priority. Easy peasy. And then we need the payload to actually have fuel as well and shut that out. Okay, cool. This is a much better test. Okay, we just gotta keep an eye on our thrust to weight this time. I'm gonna go put a cup of coffee on, see what happens. We may have to make this design a little bit more oblong, guys. Yeah, I might not be able to go with the original proportions from the design, but that's okay. It's all right. We might have to go with more of a Stoke design and see what happens. Fosbury, I love your missions when you're performing launches, landings, refuels, maneuvering, docking. Where can I find more segments of VODs like this? Oh. Tall. John, tall. More aerodynamically stable that way. Up and down, because our fairings are in different spots. Foz, just on the EJSA VODs channel, dude. There's probably a bunch of good stuff on there. But yeah. There's I don't really have much organization to that stuff, except for, you know, just uploads it, etc., etc. But yeah, I mean, if you stick around, dude, we'll have plenty more of this stuff. So, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I got anything coming up? I mean, there's always something in the pipe, dude. I don't know. Yeah, it really kind of depends on if they need me. But yeah, Starfield kind of played a lot of Starfield, so I haven't been doing much NSF commentary lately. But we'll get back more into it. The ring does look cool, though. I will say, that looks pretty rad. Will this have more stages? No. It's an SSTO project. Yeah, no. It won't. Sorry for the really candid answers, guys. I'm watching it. I'm trying to watch the info here. Give me one moment. Let's try a second burn here. Cool. Let's just coast for a second. We have payload on board, right? Yeah, we do. 700 Delta V left, 450. That's not bad, dude. That was a good ascent. Very nice. All right. Jeepers, grapers. I saw Blue Ring Builder. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Okay, almost at AP. We should... Yeah, I mean, there's no way it's taking into account payload as fuel. It's cut out. Alright, so let's just... Let's do a circ burn here, see what happens. That's interesting music. Interestingly good or interestingly bad? (104/96). All right, where's our fuel? Where's our center of mass? Okay, how much fuel we got down there? Wait, why is that? How much fuel left in these bad boys? Alright, let's get it teed up for a deorbit. Alright, let's get a deorbit going. Okay, deorbit is complete. I just don't... I'm not really sure how we're gonna... not really sure how we're gonna fix this arrow problem. Maybe the cap could work, but we also decided with our plans that we might not have the cap. The cap could be detachable, and then you'd have to place a new one on there. Which is why I'm getting a little like, uh-oh. You put Baba Yedu on repeat. I don't know what that means. Oh, nice, Aqualex. That's cool. I'll check this out. I'll check that out later. I'm really trying to think how I can fix this. I need the capsule to be ballistic. We need it to ballistically stabilize. Basically, I had no control and it'll fly heat shield first. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways I suppose we could solve it, but yeah, I need to see what this is doing now. Hey Kimbop, what's up, buddy? I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back. Coffee is waiting. We should go with the dragless heat shield. Yeah, dragless heat shield will do it. Yep. I had a hazelnut blend coffee. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Sail. Well, Dragon Missiles will be liftless. Yeah, it will, but the arrow shell seems to be doing us just fine in this regard, man. no. This is no good. It's no good, dudes. No good. It's not gonna do it. It's not gonna do what we want. Alright, just let it go ballistic. Let's see what it does. Yeah, it kicks something like that. Yeah, that fairing's also occluded. I don't know why it's occluded, and I don't know what's occluding it. I think it might be inside of the heat shield. Yeah, okay. Rip. Guess not. Hey, Sauron. How much of this shape is the... How much of this is shape versus weird occlusion issues? I'm trying to figure it out. Alright. Well, we saw the end of that test. Alright, so the heat shield is, it's because all of our fairing base plates are at the bottom. But see, here's the problem. I'm not 100% sure how we'd put them all up at the top. How are we going to do that? I could make stuff out of wings here and there, but wings are just going to ruin it on the way up. Alright, we're going back to the drawing board, dudes. Got to. Perhaps make it taller. I have not... No. No. Not yet. I gotta really figure out why it's doing that. I think it's... So it's occluding that fairing. That fairing's occluded, so our arrow shell is occluded, which means we're picking up arrow only from the heat shield, which is not... That's not good. So how do we get it to not do that? Oh, we're gonna have to really think about this, man. It's solvable. It's a solvable problem. I just got to think about, like, we could make the thing longer, like what people are suggesting in chat. Change the angle of the heat shield, do a bunch of stuff. Good news is that propulsion is great. The propulsion works. This modulating thing works very well, and I don't need that nor that. We proved that we can cut some parts out of this design, which is good. We also figured out that we can move the fuel tanks a lot lower, which is very good. That's really useful. But keep in mind, this was our first attempt, so it's not too incredibly worried. It's solvable. Nah, the fairing and fairing is fine. It's a lot lighter, Aqualux. Yeah. It's going all right, Tars. We have to play with some things, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm just thinking about really where I want to change and why I want to change it and what we want to change. Hey, Quark. Is the angled heat shield for steering during re-entry? That's correct. We need an asymmetric design, and angling the heat shield does angle it a little bit. The problem is that I'm having stability problems, Quark, because my heat shield fairing is occluding my main aeroshell fairing. So the heat shield's basically acting like a canard and just flipping the thing over and over and over again during re-entry. On the way up, though, this thing's super stable. Very, very fun to fly on the way up. Uphill is nice. Downhill sucks. It's terrible. I do think that changing the proportions of the vehicle is not the worst. Hey, Predominant, what's going on? Zay, what's up? Hip Hop Anonymous. 89-month resub. Yeah, Tigris, the test that we were just doing already had it at 3. The heat shield is occluding the aeroshell. So basically it's acting like the top part of this isn't there. To speak in Kerbal terms, basically the way the vehicle's flying is like this. Just think think about it like it has 2 wings there. And it just wants these things when it's coming down. Thing doesn't want to fly wing first, right? It doesn't want to do that. It wants to, the wings will act as stabilizers, and then this becomes the nose cone, and that's not what I want. We're running into some stability problems, but that's okay. They're fixable. It's not too bad. To be honest, I think figuring why the engines are making so much drag is going to be a big help. Yeah, I know. One thing at a time, dude. One thing at a time. Kuro, you're unstable. I mean, I'm not, though. I build space shuttles. They're super stable, and they're fun to fly. And cookies. Hip Hop Anonymous? I got a jack, an ace, a 5, a 7, a 2, a 3, and a 4. I win. Why do you win? Because I win. Why do you always win? That's probably what we could get away with there. Dude, I just have the biggest building block right now. Like, I know exactly what I need to do. I think changing the vehicle, making it more oblong is what we want, dude. That's what we got to go for. And then from there, we could solve all the problems, but yeah. So, alright. We're going rip the Band-Aid off mode. R2. Revision 2. These rulers were pretty good for what we had, but I gotta... No, we're using 375s. 2.5s. I don't think 2.5s are good enough. I don't think 2.5s are good enough to give me the proportions that I need, but we could check. Nope. Not good enough. Two 5 actually might be good for the heat shield. It's just a smidge too small. Oh well. What about the biggest one? I don't want to use the biggest one. That'll give it more moment, not less. We don't want that. Yeah, predominant. I hit a wall all of a sudden right now too. Like in the last couple hour. I was good there for a second. Oh crap! The Chinese food gave me a freaking food coma. Oh no! The season's changing. Yeah. Are you gonna make the merp? Yeah, probably. Keep up. Oh frick, dude! The Chinese food gave me a food coma. That's not good. That's not good. Damn. It was delicious, though, for what it's worth. All the blood ran to my digestive system. And maybe even into the toilet, too. It was a joke. It was a joke. Only Brown came out. This is weird. Can we stop? Yeah. Blooded. Oh! I was thinking it'd let you get the bottom edge of your arrow shield down closer to the base plate. Yeah, well, I plan on disappointing you in new and exciting ways over the course of you watching my stream. Oh boy. Hang on. I have 27 text messages. And they're not spam either. Give me 1 second. Cool. Man, I'm eating lunch. You're lunch. Shut up. Anyway, okay, so there were some changes from the R1 that I did like. Moving the orange fuel tanks down into the heat shield, really good. Like that. Like doing that. Okay, so we know the clock spike at 136 is what's gonna work. So I like the heat shield shape. We're gonna need to change the arrow shell and possibly even the payload bay a little bit. But we gotta make sure that these don't occlude into each other. I'm thinking. No. So the base wasn't as thick. No, that's gonna... Yeah, the base... What do you mean base not as thick? I don't understand what that means. Yeah, you're gonna... This edge right here is gonna be smaller. But volumetrically, you're still occluded. You're still getting occluded by the heat shield regardless. That's irrelevant. It's the placement of it, dude. I don't think that's right. You're still going to get occluded by this thing, and you're still going to run into the same problem regardless. That's what I'm trying to think of here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You're irrelevant. Oh, yeah? Your mom's irrelevant. Shut up, splits boy. So how the hell are we gonna do this then? Aneski. We trolling EJ over here? When did they not?
Discovery.
When are they not, bro? For real. It's so much crap. Nistamita. I'm just trying to sit here, just making my little weird looking thing. Alright, well, you know what? Alright, this took like 2 seconds to make. Alright, so I like my fuel tank configuration. We can always reference it. So get rid of it. Get rid of it. Give it to 95. He could split it or something. I don't know. Whatever the heck he does. Alright, so Buh. 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 Alright, get rid of that. It's funny because I put those panels in there with the expectation that it wouldn't, the heat shields wouldn't occlude each other, but here we are. See, ideally we would want to put all the fairings back here. If one of the fairing plates was back here, that'd be great. It'd be covering the whole thing. But the problem with that is that, well, we need this open for a payload fairing. You made a rule for yourself. Anytime I want to play video games, you have to be in the... That's... That's a thing, I think. What is that on your head? Well, it's sorry excuse for hair. It's a sorry excuse for hair, but you can pretty much tell that my hair is like cryogenic propellants. Eventually, there's just gonna be nothing. Yep. It's boiling off. Because you could say I'm a little hot-headed. Did you fall while mowing the lawn? No. No, there's nothing to mow. You don't understand. Did you tell the barber just frick my shit up, fam? Just frick my stuff up, fam. No. I did it, to be honest with you. I haven't gotten a haircut in decades, man. I just cut my own hair. Save a lot of money that way. How are we gonna solve this damn fairing problem? Seriously though, this is getting bad. It's getting bad, man. It's getting real bad, and I don't like it. Just let it go, man. It's okay. I'm wearing hats all the time anyway. It doesn't matter. Pro tip, stick to space. You. How about that? Put some wings on the top. I mean, that guy's mind was in the right place, 95, that's for sure. It was in the right place. That's what we got to do. It needs more stability up on the back, but got to find a way to make the arrow shell jive correctly. And I'm not really sure how to do that. Alright, Antares. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. You like it? No, I did some flight tests with it. I'm having some problems. On the way up, the thing flies excellent. And it actually did SSTO. I figured out a good fuel balance. I did lower the payload mass though. This thing could take 5 tons up into space, no problem. Like, no problem. And come back down. It just doesn't really have a lot of fuel to land. But the big problem that I'm running into is lack of stability during re-entry. The thing really just wants to tumble. And that's, not good. Yeah, not ideal. Ascent has a C in it, Sea Kraken. You just said something different. Does that have a giant hole down the center? That's the payload bay, dude. Yeah, it's a payload bay. Blaney's disqualification has been rescinded. Huh. Pog. I mean, we're still early in development. I like, see where I'm at, guys, is like, I don't really want to go changing this too much because it worked. It worked really well going up, but the thing is that it doesn't work well coming down. And not working well coming down means that you didn't make a reusable SSTO. So, unfortunately, we have to take apart what we did, but also at the same time, like, it doesn't work. Sure, I could make it fly good on Ascent again. Hey, Nuclear. I'm working on this thing. I'm thinking about what would be the right move here. Yeah, I think a more oblong shape should be able to get us what we're looking for. But, yeah, I don't know. See, that's the problem that I'm running into. I really need those things to be like that. They can't. Can't be like that. I need this fairing to start. The darker fairing needs to start right there, and then it needs to go up. But that's not. I can't get it to do that. By predominant. It was Wartang, yeah. The heat shield is tilted for so I can steer it during re-entry. What you were thinking. Yeah. Yeah, I see it, but this is bigger than the biggest fairing, dudes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not going to make a difference. See? Hey, Striker! You did 50 bodyweight squats, 30 donkey kicks, each leg with 20-pound weights. And then 50 sit-ups. I feel like I did success today. Nodders. Very nice. Yeah, Wartang. Kind of. Yeah. Because this is a capsule-shaped SSDO. So I need to fly it like a capsule. Because unlike, like a Apollo or Dragon or something, this thing's... I'm not parachuting it back down. This is... I want to propulsively land it. And I want to precisely propulsively land it like Falcon 9. That's proving to be a little difficult. But, I think we can do it. Now do it again! Wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a minute. I didn't have this on fairing lock when we messed with it. Keep that like that for a second. We can increase the gap here, and I might be able to get it. Maybe. All right, just honestly, just put this thing out. Put this thing out right now. It's gonna fall over. All the rulers are gonna go all over the place, but it doesn't matter.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Did I build myself a protractor? It's more of an isometric drawing of the ship that I can use to make fairings. Victory, 67-month resub. What up, my glip-glops? It would be great if they added a computer system that allowed for automatic suicide burns. You can... I have KRPC loaded in this thing, Keenbop. I could code a script that allows it to do that. Alright, so... Heat shield... is good. Yes, that doesn't include. Oh, we are in a business chat. Yes. 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 Rocket Guy, what's up, dude? I'm having some trouble with aerodynamic stability here because my heat shield fairing is occluding my main body fairing. And, yeah, occluding the back half of this makes it not very stable. It likes to fly warhead. It likes to fly Merv style, if you can pick up what I'm laying down there. That actually isn't occluding it, though. So, very nice. Yeah, what I'm telling you is that it's base plate that works off of occlusion, Aqualex, not shape. I don't know how I can make this any clearer, dude. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you, not gonna make a difference. Because once again, occlusion for a fairing is calculated off of the base plate. That's what makes the most sense. So I gotta find a way to, well, not gotta. I found a way to not have that happen. We just got to make sure that we test this every time we go to make this thing. This is what all these rulers are here for, in case anybody's wondering. Yeah, baby. Double rolls. Wouldn't you want the fairings to be in a closed state for less drag? I mean, we could, but I'm worried about it changing the... Oh, yeah, you know, like click, you know, to get it to not do this, but now it's just doing it anyway. 95. I gotta make sure that this thing actually works correctly, dude, before we go any, before we get into like, okay, we gotta make sure that turkeys, you understand? Gotta make sure that turkeys. That one might include. I'm thinking. Well, that's working. It's working. I would have to ask why the heat shield is slanted had I not watched Scott's video on Stoke. We're taking some ideas from Stoke. Yep. Okay, let's build another. Let's put another prototype together here. For whatever reason, that's not occluding. It's not occluding either fairing, so that should get us much better results. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's get these tanks. These tanks, got them. Put them in 8x sim. Get them inside of the heat shield and get them as far forward as we possibly can. Capsules need center of mass low for better stability and better ingredients and better pizza. So I'm just gonna make a nice bowl of fuel tanks in there. That's not what I clicked on, but, you know, that's cool. Yeah, plus our fuel priority, that's right. Very nice. Very nice. I think we actually might need, we probably could reconfigure our fuel just a smidge here and get, that's the Windows key, and get better priority. Do what I tell you to do, Hand. Please, don't remind me that I'm old and my hair is falling out, you little f***er. Anyway. The pen is red. Yeah, well, Miss Slippy's car is green. Billy likes to drink soda. Miss Slippy's car is green. Okay, so priority, this needs to be priority 1. Priority 1. These need to be priority 2. Autostrut it. Autostrut all of it. Yeah, there we go. Bruh. No, don't clip. Yeah, there we go. The egg seems to be coming together. Yes, precisely. Alright, now we need motor mounts. Before I was just using that, and I think probably is the best thing to do. Yeah, for now. Getting pretty hot in these rhinos. Getting pretty crammed in here. Now we need the RCS. Here. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty cool. Sweet. Gotta re-implement the roll control thrusters too. Make me want to play the kazoo. Okay, roll control systems are in. Now we just need another set of engines and then we are good to roll. I repeat, good to roll. Let's race. Okay. This has all the changes that we had previously. Did I miss anything? I think we got everything still. Oh, the payload. Yeah, we probably need that. Probably should have that. Okay. We do need some fuel tank struts. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That should be good. I think we'll be all right. Okay. Save this. Switch over to the demo file. Demo. R2 testing. Save, overwrite. Now reroute. Reroute to there. I should add a fuel dump mechanism just like we did. Alright, get rid of the rulers. And then, yeah, just in case we need it. Cool. Double fuel dump. Make sure it's set to part. Yep. Cool. All right. Excellent. Once again, as with previous testing, we'll fly with no nose cone. Okay. Switch us over to the VAB. Okay, as with before, I'll equip this thing with some chutes just to see what happens, so we can test our ballistics during re-entry again, easily. Is this the same thing you've been working on, just bigger? From that thing that we were flying around KSC, Taylor, the other day with... Yeah, yes, this is a more fleshed out prototype of it. I'm making this is a subscale version of how big the real one is. The one that I want to end up making in KSP it's probably about double the size of this thing. So, see that white circle? It might be out there somewhere. Almost out to this white circle down here. This is a smaller version that I'm putting together so I can kind of see. Building smaller in Kerbal first, it makes it easier to see how like the thing's going to go together. And in my case, integration as well. We're going to see how to integrate it a little bit easier. But yeah, freaking gumdrop, man. That's what I want to call this. We'll call it the gumdrop. Yeah, that's a good name. Freaking gumdrop. Goody goody gumdrop. Indeed. Alright, let's get the drogue chutes on there. 2 drogies. And 4 chutes, believe it or not, are actually pretty solid for this thing. It's pretty much what we wanted. Actually, you could kind of make the case of, you know, parachuting this down in the water and recovering it like a capsule. That'd actually be pretty cool to do as well. But that's not what we're trying to do, okay? We don't do that. We're not that way, you understand? I'm actually kind of wondering, like, will a 5-meter flag shape actually work on this thing? I mean, it's a cone shape, so fitting the cylinder shape onto the cone shape is a little bit strange. Sure. That's good enough. All right. Who's ready for a test flight? Not the gumdrop button! Oh, not the button! Not my gumdrop button!
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hammer bro, loving this project? Right on. 2-month resub. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Not the button! Banana. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man! I don't know what we're launching about. Loud noises! This thing is so goofy. It's so goofy. Come on. Jellyfishing, jellyfishing, jellyfishing. Yep. Fairing's still making drag. Good.
Going throttle.
Mumblan, what's up, man? 23-month resub. How was your weekend? Oh, hey, oh, Easter weekend. Hey. I haven't gotten to that part yet, Curl, but close. What in the holy shut is this? Sam, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's the gumdrop, okay? The gumdrop is probably one of the more unorthodox things you're going to see from me. This thing is very weird. But it's got potential, okay? It's got potential. Pretty cool though, huh? No gimbal. No thrust vector control. There's no tilting engines here. It's modulating RCS for stability, which is really cool. That's actually really smart. We don't need that much yeet. No ticket. Actually, Hellfish, this thing gave me an idea of making a Dragon 2 SSTO. So, like, with the nacelle motors on the side. Yeah. You just went, like, how cool would that actually be? Capsule-shaped stages is not the stupidest idea around, right? Like... Now stop talking about it and do it. It's Kerbal Space Station Taxi. What do you need less? Glasses? What? That's way further than I want, and your comment made me mess up. You miserable, miserable corksucker. Hey Spart, what's going on, man? Bonjour, mon ami. Comment ça va? What's going on, buddy? My friend wants a TiVo, he gets a TiVo. Have you apparently wiped your rear end with the clause that allows my client to get a TiVo contract? Tugger Nuts, I got Les Grossman here on the line. So stupid. Not worse for you, my guy. Huh? Ça va toi? Très bien. Très bien. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It happens when it happens, brother. Alright. My AP is way too high here. Nah, stupid. You got it much too high. It's down here where the shoulder meets the neck. Like this? Yeah! Okay. Oh, a little bit more. A little farther. A little farther. A little farther. There we go. Nice space. It's a gumdrop. Thank you very much. Okay, so what does stage view tell us? Nope, nothing. All right, so we have 958 units of fuel left over. 405 of that is actually the payload. So this thing just yeeted. Actually, that's a significant aerodynamic improvement over whatever configuration we had before. I'd never got this thing into orbit with that much fuel left over, which is good. I've seen the top of the mountain, and it is good. All right, so we gotta go around to perigee here, set it down to 100 with a quick maneuver, shore it up. And it was another terrible ascent. Yeah, it was mostly because of you, actually. Yeah, I read your idiotic comment right when I was trying to do terminal ascent, and yeah, it's mostly your fault. I mean, it's okay. Sucks to suck, man. Now I want candy. You know what? You know what? You know what you need? Here, check this thread out. Check this thread from Jack. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Family chat right now. Jack Byers Sr. Rapid and bacon. Okay. You made me hungry. So I'm posting this. Images you can hear. Now you want nipple? Fried pork. Look at
Discovery,
it.
go at throttle up.
Look at it. Delicious. Stoke. All right, dial in a re-entry. That's too much. Too much evil. All right, we'll go around a couple of times here. I've been just dialing this into a shuttle re-entry trajectory, which probably isn't what it's probably not exactly what we need, but it's all right. What if the bacon tastes like wheat? What if it tastes like tasty wheat? You ever have tasty wheat? Yeah, that's exactly my point. Maybe the machines didn't get bacon and tasty wheat correctly. Maybe what I think tasty wheat tastes like you know eggplant or tuna fish. So, what did you think of her? The woman in the red dress. Yeah, she doesn't talk much, but if you'd like, I can arrange a much more personal relationship. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, Neo. To deny our own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human. All right. Yes. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And there's EJ 2 times. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna deorbit the vehicle. I'm gonna go get the papers, Yeet. All right. Okay, stand by for entry interface. COM should be low here. Let's see what happens. All right, so we're just gonna be ballistic here. Let's see if she wants to flip over. We gotta watch our. The key here is watching our pitch rate and yaw rate or heading rate right here. If these numbers start increasing or they start getting away from zero, like too fast, if they increase or decrease away from zero, because you know you can have negative rate, right? If they start moving away, then we got a big problem, and they are absolutely moving away. Yeah, it's gonna flip over. Pretty sure. Okay. That's no good. So here's what we're going to do now. Set us back to retrograde again. And drain the fuel. Oh, yeah, well, drain it again. Okay, so we drained the payload fuel that time. Now let's try. Stop. Ugh. Oh, you suck. You suck bag. Did you get enough sleep? No, sup, you know what happened? I had a food coma. I'm not kidding. I had some Chinese food in the middle of the stream, and now I'm like, so the movie quotes are coming a little hot and heavy. Alright, let's watch our rate. It's not a lot, dude. We're close. This is close to being right. It's very close to being correct. Wow, that's so bad. All right, let's just let it do its thing. Screw it. See what happens. Yeah, see, our center of mass is just ahead of those damn fairings, man. If we could just, it's that damn arrow shell again. I don't want to have to put stabilizers up on this thing. That's lazy. And wait, is the fairing included? Hold on. It shouldn't be. It's not. Okay. Cool. I just need my center of mass to be just a little bit freaking higher. Like, see, you can see where the fairings are tugging on the vehicle right there. See that? They're tugging on it right there. If our center of mass was down here, like basically right here, this thing would fly correctly. But it doesn't want to. And I'm sure those engines out there aren't doing us any favors either. We might need to clip them more into the fairing to see if we can get them to occlude. But see, this wants to fly like a badminton shuttlecock there, which is no good. I don't want to have to do the wings up top. I refuse to think that I can't figure that problem out. Use ore? See, chillin', I'm usually against using ballast, but kind of... The problem here, dude, is that yeah, dude, look at that. Unbelievable. It's an SSTO, man. The margins are already really tight. Very tight. Tight like a tiger. I can tell from your tight bench. Look. It's the freaking heat shield, man. The smell, the taste of it, the texture. The heat shield has too much moment over the center of mass. We gotta switch to a dragless heat shield design. Shouldn't be too hard. Look, I have parachutes deployed on the front of this thing, guys, and it will not stabilize it. The drogues are deployed. Look. Unbelievable. Can you tune the RCS down to one active pair, essentially half the active RCS, just to maintain control? Fine control AP usually is basically doing that. Yeah. But I think there's other ways to solve... There's a freaking fly in here. I hate those things so much. Yeah. But that's not trying to solve the problem that I'm thinking of, to be honest with you. Alright, how did we do... I always forget how to do the dragless fairing, but we can make the heat shield dragless. That's not a big deal. Back it up. Well, he definitely made something. We call it gumdrop. Gumdrop. Won't this problem become easier when you scale up? You'll be able for bigger fuel tanks towards the bottom. Yeah. So? It's a capsule-shaped SSTO, Cosmo, that propulsively comes down and lands like Falcon 9. What I have to deal with is I have to come up with a good way to be able to steer the capsule during re-entry, so we can precisely land back at KSC. Look, I found a Trabant on the interwebs. Nice. Thanks for the recap. All good, man. Yeah, they took back Laney's DQ, Vulcan. You see that? Cool. You put a fairing inside of another fairing. I thought it was an engine plate. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Alright. So here's what I can do. Let's go SPH. Saves. Take the Star Raker engine, which we know has that. Put it back into the SPH ships. There we go. So basically, I'm telling the game that the heat shield shouldn't be as aerodynamic. It shouldn't influence the vehicle as much as the game thinks it does. We're gonna try to amend it a little bit to, yeah, the Shrubber motor. There it is. There it is, Bad Oats. Oh, I don't think that's the right one. 8.4. Nope. Not the right craft file. Shrubber engine, there it is. That's the right one. Here's the Shrubber. How the frick do you do that dragless fairing? I totally forget. It's the engine plate, right? The engine plate needs to be attached to what, though? Whatever. I'll figure it out. You can basically say, I don't, by attaching an engine plate, you basically tell it, I don't want you doing aerodynamics. I don't want you to do an aerodynamic, please. We can do that by going in here. Give me a
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2.5 engine plate, right? Hey, Eisenar, 44-month resub. Thank you. Bring this sucker out here like this. Get rid of the battery for a moment. And then just take the plate and put it in there. There we go. You want, brother, have a good day. I'm trying. I'm trying, buddy. Okay, just quickly put this thing. I'll put it out with all the rulers. I don't care. All right. We'll be able to tell if it's dragless or not. Coffee! Did you guys hear that Blue Origin announced that they're going to make a tug, an on-orbit space tug called Blue Ring that's just going to move satellites around on orbit and stuff? That's pretty neat. Yeah, Blue Ring. Nope, that didn't do it. Stop it. Why is it flashing so much? Cool it. Aqualux, do you remember how we did the dragless fairings? I don't remember how to do it. Could check the VODs. Yeah. Yeah, we could. Yeah, hired. I totally forgot how to do it, and what the crazy thing is that I just learned how to do this in August. It wasn't that long ago with the Shrubber engines and Star Raker, and I totally forget how to freaking get it done. I totally forget the workflow. And I'm like kind of embarrassed. But yeah, basically what I need to do is just make my heat shield not have so much moment over the entire vessel. Basically, Kerbal understands this like, yeah, not how I want. I basically need it occluded. It needs to make no drag. You can make the very root part. I think you attach it on an inner stage node. No, higher. That doesn't sound right. I don't know. Thonking. Spherical. Thonking. Hey, Leglander, how are you? Just open up the Shrubber file. I did, but I don't... I don't know what the frick I did. Opening it up didn't really help. But I suppose we could go take another look at it. Let me see. Here, Star Raker Shrubber. Here we go. So, 818. Alright, so... the shroud is disabled. Okay, we can see here that the engine plate is attached to the fairing. I just don't know how. What is this attached to? Is the motor attached to the engine plate? No. That thing is just straight attached to the fairing. Now, what is it attached on? How is it attached to that thing? If I recall, you put the fairing onto the engine plate, then you rotate the closed fairing to occlude the engine plate, and anything you attach to the fairing is dragless. Alright. Alright. Alright, let's just get Star Raker out. Let's just get the whole damn thing. If you guys haven't been watching the stream very long, check this thing out. This is one of the cooler things we've made. Ready? Look. It's going to take a second to load. It's 1,200 parts. Oh. This was the latest version, Handsome. Yeah, that was the version that we got up to. It still needs a couple of problems weeded out here and there, dude. A couple of aero optimizations here and there, but there's a big problem with the structure out back. I redid the structure because I needed to redo the aero shell of the vehicle. And when I did, I didn't make it strong enough back here to hold this whole thing together. I tried to reinforce it by strutting a ring in here, but it doesn't like it. Basically, the engines are so powerful they rip themselves out of the aircraft. Not cool. But Star Raker still remains one of the coolest freaking things we've done in this game. That is definitely up there. This thing was just... dude, it is just a pleasure to fly this thing around. It's a pleasure. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, pretty much, Tavaroos, yeah. Biggs, like the game, I can't do that, man. The game would just be like, yeah. It would not like it. It would really hate it. Well, there are other fairings where we did this. No. Yeah. Rowdy, have you seen this thing, dude? Alright, I gotta show you guys. I gotta show you real quick. I gotta show you this real quick. This thing. Dude, just to hear the engine spool is the gnarliest noise you've ever heard in Kerbal. By a long shot. You've seen it, Rowdy? Okay, cool. Cool. So, the centerline fairings had shroud enabled on them. I think you have to attach the shroud node to the fairing and then enable it. I think. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, Ansem, I got you. It's gonna take a second. But I actually haven't tested this since I've done the RAM upgrades on my computer. Not that the RAM is gonna make that big of a difference, but it might. Oh, hell yeah. Don't freeze. Okay. Real quick. Control surface is working. Game. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on. Please. She's dead, Jim. What are you gonna do? Yeah, that's right, Rowdy. Yep. You hate to see it. Yeah, that sucks. It was using 11 gigs. Give me 1 second. Thanking NASA. That's where we started to make it work. Play KSP with the mouse and keyboard from here on out. Here on out, only please. Did I miss a Pacofication sub in there? Looks like I did. The mechanical keyboard, yeah, it's an old school mechanical keyboard too, man. Alright, here. You said go to the 3-hour, 18-minute mark, Hired? Alright, we'll see. Hello, past me. Hello, Ms. Lady. Alright, here we go. How do we do this? When, if, will you be playing City Skylines 2? Well, when it comes out inappropriate, I believe it comes out on the 25th. Oh, yeah. There you guys are. Oh, you guys are there too. Damn. You wearing the same outfit? Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what this is doing? This is scrambling my brain because I'm locking into this chat and I'm like, oh, Tessa's here. Oh, wait, no. No. Tessa was here two months ago. Damn it. I look the same? Hey, you know what they say. You know what they say. Italian don't crack. Right? They say that? I don't know. Maybe. We don't crack the pasta. I don't know. Smelly? No. Alright, interstage nodes. Come on. I blame Starfield. I blame Starfield for this. Starfield made me a worse Kerbal player. I don't know how that's possible, but it did. I've like forgotten how to do things, and it's really annoying. Yeah, sorry, been too long since I made one of those myself. I think you put the enter key too early. Don't listen to that guy. Except when it comes to building the fairing. Then you can. I think you have an engine plate gizmo within the fairing base plate. Yeah, Hired. We do, but that's how we double chat is literally screwing my brain up. My brain does not work correctly. This is really that's weird. Two chats next to each other is really messing with my head, dude. Especially since some of the same people are in both chats. Dude, I totally blanked. My brain said tee up one of the questions that I have over there. It's just, that's so screwed up, dude. Get out of here. We gotta get rid of that. I'm not even kidding. It's so sad. Anyway, what was your question, dude? Yeah, I gotta figure out how to attach it to the fairing. You can turn off the other chat. What if I turn this? What if I turn that chat on and keep this chat? What if I? All right. Let's listen. I want to do it this way, and I still want the rocket engine shape on the fairing. I hate hearing my voice. Figure out where the occlusion point is on this. And Edmana also, hi. 96 months in honor of the 96th Bomb Squadron. Pros at delivering warheads on foreheads. This in a closure, but there's a temporary intermittent road delay scheduled for... Oh god, Starship stuff. All right. You put the fairing on the interstage node of the engine plate and then drag it back, as in the engine plate is the base, isn't it? That's what a bunch of other people said too. Let's check that. Did you see the rat got the C this year? What? What? Yeah, I did see that. He does have it. That's right. That's pretty nice. And they won, dude. They won the other day. I don't know if are they playing tonight? I don't even remember. Yeah. The rat, dude. Sorry, quiet. My brain's just went poo-poo right now. Brain do good, much not good do more. Sentences, spherical. Wait, you have Starraker engines in the assemblies, don't you? Drag one in and disassemble. I did test it, but it didn't really help me. So let's just jump back into the main craft file and go from there. All right, so... So you guys were saying detach that and then get a 3.7 engine plate. 3.7 engine plate in the hierarchy like this, right? And then we attach the fairing there and then shroud off and do that, right? That's it? All right, let's testicle it. I mean, test it. I did that on purpose. Coffee. Didn't do it. I'm going crazy. I Could have sworn that that was it. Maybe you have to have the shroud enabled. Maybe that has something to do with it. Because that's where it was before. Maybe that does it. I swear it was something with the shroud. I thought there was something about one being reversed. Yeah, maybe. It's not dragless. How the hell? I need to look at past DJ again. Okay, let's go over here. Oh no, that's when I was playing Summer Car. The fly is on. There's a fly on my desk. Hold on. Oh, I got his wing. Oh, where'd you go? Damn it! I got his wing, man. It was close. At least my reflexes are still good, even though my memory is not. Where's the fly shotty? It's in the other room, dude. Did I close the fairing on the engine plate? Oh, I almost got him. Damn! I keep hitting his wing. I've clipped that son of a poo face 2 times now. Grab some chopsticks? Gotta be quicker than that. If I recall correctly, you have to close the fairing on the engine plate in order for you to keep the bell shape of the fairing nozzle. Yeah. It's going fine, Mark. How are you? I am in a quandary. Message 95. He's the one that does this more. You can remove the shroud. Good. Try not to fall asleep. Oh. Guys, I thought closing the fairing on the engine plate is going to give us a hollow fairing. I'm pretty sure that that's what that does, but it doesn't do. It's not dragless. It's hollow but not dragless. That's the problem. I gotta figure this out, man. How can I screw this up so bad? Because if we can get that, we can get our heat shield working. And then this thing should be able to fly correctly. That's really what I'm after. I'm after trying to get it to fly right. Ow. Nothing's coming to my mind. Let's do it. Let's look at it again. Plates should be attached to the fairing. When you hover over it in the VOD, your fairing didn't light up. Okay. Hey, fellas, look at this. Look at this. Fairing is attached to engine plate. It's engine plate first. And there's a nose cone. See it? Nose cone with a shroud. Okay. That's for the side tank, the saddle tanks. Inside of the wing. Now, where else is there a fairing? There's one there, but that's probably for a hollow fairing. Let's look around. Let's go peeking around inside of the engines on Star Raker. Is there a nose cone in here? Anywhere? I think it's that nose cone. I think that's the difference. I think. I'm attaching fairing to engine plate first, and then give me a nose cone. Like that. And then engine plate inside of the fairing, as is tradition. Let's see what that does. Let's see what it does. Freaking Mondays, dude. It's Tuesday, actually. Well, not where I am, and that's all that matters, Shutzy. It's my stream. On your stream, it could be Tuesday. But on my stream, it's Monday. This stream sucks. You know something? You suck. Serious. Hey, Shutzy, you want to hear something funny? Living in England. Sirius lives in England. That's the joke. Yeah, real talk. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I can't figure this out, dude. I'm nasty builder's block now. Didn't really want to have that, but you know what? We'll chalk that up to just being Monday. I'm telling you, a month of playing Starfield really screwed me up. That's very strange. No, I'm not as an effective builder, chilling. Yeah. Yeah. Abe's Lincoln, yeah. Yeah, no, we knew about that one. There's a way you can actually make the fairing occluded, and I'm just... It has something to do with attaching an engine plate to it. I just forget how to do it. Maybe we need to attach... Maybe we need to flip this around and attach it that way. Hey, Snackless. Snackless, do you remember how to do dragless fairings with the engine plate? I've been playing so much Starfield lately, dude. I forgot how to do it, and I'm really, really annoyed that I'm starting to forget KSP1 building methodology. It's really, like... This is, I'm struggling with it, man. I don't remember how to do it. It has something to do with the engine plate, but I totally forgot. Here's the only reference you have on it. Let me see, Tessa.
Video would be easy to explain it with the pictures. So.
Alright, let me see.
Hi, AJ. I thought a video would be easier to explain it with than pictures.
Right,
so,
right.
Here it is. Cockpit and so on as usual. Then it comes to this tank here. After this is the 5 metre structural fuselages. After the last structural fuselage, I've then got a flipped around one of those, which you can just see here, which I've then taken this fairing and closed onto when it was away out here. Then clipped it in out the way, attached these 3 docking ports here radially to that and rotated them. Then on the top one I attached the pizza plate, which I've then attached the 2.5 metre fairing to.
Dude, look at the old fairings. How old is this video? Oh god. Okay. Okay.
Then triple radial, that, and one further docking port. Got them to link up like that, pulled it out, etc, etc. Then I've pulled the tank back out again to where it was, taken this fairing, closed it on it as well, before pulling the tank back to away in here. Now on the back of that tank you've also got a 2.5 metre docking port, which I've just put a dummy payload on, empty tank, and yeah, here's how it flies. It's not exactly a brilliant machine, but well, it works. That's the main thing. I just kind of threw it together for testing purposes. Throttle up, engines on. The drag is a little weird on it. It's not fantastic, but the important ones are the payload bay and the structural tube, which at the moment are both 0.
Yeah, this isn't dragless, but yeah, I see it.
Actually, get to the end of the runway before pulling up, because it's easier than trying to pull this thing up. Up comes the gear. Now, if you can see it, which I hope you can down here, it's got a drag of about 600 going at coming up on Mach 1, and the
Yikes.
thrust will start kicking in.
Okay, cool. I see it. That's not exactly what I'm looking for, dude, but yeah, thank you. It's all good, Tessa. Thank you. No, there was a very specific way to do it. Hold on. I love the design of this. Very capsule-y. Yeah, you should. Evie, I really want to get this thing to fly. The problem is I'm running into ballistic trouble during re-entry. Thing is not ballistically stable. The game is. I'm making the heat shield as a fairing, right? But the problem is that KSP is treating it like a fairing, and I needed to treat it like a heat shield. So what this thing ends up what that thing ends up doing is having so much moment over the entire craft that it works like a stabilizer. And the back shell of the vehicle ends up flying forward. So it goes nuclear warhead instead of capsule reentry. Hey Moo, is KSP2 worth it yet? Nah, not really. I mean, you buy into early access, that's cool. And it's pretty stable. Like, you could do stuff with it. They fixed a lot of the Phantom Forces. But the problem that I'm having, Moo, with KSP2 is this just not... There's not enough technical stuff to do in the game. Like, in this, I can get, like, an Aero UI up with all the information of what my craft is doing, and I can use that to teach people about spaceflight, which is my ultimate goal. I don't consider myself just a Kerbal streamer, right? Like, I try to teach people about what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, etc., right? Kerbal doesn't really give me the tool. Kerbal 2 doesn't give me the tools to do that as much as Kerbal 1, which is why I went back to playing Kerbal 1. Moo, I mean, you know, dude, it's a tough game to stream. It's a tough game to stream, dude. It's hard. Tough to stream. Hard to explain what you're doing in Kerbal. There's no, like, Aero debug, so I can't really tell what's going on. I can't tell people... I don't know what the plane is. You just put something together and fly it, and that's kind of it. I can't, like, see where aero surfaces are pulling on the vehicle. I can't see how the wings are working aerodynamically, except them just moving contrails. It's just, yeah, it's not fleshed out enough. But that doesn't mean that it won't be in the future, you know? It just need more time. It just needs a little bit more time, dude. And yeah, I don't know what that time is, but in the meantime, I'm just playing KSP1 because it kind of sucks, dude. Like, I want those procedural wings. I want the isometric views in the editor. Oh, that would be so useful. But the KSP2 editor controls are not ideal. I've always enjoyed the space streams. I've been following you for a while. Enjoy you play KSP because it's like watching a learning channel. Right on, Moo. Right on. Thanks, buddy. No, it's built into KSP1, Phantom. The window that comes over here that shows all my rates so I can see what the craft is doing. Yeah, they had that in the earliest versions of KSP2, and then they got rid of it. And then they said it because they said it wasn't polished enough, which... How do I bring it up? You got to open up the debug menu, Phantom. So for me, it's Alt F12. There it is. Left Alt F12, and then go into Physics. Click on the Aero tab. Display Aero UI. You can do the same with thermals. You can debug thermals. You can debug everything. I don't use this to debug the game. I use this to debug my craft. You know, it make my craft fly better. It's how I've made some of the best stuff that I've made in KSP1 is because I've had access to the debug, and I use the debug tools in the game to understand the crafts and how they fly and how to make them fly better. Yeah, like even this one. I could tell you, I knew exactly what was causing the aerodynamic instability because I hit F12 and saw that this thing was pulling in a different direction than where I wanted to go. Easy peasy. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do even a simpler project like this. The SERV Stokes project, guys, is not too complicated. It's nothing compared to Star Raker. It's nothing compared to the Shuttle project. Like, that's what I mean. KSP2 will be good someday, and I have faith. I'm patient. I'm a patient dude. It's just a really tough game to stream. It's tough. It's not a knock on the game. It's just hard to stream because it's early access. I can't main it. I can't main KSP2. Not right now, at least. Do you get the lift drag lines through the same menu? F12. Just hitting F12 straight up twisted will give you that. But anyway, yeah, that's all, fellas. Like, I'm not complaining. I understand that development takes time. Guys, we follow the space program. Look at how long it takes to get anything done in that. Even like companies like SpaceX that are going fast, it takes years to get it right. Now, on top of all that, this is a game about simulating a very difficult concept. It's gonna take time, dudes. It's gonna take time. But the devs have said they got a lot of runway, so I'm not worried. It's in a much more playable state than it was at release. Yep. By the way, your reactor was running well until I stepped away to go make dinner. You came back to a meltdown. All right. Mason, do you remember how to make dragless fairings? Let's be real. This is a movie reference channel, The Side of Learning. Yeah. Relatable source materials, how people learn and understand concepts. I gotta take a piss, dudes. I'll be right back. I'm annoyed that I can't figure this out. All right. We give the devs more time when the game was delayed 3 years. I mean, serious, yeah, but put yourself in my shoes. What do I do? Finally caught up with my spitter feed. What do we think about Blue Ring? That's pretty cool. Making dragless fairings is a complicated process. First take the dingle bop and push it through the grumbo where the fleeb is rubbed against it. Jesus Christ. Is that my pick? Yo, what's up, man? Hey. Hey, all right, we'll take a little bit of detour action here. But yeah, I mean, guys, like, what do you do if you're me? Like, you know, you guys, it's easy for you guys to sit there and complain. You don't have to play it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't hate this. Like, you know, do you sit there and just say, oh, this sucks? And then what if the game gets good someday? Then you look like an idiot on stream. You know what I mean? More than I already do. The Udvar Hazy Museum, dude. Oh, it's so good, man. Nice to see you again. Yeah, it's good to see you, buddy. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That asteroid. Psyche mission that launched the other day. You were there Thursday, Mukai? That's cool, man. That asteroid mission that launched the other day, right? Right, am I right? Oh, you were there Friday? Right on, dude. That's an awesome mission. Good part, the cool part is Tidris B that's, or well, not Tidris B, a mock-up of Tidris that's sitting up there. The tracking data and relay satellites that the shuttle helped launch. Sitting right above it. There's a bunch of cool stuff in that part of the museum. This whole museum is just on another level of ridiculous, man. Like dude, you got the 367-80 next to the Concorde, next to Enola Gay. Like, it's like, all right, okay. Like, how much cool stuff do you want to see? Yeah, all of it. So, do I know Julian Leak? I don't know him, Goalie. You know him better than I do. Where is this? Oh, Moo, this is the Udvar Hazy Center. It's the Smithsonian. It's the Smithsonian Museum, but it's a Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, but it's not the one that's in Washington D.C. So, the main Smithsonian Air and Space Museum is right here in DC on the National Mall. It's that one. There's a lot of good stuff there in the Air and Space Museum. There's a lot of good stuff, but
Discovery, go at throttle up.
where you really want to go if you want to see some crazy plane stuff is go over to Dulles in Virginia. Dulles Airport right here. And then on the south side of the airport is that. That's the museum. It is gigantic. The space shuttle is there. Discovery is sitting in that hangar. That's what my picture is. That's what the first one is. There is every freaking plane under the sun here. Everything. Including, well, Discovery is there. Hey, Juicy, 19-month resub. Yeah, it's an awesome museum. It's the Dulles Annex. It is unreal. What the hell is this? Oh, God. I think I threw up in my mouth. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to look at that anymore. I want to go back to looking at this. Bucket list added, yep. Yep. I don't know if there's a Drake in there, Jock. Every American plane there is there. Dude, they got everything. Have you seen the F1 exhibit they had at the other Smithsonian? The engines are set up with mirrors, so it looks like there are 5. I haven't seen that in my pick, but I got to touch an F1 at the Museum of Flight. Does that help? I got to stand about this far away from the number 5 engine from the Apollo 11 launch. The one that Jeff Bezos went and recovered. Let's play a game. Name all the parts in that pick. I'd rather not. The one in Dayton is... That's my bucket list, Mukai. I haven't been there. Have any Stubbock anti-acidic medication? What? You're not my doctor, Chief. Okay. I'm fine. I'm annoyed because I can't figure out that damn fairing trick. But yeah, these are all awesome. You have the Cosmosphere. It's kind of cool. A bunch of history on different things. Yep. Yeah, the Udvar Hazy Museum has... They have the Enola Gay, which is the nuclear bomber, one that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, which is crazy that plane is there. Next to that, they have a Concorde. They have 367-80, which was the prototype 707, which changed air travel completely. There's a 377 Stratocruiser, which was a B-20. It's a B-29 passenger plane. Shuttle Discovery's there, SR-71, F-14, F-4, MiG-21, MiG-17, MiG-15, I'm just trying to rattle off all the planes I can think of off the top of my head. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in there. And not only planes, but engines. They have engines there's a whole section for just aircraft propulsion. It's freaking nuts, dude. Any helicopters? I don't even know. Yeah. That's cool. It makes it look like there's 5 of them. Oh, that's neat, man. Cool. Which museum is that? The Udvar Hazy Center at Dulles Airport. That's the museum right there. It's at Dulles Airport. It's the Smithsonian Annex. This has everything that they couldn't fit inside of the museum. It is a gigantic museum here. That's my pictures from it, but yeah, see, here's some of the pictures. There's an SR-71 right there. You can see the back of a MiG over there. There's all kinds of stuff, man. All like going back to World War I. There's an F-14 there. This is down at the far end of the museum, and I'm not sure what that plane is there, but that looks like a wing from a B-17. But anyway, there is some of the rarest aircraft from World War II in the world at the Udvar Hazy Center. They have an Arado 234, which was a World War II German jet bomber. Yeah, jet bomber. An Arado 234. There's only one that exists in the world. It's at the Udvar Hazy Center. There's also an Me-163 Comet. Comets are a rocket-powered interceptor. They have a hypergolic rocket engine in it. Yeah. They were designed to shoot up to a super high altitude on a suborbital like hop, right? And then come down and dive bomb bombers at like 30,000 feet. Yeah, true story. What else is there? There's a Heinkel HE what the hell's the name of that Heinkel plane? I forget. Hold on. Yeah, see, F4. There's an F-105 over there. CH-46, AH-1 Cobra. That's a P-40. SR-71, Shuttle Discovery. There's an old Northrop Flying Wing prototype. There's, dude, over there on the left, in this pano. Take a look. Look at some of the hardware. P-38, Hawker Hurricane, man. Very cool. P-61 Black Widow. Those are super, super rare. There's a 0 behind it. They have a Val next to that, and check that out. So there's the Arado over there, right? The Dornier DO-335, rare German twin-engine plane with one propeller facing backwards and one facing forward. There's only that's the only one. They also have the serial number 4 of this plane. They have the Horton. The 229. They have the 229 prototype, the flight test article from the Horton Brothers Flying Wing program. See? There it is. Only one in existence, man. There's not another one. Crazy, right? That is the rarest of the rarest prototype. No, the Horton should be out there, dude. It should be out there. Yeah. That was a crazy, crazy design for what it is. The Mark 1 B2. Nah, the Mark 1 B2 came before this. It's called the XB-35. Yeah, that flew... Well, it was being developed. It's developed around the same time as the Horton, to be honest with you. Yeah, XB-35. Propeller-driven, contra-rotating propeller-driven flying wing. And then what came after that is the YB-49, which is the jet-powered version of that. Jack Northrop, dude. Obsessed. He loved flying wings. It was developed from the Horton. No, it wasn't. It wasn't, though. But, I mean, you can think that. That's fine. Gotta figure out these damn dragless fairings. I tried to ping 95. He doesn't. He knows how to do it, but yeah, it's all right. I thought the Russian got 2 109s after World War II, but they disappeared. 109s? What? Yeah, that guy Tim Horton made those. What's the advantages of a flying wing? Less drag. Yeah, that's right, Jaka. Yeah, it sucks. Zeppelin, you mean Horton 229s, not 109s? Yeah, there were 4 prototypes. I think they got 2 and we got 1, I think. I know we have serial number 3. It's either 3 or 4. I'd have to go look. The only surviving airframe V3. Yep, it's on display in the main hall of the Yud Varhazy Center. There it is. Yep, see? Yeah, that's the only plane in existence. That's the only one left. There wasn't many made. They never entered production. They were close, but they never did. And that and the AR-234, that plane, it's the only one in existence. Crazy, dude. Check this thing out. Rocket-assisted takeoff with parachutes. Yeah. Still have no clue how World War II airplanes were made with pencils and slide rules. It's literally witchcraft, right? Right? Crazy. That's the only one. And then there's that Heinkel 2 something or other behind it. That's been a fuselage for a really long time. Yeah, the Arado 234. Yeah, yes, of course. They were used as night fighters towards the end of the war. There's a what's it called? Nachtjäger, I think is what it's called. It has a huge radar actually on the front of the canopy. But none of those things survived. They were used for night fighting. Yeah, believe it. The bomber was used for night fighting because yeah, there it is. See? They put a huge radar array. It looks like it had whiskers on the front.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nachtjäger, indeed. Danke. Yeah, dude, that plane is way ahead of its time. Like, way ahead of its time. Probably about 5 years ahead of everybody else. You didn't see early bombers like this coming from the Allies until the late 40s. So, like, the YB-49... the Canberra, the British Canberra bomber, stuff like the B-47. You didn't see that until much later, about 5 years after, which is crazy, dude. This thing was flying and operational in 1943, which it's kind of scary. Last time I was there, they were rebuilding an IL-2 at the restoration hangar. A Stormovik. Nice. I forgot to tell you, Tico's talking about trying to get their F-104, F-111, and F-14 back to flight status. Cool. Spiffy, hey, 36-month resub, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, man. Can you imagine a 4-engine variant of that? Oh, boy. Purpose-driven design, Dark. It's the best kind of... That gives us the best stuff. Purpose-driven design, dude. See that 707 right there? Purpose-driven design. It's a passenger plane, right? It's the prototype for a 707. Or is the 707 a commercial application for B-52 parts? Look. Just take a look. Yeah, B-52. Yeah, it looks... everybody knows the Buff. Buff's a great plane. I still wish we had that one. The XB-52 with the fighter cockpit in a B-52. I think that's really cool. All right, there in B-52, right? That's nice. That's nice. All right. Now look at the 367-80. You see? There's a passing resemblance here. See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? Passing resemblance. Yeah, the B-47, dude. B-47s are cool. Very cool looking plane. It's just, yeah. That's a cool looking plane, man. It's a shame I mean, the B-52 basically made those things useless, but still. The B-47 is a mini B-52. It's what they made, it's what Boeing made before it, but this is like, this thing is as big as a B-29, but it's a fighter jet. It's a two-person plane, basically. You have, and it's arranged like a fighter, which is really cool. The B-58. Everyone loves the B-58. The Hustler is still your favorite. What a stupid aircraft. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody likes it. I mean, Convair, man. Convair made some cool stuff. Very tremendously underrated airplane right there. The F-106. The 880. The 990. Oh, yeah. They also made Atlas, by the way. You're welcome. Oh. Why is this dumb face always in my recommended? Because you might like dumb things. Sorry. The algorithm doesn't lie. Something you're not telling us, Kat? Just look at how filthy it is. Dude, it is a vibe, man. That is a vibe, that plane. I mean, how many F4 Phantom engines do you want? Yeah, I want 4 of them. Yeah, 4 F4 engines. It's got 4 J79s in it. It's gonna go fast. You could make you could attach a freaking 4 J79s to a brick and it would go fast. I always look at the B-58 and think air launch. And then there's the 990. Oh, yeah. That's a cool plane. It's the internet, Squall. I don't take much solace into what people say unless it's pertinent, you know? I don't know what to tell you, man. They did attach J79s to a brick and make it fly. It's known as the F4. You're right. One of the early innovators of swept wings, the 163. Yeah, the 163 is also in the Udvar-Hazy Center. They have a Comet. They have, dude. This place is amazing. It's heaven. Heaven for aviation geeks. The Space Museum. This right here is where all the space stuff is. So my pick. I'm not sure if you're still here, buddy. But. I mean, obviously, everybody marvels at Discovery, which is god-tier engineering. Shuttle's still S-tier. But there's some other really cool stuff, like the Tidris mock-up. That's a Mark I Tidris up there. They have an MMU sitting up there. That's the real thing. That's a mock-up Tidris, from what I understand, though. But there's a Venera probe back there, which is, all right. What the hell is that doing there? But one of my favorite things that people don't really understand is really freaking cool is the Space Lab module that's back there. See that thing right there? The Space Lab module. Okay, so you know, everybody knows that the shuttles have gone up into space multiple times. Discovery flew 39 times, right? It's, you know, and that's awesome. That Space Lab module has been to space and back multiple times. That thing has been up in space many times, came back down on the shuttle. That basically is a space station module that the shuttle doesn't deploy, and you could just have a, you know, if you wanted to go up there for 2 weeks, you just put that in the payload bay, and boom, you got a space station module. Shuttle stays up there for a second, then comes right back down. That Space Lab back there has flown, I think, 12 times. If you think about it, 12 times to space and back. It's pretty dang impressive in its own regard. It's one of my favorite things back there. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? Where are you? Yeah, C module LM1, LM2. It's crazy, man. That thing, it's just, it still blows my mind. That thing's been up into space a bunch of times along with the shuttle next to it. Still cool. Still cool, man. In fact, one time Das and I were there doing a streaming event, and it was really difficult to focus on what we were doing because we were perched right next to the Space Lab module, and I'm like, Das is like, EJ, focus. I'm like, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I don't know what to tell you. Saw this SpaceX tweet. We watched it get stacked this afternoon, Squall. Yeah. Oh. But I haven't seen this tweet yet. Dude, what a chonker of a freaking vehicle. Oh, high tide. See the tide pool filled in? Do you have a day job? Puffin, this is my job. I've been doing streaming as my single source of income since September 19th, 2015. Yeah, man. The last day job that I did was working on a loading dock for Best Buy. That was like 8 years ago or something. Yeah, dude, this has been my job. It's pretty cool. The internet's been pretty damn good to me, dude. I don't really deal with a lot of haters. I do get haters just like everybody else, but yeah, you guys are pretty cool. Don't tell them that though, Puffin, actually. Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Discovery.
Hey,
Go
Ryder.
throttle up.
That's 1 year. Thank you very much. Secret save with me. Yep. Did you ever do picks at Best Buy? Only every day, Ark. Yeah. Yeah. Picks are a good idea, but they've probably changed it since, or they haven't. Picks are a good idea. I you know, somebody orders it and it just you just bring it to the customer service desk, but the problem with that is that they expected us to do picks and like make TVs, like pull TVs and stuff, and then inventory the store on top of that. And you can't do all of it. You know, they'll tell you to move a TV out, right? So you'll choose to not pick something, Ark, right? And help a customer out with the TV because they're there and the one that's picking isn't, right? And then you get written up by your manager for not doing picks on time. And then when you say, look, I was trying to help people out with televisions, they say, well, you need to figure out some way to do both of them. I'm like, yeah. You want me to be in two places at once? Okay. Sure, all right, yeah, I'll work on that. I always hated that, dude. I hated it so much, dude. Because, like, you'd be working on, like, setting a plano or something, right? You'd be working on setting a plano, and you'd be halfway through with it, right? And a pick would pop up, and they'd be some bozo manager would be like, "Hey, you need to do this pick." So you go do the pick, right? And you go do the pick. You can't find the stupid thing, right? Because there's no check in the back. Oh, can you check in the back? No, you go and find it. It says there's one of this item, and it's like a CD or something that somebody bought online from like 1997 or something. You gotta go find the stupid thing, right? So you have to go digging through a CD rack. Meanwhile, another manager sees your half set up plano and gets annoyed that your planogram is half set up, packs up all your stuff and throws it in the back because they're like, "Why is this such a mess during store hours?" And then by the time you can't find the CD, the customer comes in. They get pissed off at you because you can't find it because they ordered a CD that you have one of from like 1997. And the thing is that CD probably doesn't exist because someone never adjusted the inventory correctly. That CD was probably sold in 1997. The inventory systems at Best Buy are from that, or they were at the time. RSS is really freaking old. It's a DOS prompt software for inventory. Yeah, you heard that right. And yeah, so the customer's mad at you, your manager's mad at you, and then your warehouse manager's also mad at you because you've been given an impossible scenario. Worked at Best Buy at one point. Story checks out. Yep. And then you get yelled at for not setting up the plano. You get yelled at for not picking stuff on time. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, not. It's terrible. Oh God, when there's one. Yep. I didn't mind unloading trucks when I was there. That was fun, but truck days were great because nobody bothered you because you had to unload the truck. So, the employees, the people that work in the service reps would do the picks. But yeah, I liked that part. And I liked working not customer facing, but man, yeah, sometimes. Oh yeah, Ark, one more thing. And anybody that works at Best Buy will understand this. I had a week of training for SWAT, and then the other person left. And during the holidays. I failed miserably. Oh yeah, no, I failed miserably. Yeah, week of training for inventory control, which I checked the Best Buy manual after the fact, after I had a freaking nervous breakdown because I would go to work and just get yelled at the entire day. Yeah, that job requires minimum 3 months of training. I got a week. Yeah. Yeah, I checked. Yeah, I remember mid-holidays, like holiday 2014, I couldn't do it. I had I had a breakdown, because I couldn't reconcile the fact that I've been given an impossible scenario. You guys know me. I'm stubborn. I'll try to persist through it. And I tried to persist through it, and I made it to the third week in December, and I remember going to the operations manager, and I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. The inventory system, I can't keep track of it. It's too much. Now, this is inventory control. So it was my job to count every single item in the store every week. Count all of it to make sure that everything is there. During the holidays, when the store has a 50,000 square foot store, during the holidays you have more product. There's more things on the shelf because more people are going to buy more things. I was keeping track of 2 million pieces of product or something. Easily that. And, normally, full staff, you should have 2 experienced people with minimum 3 months training. We had 1 with a week of training. I failed miserably. We had so much shrink. Because I couldn't keep track of it. Couldn't keep track of all of it. Kobayashi Maru challenge. Yep. Yep. And I remember having like a serious breakdown. Like, this was like 10 times worse than the Kerbal SSTO. At least 10 times worse. When the SSTO blew up in my face and I stopped playing Kerbal for 6 months, it was worse than that. Like 10 times worse. I went to my ops manager. I'm like, you know you're going to end up having like $1 million worth of shrink, right? I can't do it. I can't count all this. You guys scattered me to the wind. I can't. I need help. I need somebody to help me out with this, or else we're looking at a catastrophic loss for our holiday sales. And the ops manager said, "Okay, don't tell the GM this. Don't tell the GM this. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're fine." And I'm like, No, I don't. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I cannot do this. If I keep doing this, there's no way I can count like 2 million pieces of product every week. I can't do it by myself. Like, there's just physically too much product in the store for me to count everything. And yeah, she goes, "Well, I can't help you. I'm sorry. I just can't." And I'm like, "You can't. You're the..." Okay. Oh, no, it's never more than one at this point. Yeah. So, yeah. I had a freaking huge nervous breakdown. I didn't show any of it on stream. I was streaming at the time. My day basically consisted of working 10 hours at Best Buy and then working 8 hours on stream. For the people that are good at doing math, that's 18 hours. That's an 18-hour day, and yeah, that leaves basically 4 to 6 hours of sleep. I did that, guys. I did that for... I don't know, 9-10 months straight. Nothing else. Yeah. So, like, during the holiday 2014 into 2015, I was streaming 6-hour streams 5 days a week. And when April came around, when I got partner, I bumped it up to 40 hours a week for stream. And yeah. Did that for like 8 months. And then by summer 2015, I was like, by late summer 2015, I was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. Sorry. Your eyes tell it all. Dude, that was a huge learning moment for me. I mean, keep in mind, this was a long time ago. But I was still a little bit older, right? It was 2014, 2015. How old was I? 24, 25, something like that. And it was a huge learning moment for me because that taught me 2 real big things. One, you will be given failure scenarios. You'll be given something that you can't figure out in the workplace. It's going to happen. 2, you'll probably fail, and that sucks. It's yeah. Yeah, it sucks, man. I don't like doing a bad job. I really giving a shit makes it even worse. That's what really screwed me. I put my heart and soul into it because it's how I am. I'm stubborn, I'm competitive. I like doing a good job. And it freaking killed me, dude. Killed me. Like, absolutely killed me. They lateral shifted me by the time I got partnered, and then I worked in the video game aisle from there. And they ended up hiring the person back, and then everybody there was like, "Oh yeah, EJ sucks. That guy failed miserably, cost the company so much money, blah 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 blah." Yeah, that's how I went out at Best Buy. Yeah, it sucked, man. That was terrible. really low point. But hey, that's what happens, man. Yeah. Sounds like that is the manager's fault, not yours. Well, Brahms, I wasn't smart enough to be able to know the difference at the time. Now I would have said, look, you know, I would have said it completely different. I'm like, you guys, this is catastrophic. I would have went right to the GM. I wouldn't have even gone to the ops manager, right? I would have been right to the GM and like, look, I can't do this. I can't. You've given me an impossible scenario. I cannot do this. You're setting me up to fail miserably, and maybe they did on purpose. I don't know. But then again, they didn't fire me either, so. Remember Circuit City? Yeah, Circuit City's a good time, dude. Oh, dude, I'm getting worked up just from remembering this, dude. I buried this traumatic experience way deep. It stressed me out so hard, dude. I had a freaking nervous breakdown. It was terrible. I remember telling my dad, I'm like, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. I failed miserably, and I feel awful about it. I remember my dad basically saying to me, look, AJ, shut up. They're not going to fire you. They're not going to fire you. Just go into work. I'm like, God, you don't understand. I'm not pulling my weight. And he's like, just go into work. Shut up. Stop whining. I'm like, okay. No, John, I haven't watched it. I have it teed up. It's right over there. I've been trying to just get away from the computer on the weekends, man. So, yeah. So, yeah, dude, that's, yeah, Ark. Yes, I have worked at Best Buy. And I do remember pics. Can we watch on stream? Nah, I don't want to watch it on stream, dude. I don't know who owns that video. I got to be careful about this stuff. Like with NSF, we can just throw it on. I know it's cool, but I want to be careful. Yeah, Snackless, I mean, that's just growing up. You got to deal with that hardship, man. And you got to learn. You got to have perspective. That's what my dad was trying to tell me. Like, you know, I thought if I didn't complete this, they're going to fire me. It's the end of the world. It's not. It's not the end of the world. You just haven't taken that step into a larger world. You don't understand the perspective. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, man. I'm getting stressed out just thinking about it. Ugh, not good. Not good. Not fun. Not fun at all. Taylor, you just got your little brother a job at Best Buy. Shall I tell him to start looking for something up? No, Taylor, don't work. No. I'm not saying you shouldn't work at Best Buy. You can really go far. You can really go far with Best Buy if you really know what you're doing. Starting a business has been even more stressful. Trying to develop product, get a prototype, producing it. Yep. Yeah, Journey, exactly. I hate being given an impossible scenario. It really pisses me off. Yeah. It really makes me upset. I refuse to believe that any particular scenario is impossible, and screw me for being naive. But, you know, like even this. If I can get the heat shield to be dragless, we'll get it to work, and I can get this thing to work. I can make anything in KSP. We can make whatever. I'm bumming myself out because I'm not exactly sure how to get that working. So what you're saying is EJ shouldn't work at Best Buy. Yeah, nah, I don't need to do that anymore. Between all the different retail jobs that I've had over the years, I have about a decade of experience in retail. Retail, working, busting, anything from busting tables, waiter, sous chef, whatever. I can cook, dude. I'm pretty good at it. And, you know, I can do customer service and stuff too, but I don't need any more retail experience, dude. I don't need any more. That and it helped destroy my back. Yes, I also herniated discs working on the loading dock there. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that. Sounds like when I worked at Miko, I was working in the parts room, pulling things from bolts and washers all the way up to 150-pound metal casings. Job required 2 people, But when my teammate left, I was stuck doing the work solo for 8 months. Yep. It's Letterman's official YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where they stand about restreaming stuff and transformative content, John. I gotta be careful. With most of the people in the aerospace industry, it's usually cool, but I've been kind of like about it since we watched some slow-mo footage of F-22s go through one time, and the original content creator for that copy-striked my YouTube channel. Because out of an 8-hour VOD, maybe 15 to 20 seconds was looking at his footage and he copy-striked my channel. I'm not saying who, but yeah. Gotta be careful, man. If you can cook, then do a cooking stream. Oh. Yeah. Anyway. Guys, we'll figure this stuff out tomorrow for Kerbal. Yeah, John, I was pretty pissed off. Yeah, it really made me upset. It's amazing how many don't understand fair use and just go claim happy. Hey, that's the game, and that's why I have to be super careful about this stuff. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Teach us that PB&J O-ring method. Why? I know what you're talking about, Hired. I explained how to do it one time. I just forget exactly what it was. I forget exactly what the thing was. The O-ring method. So you don't. Yeah, I remember. So you don't get the jelly to squirt out. How the heck did I do that? Yeah, whatever. You line the edges with the peanut butter. Yeah, PB&J O-ring, dude. So you get the bread to adhere. Yeah, the jelly doesn't. Yeah, I remember that. Food engineering. Everything all good. Just got back. Yeah, Vulcan, I'm not really happy with how the SERV is flying. The heat shield is acting basically like a canard during re-entry, and it makes it want to fly arrow shell first, which is no good. Yeah, I don't remember how to make the dragless fairing so what I'm trying to do is make the heat shield a dragless fairing. I forget how to do it. But once we get the heat shield to be a dragless fairing, I should be able to figure out how to get this thing to work. Get this thing to fly correctly. Yeah. And once we do, then I can focus on, angling the heat shield and offsetting mass and stuff. But we can do that all tomorrow. Oh, okay, I remember how. How do you do it? I tried finding 95, but he's nowhere to be found, so I cursed him out in Discord. And, yeah, been sitting here trying to figure out how to do this since. Playfully cursed him out, don't worry. Also, I'm never working retail again. I'd rather be homeless. Yeah, just as a kind of sum up to that conversation. So a nose cone goes on the main node of the engine plate. Okay. Like that? You always got a job down here. Yeah, thanks, Scully. Then anything that attaches to the other nodes of the engine plate should be dragless, but you have to leave the shroud on. So, like that, but leave the shroud on. So nose cone goes on the main node of the engine plate. That one, right there. Like that. And then like that. Yeah, I basically diversified my skill set enough, Orion, at this point, that I could find a job somewhere else. I do not want to do customer service ever again. This should work. All right, well, let's take a look-see-dooksy. I said look-see-dooksy, that's right. Now what? Though the outer plates won't be dragless, just the fairing. Oh, these? Yeah, I'm not worried about that. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, it's fine if they aren't. All right, let me just plop this thing out on the runway and see. Thank you, Vulcan, by the way. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your pictures. You do a good job. Oh, man, dude, even thinking about that retail stuff just really, yeah, not cool. All right, so let's see. Ready? Boop. That did it. All right. We're back in business. Thank you. I was about to be like, let's just do this tomorrow. Thank you, Vulcan. Excellent. All right, so flight testing is back on the menu.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now I also bring the gift of Rofi test firing.
Yep, it's true.
Wait. I do cars is cool, but I don't think that's the link that you sent. Radial outward firing igniter. It's just a big sparkler. Streamers and sparklers are the only things I like. Yeah, that's the has-gas purging system. Has-gas purger. The radial igniters are, yeah, not that. Yeah. Good to know the difference, I think. Oh, hold on one second. There we go. All right, just got to move the nose cone back. There we go. Cool. All right. Now get me this. Good enough. Let's fly. The basketball-sized projectiles are the best fireworks. Those things are nuts. Gambit's like, I could do that with a angle grinder. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We don't have enough electrical charge because I took the battery off. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Scrub, 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 dub. Hold, hold, hold. Off nominal power electrical voltage charge the majig or something. There we go. We won't do offset just this once, but the heat shield is still bent, which is what we want. We do want the heat shield bent. All right, let's go again. Dude, even thinking about that retail stuff just stressed me the hell out. I can't, yeah. Dude, it was so bad. Ugh. Anyway. It's terrible. Is the corned beef sandwich ready? Yes. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. Flight control mode initiated. Throttling back for max Q. We're in the throttle bucket. I have to change the angle of those RCS. The RCS thrusters, they're pointed too far out. We don't have good moment over the vehicle. Not my best descent either because I was looking at the thrusters, but it's okay. Okay, we can start to throttle back. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. What's wrong? So the heat shield isn't making drag, but neither is the arrow shell, dude. Nothing is making drag. I thought this thing got out of the gates really fast. I was like, yeah, that's really quick. What the hell's going on with this thing? It's just efficient. It's efficient. That's right. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what this thing is going to do when it goes through re-entry. I'm not upset, though. Look at how much freaking fuel we have left. Whoops! Yeah, I think the heat shield fairing is, which we made dragless, is occluding the air shell. Oh no, this isn't gonna work. That's with 5 tons in the payload bay, dude. We have 5 tons of fuel. Oh no. Oh no. That shouldn't be like that. That's too good. I made it too good. What the frick? Could you do a free return around the moon? I don't know. My Delta V indicator's all screwed up because we overclocked the arrow spikes, man. Oh, fudge. Alright, well, we'll circularize, I think. Or something. We have that, dude. That's actually it's actually pretty good, man. I'm just wondering if we have aerodynamics here. Like, what if we have aero? Like, what is and isn't occluded? Because if the only things that aren't occluded are the engines and the panels, then we got a big problem. We're not going to stabilize very well. But we do have enough fuel to land. Yeah, here, let's deorbitos. Let's initiate our deorbit burn and see if we're ballistically stable. I have a feeling we're gonna sink into the atmosphere way too fast. Okay, here we go. Looks great. Good job. Thanks, man. Let's see what happens. How's it going? Hey, Jared, what's going on? I got married yesterday and we're honeymooning along our trip back to DC from Mobile. Hey, congratulations, man. I got married this year too, dude. That's awesome. Good for you. Give you and yours my best, please. I'm trying to make this flying gumdrop propulsively land because it's me. I don't know what to tell you. Jam, shh. 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 Shut up, man. Not the button, not the gumdrop button. Will do. While driving today, the missus and I wanted to watch along and had spotty service. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's all good, man. No problem. Yeah, that heat shield is too far back. It's occluding our arrow shell, which is not good. So, Jared, I got a little bit of a problem here. The problem is that I may have cooked it a little too hard. Our back shell and our heat shield are both occluded, not on purpose. Yeah. It's not gonna end well, I don't think. I created an independent entry view. Yeah. Might have to start that landing bird a little bit early. Yeah, dog. Let's see what it does. Let it cook. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can ballistically stabilize here, guys. So basically that means I want to see if the arrow will not do that. Surprised you didn't have the jet engine landing system like the one Chrysler had. I don't want to do that. No. This isn't exactly SERV, Vulcan. It's SERV with Stokes engine attached to the bottom. Jet engines, trapdoors, too complicated. Screw that. I didn't feel like doing that. The name of your game is too complicated. Well, does it help if the reason why I wanted to use Stokes system with SERV is because I want to build the pad and make this thing fully reusable and make it a career mode killer, just like every other SSTO I try to make? Is that bad? Yeah, see? Look. The panels. The panels are the only thing susceptible. Panels in the engines, the only thing susceptible. I need the arrow shell. Damn it. And even then, it's still pretty dang stable. It's not bad. But yeah, that's not ideal. We really don't want it flipping through re-entry like that. I gotta move the heat shield off so this thing isn't occluded. So my arrow shell fairing is not occluded. Wait. What's making... Where's that coming from? The orange tanks aren't included. Oh dear. My fuel tanks aren't exactly included here. Yeah, that, and I have something at the front of the vehicle causing a lot of drag. But actually, she's pretty dang stable right now. That's... Except... So something didn't get included. The tanks didn't get included, which makes sense. Preheating the fuel. You know what the messed up part is, Guild? This is what Stoke actually does. They run fuel through the heat shield during re-entry, so it preheats it so they can start the engines for landing and use hot gas thrusters. Yeah, so we're not far off, believe it or not. We're undershooting because this thing flipped so many times. I guess it'd be way too complicated to use redirected plasma to steer. I mean, what do you think the body flap on the space shuttle does?
Discovery.
Yeah, this
Going
isn't
throttle.
ideal because we're coming down like basically on that thing. Hey, Bird Dog, tier 2 60 months. Thanks, buddy. Yep. Yeah, this test article is kaput. I might need the payload fuel for this, like now. Problem. Oh! Whoops. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, don't land in the mountains. Missed it by that much. Yeah, that didn't work at all. All right, so I think the heat shield was too far up, so we gotta tick this thing back a little ways here. There we go. That's the correct configuration. Perfect. Okay. Again? Earlier today, the EJSA conducted a controlled demolition in the mountains. Well, Poison, like I said, we were doing ballistics, so I wanted to see if the thing would stabilize by itself. I don't want RCS. I don't want to rely on RCS to make this thing fly correctly. RCS, when you're going through re-entry, should be used to steer. All right, you don't use the steering wheel on a car if you want the car to go straight. right? If your steering wheel's to the right and your car is going straight, something is wrong, right? Or your alignment's off. I mean, which is something's wrong, right? The RCS for re-entering spacecraft is our steering wheel. You don't want to use the steering wheel to adjust to make the thing re-enter. It should be pretty ballistically stable. Space shuttle, capsules, stuff like that. It should be pretty ballistically stable. The RCS should only be used to kind of steer it and keep it on a little bit to keep it on an even keel, but mostly steer it. Or it's a Jeep. Yeah, that's true. Send it. Both Airstream shells are occluded again. Are our tanks occluded this time? They are. Dude, this thing is making the... What the frick? I don't understand. It's not, guys. I'm gonna scrub. Let's RTLS. Let's bring it back down. The arrow shell is not making enough power. RTLS abort. Is the forward fairing attached directly to the engine plate? Because if so, it's also dragless. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. All right, I have to put something in there. Whoops. We came down a little too fast. I was steering the yep. Okay, well, confetti for everybody! Hurrah! Yeah, confetti! Oh, just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8. We were trying to be like SpaceX and dig a hole next to the launch pad or something. I was like, yeah, I'm nice and lined up. Now to just do the, oh crap, we're too close to the ground. Oops. Hi, Yard. Oh, great. You're here. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, we were digging a flame trench so we could install a pad deluge system. How dare you say I don't know what I'm doing? What's wrong with you? Shut up. How you been, man? I mean, honestly, I haven't talked to you in a little while. How's things? How's things? Good, bad? How's your mother? Everything good? Say hello to your mother for me, okay? Would the shoots have saved it at all? Yeah, probably. Anyway, Yarg, how's life? Everything good, man? Things are good. Your mom was in town the last 2 weeks and just left today, actually. Did you say hello for me, or? Would a good pilot have helped? Yes. Yawn. Yawners. And put the girder segment in there. You could put a battery in between them. I actually... Okay. Sounds good to me, man. I mean, I said hello, not for you specifically. Oh. Well, that's mean. And then the tanks weren't included. These guys weren't included at all. Okay, that should do it. All right, cool. Set this as the demo file. Save, overwrite. We need to reroute to 1.8 payload fairing in here. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Is this a Stoke build? Kind of. Kind of. It's inspired by it, Stormy, but you know me. I take 2 or 3 different concepts that I like and combine them into one vehicle. That's basically what we're doing here. It's Stoke akin. All right, ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeet! Why is that flashing? Stop it. How solid as a brick is it? She's pretty solid. Yep. Shell fairing is making drag. Good. Into the throttle bucket. Not as solid as a mount. No. That would be too solid for us. Rates are looking real good. Way up. Very nice. Okay, find control. Ascent's looking pretty decent. This thing is cool? Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? The plume interaction from Vulcan, you said what's the mod pack that I'm using, dude? Waterfall, dude. It makes it look like a giant spike, which is freaking sweet, dude. That makes me so happy. It looks the part. That's for sure. It looks like it belongs in a kitchen, the kitchen of space. That's the kitchen of space. You don't understand, the United States of space. All right, we can just coast here. Stretching my back again. We just gotta coast here for a second. Let him coast. Not the best ascent, but it'll work. By 106 on a crappy ascent with 1100 or 978 liquid fuel, 405 of that. Yeah, that's it's not the dragless, the full dragless version, but yeah, this should work. All right, dial in a re-entry again. Good. All right, here we go. Alright, let's see how she stabilizes out. Double the size of this. This is 50% scale in Kerbal XJ. I don't have a payload dump, so I transferred the fuel out of the payload to the to my lower fuel tanks. It needs to be at least 3 times this big. I have a vision. Let's watch his rates up there. Actually, pitch rate is going positive. If it stops, oh, we're ballistically stable. Yes! Yes! Very good. The natural aerodynamics of the capsule, basically with no thrusters or anything, is going to keep it heat shield first, which is what we want. That's perfect. Yeah, Vulcan, thank you, buddy. I've been in a food coma for the latter half of the stream, dude, because Brimo brought me beef and broccoli and I scarfed it. Probably had like 2,000 calories of beef and broccoli, and I woofed it in probably about 2 minutes. I've been like, ever since, man. I've been like, oh God. My brain went. All right, let's turn on the ballistics. Yeah, Mason. Yeah, no, I'm like,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So how do we make the heat shield functional as it's now dragless? Just because it's dragless doesn't mean it's not susceptible to thermals. Ooh. Scratch that. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know, man. Yeah. Broccoli is good for hair growth. That tracks. I mean, guys, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. Why are those tanks always... Yeah, whatever. This will give me good data, Yargon, doing hover slams. See, wait, what's this? What are those? Are the engines making drag too? Yeah, the engines are, okay. Yeah, we might have to go with some wings embedded up here on the top. Full dragless design with wings in the back should get it to stabilize, but yeah, with that, now that our EGL isn't generating aero, what's the point of it being bent? It completely screws. Completely doesn't, yeah, that's not good. But then again, how the frick do we stabilize without it, you know? Like, Hey, we got it down in one piece. Could you have a flat plate somewhere that generates drag at an angle to mimic the heat shield? Yeah, Vulcan, I don't know. We're going to have to really mess with some... We're going to have to really push Kerbal aerodynamics to the limit here. Because you got to remember, I need an offset center of mass, and I need ballistically stable, but I need an offset COM so we fly crooked, so we have cross-range capability when we come back down. Because I want to do precise landings with this thing. I don't want to land it in the water. I want to land it on the freaking VAB. Like, well, or at least precise enough to land on the VAB. Like, the idea is that I want full reuse, full reintegratability, right? Like what we tried to do with the Venture Star project. But since this vehicle is a much simpler design, we won't get bogged down because the launch pad and the vehicle will end up being 1700 parts. That won't happen here because the vehicle is ridiculously simple comparatively, but it does the same thing. Hey, Thorin, what's going on? How do we get out? There's no people on board, Yarg. This is a capsule-shaped stage. Yeah. Dover from Leo shouldn't have too much issues with heat, right? It's only if we do... yeah, in Kerbal. Yeah, exactly. So, I like where we went with this. This is good. But now, yeah, we got to really figure this one out, because... You think Stoke is doing that? Well, this is inspired by Stoke. Hey, baby. It's kind of inspired by it. That looks... I don't hate that. But that's not what we're messing with. We're messing with this thing. Yarg, believe it or not, dude, I don't know how much you've been in the loop. This is based off of something that's real. Now, part of it, or the majority of it, is SERV, Chrysler's SERV project, which is not exactly the same. SERV was a capsule-shaped space shuttle proposal from Chrysler. That's what it's supposed to be. It's literally Dream Chaser on top of a capsule-shaped stage with a payload bay in the interior. The thing about the Chrysler proposal, though, is that it landed on jet engines. It had 24 jet engines in it, and it landed on atmospheric breathing jet engines. I thought that was stupid. I thought that was a really dumb idea, and that's probably the reason why it didn't get proposed as a vehicle. Now, with that being said, Stoke is working on a vehicle that's like this. It's nothing but fuel tanks. Yeah, it's a stage. It's an SSTO, vertical takeoff, vertical landing SSTO that's based off of this. Now, that's Stoke's Nova rocket. That actually is just the second stage, but their rocket control and landing system is pretty freaking cool. Watch this. Take a peek. Racing stripes and speed holes. Nodders. Pretty cool, right? So, Yarg, this is actually trick. You'll really like this. So Stokes hopper. You see that? It looks like a bunch of small rocket engines going around the edge, right? That's one rocket engine. One. What's it supposed to do if it's nothing in space? Here. You talking about my vehicle? Well, my vehicle has an internal payload volume. But check it out. That's one vehicle. One rocket engine. That's Stoke's engine. It's a single power pack with 15 nozzles. And so if you look at this picture of Stoke's hopper, this picture that they took right here, take a peek. That's one power pack that feeds 15 nozzles, kind of like a Soyuz engine almost, or an RD-180 or an RD-170. The thing that's crazy about this is that it's an expander cycle hydrolox engine, like an RL-10. But the expander cycle isn't a nozzle, it's the heat shield. Notice the ice on the heat shield? They're using thrust modulation, differential thrust modulation. So basically, you want it to go that way, shut the engine off on that side, and it'll tilt the whole thing that way, and it'll tilt, you know, you could shut the engines off and modulate the thrust on the 15 engines, and you can get the thing to do this, right? That's what we're doing. Did you see how precisely I landed? I mean, not you, Yar, you know. But you see how precisely I landed that capsule in the water just a second ago? It was nice and stable. Because I have RCS that's modulating the thrust on my aero spikes on top of everything. That's emulating Stokes control systems. Stoke made something like this in real life. It now, once again, it's just a hopper. But it's one expander cycle with the heat exchanger being the heat shield. Metallic reusable heat shield, right? And the heat shield heating, the propellants go through the heat shield heats up the propellants, and the propellants have a tap off that drives the turbine before it goes in, before the staged propellants go into all these little rocket engines. Stokes' engine looks ridiculous. It is probably one of the most, like, nutsoid things that I've seen. Now, we were looking at this, and I was talking about it a little while back on Space News, and Chad was like, dude, I was like, you know what would be really cool if Stoke made an SSTO and combined it with SERV? And Chad was like, why don't we build that in Kerbal? And I'm like, why don't we build that in Kerbal? That's a really good idea. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, they could scale up to 30 engines. For now they just have 15. But that's 15 highly throttleable rocket engines. It's almost like a power pack feeding, a pump-driven power pack feeding RCS nozzles, which is strange. But the crazy thing is it's an expander bleed-off that these can act as RCS during re-entry, just like mine, to stabilize it. Yeah. And note that the power pack is weighed off on one side, right? All the machinery is on one side for the pumps. So you can do the whole tilted capsule during re-entry and be able to modulate roll on the capsule to change your heat shield angle of attack, which is, dude, this is like it's next level stuff, dude. So freaking cool. It's really, really smart. Okay. So it's all driven off one power pack so they can fully repeatedly shut off nozzles since they aren't throttling the entire thing. Yep. And these downward facing nozzles act as the stabilization. There's no gimbal here. Dude, watch the thing hop. Watch it hop again. No gimbal, no thrust vector control. Thrust modulation for attitude control, which is, I mean, that's something that you could, that's something that we can do in Kerbal. We're doing it right now. This thing does it in real life. Look at that thing. You see any engines move? You see any nozzles move? Nope. It's pitching over. That thing is so freaking cool. It's so freaking cool. Like, it's awesome. That's so freaking cool. So, I didn't like the jet engines landing the SERV. So Stokes' engine system on a larger vehicle like SERV makes a lot of sense. That's a cool idea. So I decided, let's combine both of them and let's take, the full integration pipeline, building the pads, building everything. Take that full pipeline and combine it all back together to see if we can actually do fully reusable, reintegratable vehicles. I think this is a much simpler solution than like the X-33 or like trying to build a shuttle stack, etc., etc. I think this is way simpler and probably easier to do in KSP. So that's what we're doing. What's the reaction time for the individual nozzles? I mean, enough that Stoke thinks they'll be able to do a precision landing. So yeah, it's got to be good. I mean, and the hopper pretty much shows that you can as well, which is still cool to me. Alright, well, that's all screwed up. I screwed that all up. I broke that. So I'll take my RCS modulators off. Yes, that's what they're called. So we got to figure out a solution to make this thing nice and ballistically stable. The other thing we need to do is figure out how to... we have to figure out how to get ourselves an offset center of mass for good attitude control during re-entry. And this thing's going to have to slide. Because Kerbal, with that damn super sphere, the capsule is going to need to do like this during re-entry. Which... we're going to need probably like 45-degree differential angle of attack modulation, which is... I swear I'm not making up words. I swear. I basically need it to tilt down and tilt up. The reason why, and we need roll control to be able to handle, to fix that. Because you can't rely on pitch and roll too much during re-entry because, yeah, you don't. It's a stubby vehicle. Having thrusters to try and get it to pitch on a stubby vehicle, they don't have the leverage to turn the thing up and down. So, what we have to do is try to mimic something that was from the Apollo program, because that's a capsule-based spacecraft. By having an offset center of mass, you can basically change the angle of the heat shield to make it work like a wing and skip off the atmosphere. We got to try to do that in Kerbal so I can precisely land this thing. The flight and landing just looked a bit rough. Wasn't sure if it was because of the software. I think it's the software being unfinished. Dude, that was their first hop, Yarg. That was the first hop they ever did. No, it's going to be double the scale. This is a subscale demonstrator, dudes. Yeah, actually, they were playing with house money, dude. They didn't plan on hopping it, but they're like, dude, we want to hop it. Screw it. To do. Ballistic stability, COM offset config, landing legs. We need PAF, front and rear. Tilted heat shield? I'm Ron Burgundy? Wow. I'm having an idiot moment. Alright. There we go. They didn't need to hop it, excuse me, weather guy. What's a heat sealed? I don't know. Yeah, they said that was them, dude. They said they didn't need to do it because they did a ground test, weather guy, testing the thrust modulation on a test stand, and they're like, yeah, we don't need to hop this. We're confident, but we're going to do it. But we're gonna, which is pretty sweet. Will grid fins work? Rick, not necessarily in this kind of design. You know why? Grid fins work on Falcon 9 because Falcon 9 is really, really long. So that grid fin will have a lot of leverage over the vehicle when it's flying back down, because the center of mass of Falcon 9, when it's lower, when it has not a lot of fuel in it, is down by the engines, because the fuel tanks are mostly drained, right? So the bottom engine section where the 9 engines are really heavy, so the center of mass moves further away as you drain fuel. That way the grid fins have a lot of leverage. This vehicle being really stubby makes it so they don't work as well. Even if I did put grid fins on this thing, and we like tilted the grid fins like crazy, they wouldn't really have enough leverage to turn the vehicle like this. You got to roll it to get it to work right. So, because this thing is so stubby, the grid fins, in order to get effective control, would need to be over here somewhere, and that's not really what we're trying to do, right? So yeah, we gotta figure something out here. But anyway, fellas, we just hit the 10-hour mark. That was 10 hours straight at KSP and some S25 stacking. We will work on this tomorrow. I'm going to be back here right at noontime. We're working on this again. The dragless shield, Vulcan, thank you very much for doing that. But now we have to figure out where to apply and how to apply that correctly. We got to get this thing to fly. But yeah, I'm getting a little tired, so... Oh, gee, I'm sorry. You just got here. Oh, boy. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I'll be back here tomorrow at noontime, okay? That thing is wild. But anyway, let's see if we can drop a raid on. See who's out and about streaming. Yeah, we'll get it. We got some pretty good breakthroughs today. Italics is playing Hearts. I want to watch Hearts. Let's see what Etal's up to. Yeah, Yarg, I've been getting up in the morning because I'm working on some other things. Again, I started a couple of new side projects. Some of them I don't want to tell. In good time. Anyway. Go raid Italics. My buddy's... Oh, he's actually... Dude, he's AFK. Whatever. Whatever. AFK raid him. AFK raid. Let's go. Ready? AFK raid. Go see what he's up to over there. He's in the middle of a Hearts of Iron game. I will see you guys all tomorrow at noontime. Thank you very much for watching and have a good night, okay? See ya. Go raid him. I'll see you guys tomorrow.